Chapter 267. Ji Xingxuan woke up early in the morning and took a sedan chair to the Xia family's guest house. After the guard announced her arrival, she was invited to the West Garden reception hall to wait for tea. Ji Xingxuan sat on a round chair with her hands on her knees. Her fingers, which were wrapped in white muslin, held a tong bao between her fingers. She gently rubbed it against her fingers. It was hard to tell what she was thinking. As soon as she heard the voices outside, she raised her head and saw a beautiful figure walk in from the side of the wide-open vine-patterned door. It was a young girl of about 16 years of age. Her features were delicate and beautiful. Her black hair was curled into a graceful style. She wore a yellow dress with a butterfly gown. "Sister Xingxuan, it rained for a while this morning. I thought you wouldn't come." The girl spoke in a crisp voice. There was a hint of coquettishness in her voice that made one's heart ache. Ji Xingxuan put the tong bao into her sleeve and stood up. She smiled and said, "How could I not come when I have an appointment? Min Min, are you feeling better?" The young girl who had just entered the door was none other than the fifth daughter of the Xia family, Xia Jiangmin. "The weather has been warm these past 2 days. I feel much better." Xia Jiangmin smiled as she walked over and intimately held onto Ji Xingxuan's arm. She led her up and down the short couch at the head of the hall. She saw the muslin on her hand and quickly raised it in front of her face. She asked in surprise, "What happened to your hand?" "I was playing the zither the day before yesterday. I got distracted and hurt myself." "Why were you so careless? Did you apply medicine?" Xia Jiangmin asked a few more questions out of concern. Ji Xingxuan cleverly changed the topic. "Have you read the 2 books I brought you last time?" Xia Jiangmin nodded happily. "I've read them. That Green Sua High Opinion is very interesting. I was still reading it before you came. I haven't been feeling well recently. Father wouldn't let me go out. Thank you for bringing me books to relieve my boredom. I'm glad you like them. I still have 2 more volumes. I'll give them to you after you finish them." "That's great." The 2 girls chatted for a while. After a pot of tea, Xia Jiangmin couldn't sit still anymore. She suddenly pulled Ji Xingxuan's sleeve and said, "Sister Xingxuan, I've been cooped up at home for a long time. I want to go out for a walk. Can you accompany me?" Ji Xingxuan hesitated. "Didn't Mr. Xia Jiang forbid you from going out?" Xia Jiangmin hurriedly said, "Father doesn't allow me to go out alone. I have recovered from my illness. With you accompanying me, he will definitely agree, okay?" Ji Xingxuan smiled warmly and nodded her head indulgently. Xia Jiangmin cheered and pulled her to see her father. After asking for instructions, Xia Jiang's father agreed. He entrusted a few words to Ji Xingxuan and asked someone to prepare the sedan chair. As soon as they left the gate of the guest house, Xia Jiangmin's face was obviously much brighter. Ji Xingxuan asked her where to go. Xia Jiangmin scratched her chin and suggested, "There's nothing interesting in the north of the city. Let's go to the south of the city. I know a tavern that sells rice wine. It's very delicious. I'll take you there to have a taste." "Okay." Ji Xingxuan didn't feel disappointed. So, the 2 sat on the sedan chair and went to the south of the city. Inside the sedan chair, Xia Jiangmin fumbled in her sleeve for a while. She took out a sealed letter, brushed it and put it back. Speaking of which, Yushu had boasted in front of Shui Rui yesterday that she was going to make a fake account book for him to take a look. This morning, when she arrived at the building of forgetting machines, she continued to make fake accounts like she did yesterday. Shui Rui showed up at Wang Jilu during lunch. Yushu was called to his study downstairs by Xiaoqing. When she entered the door, she stuffed an account book into his hand. She took the tea from Xiaoqing and leisurely sat on the side waiting for him to read it. "It's done so quickly?" Shui Rui opened her new account book with a joking mind. After flipping through 2 pages, he couldn't laugh anymore. Gradually, his face revealed a little surprise. After he finished reading the account book that was less than half written, he couldn't help but admit that she had some skill in accounting. If he hadn't seen the actual account book before, he would have thought that the book in his hand was the cost of building Wang Jilu for 2 months. However, the total amount was wrong by more than half. He really didn't know how she managed to stuff such a large amount of money into it. Yu Shu waited for him to flip to the last page before she confidently said, "In fact, there are only 3 ways to fabricate an account. Conceal, coax, and cheat. Conceal the income, coax the cost, and cheat the outsiders. The most important thing is to know how to make a fuss about the cost. If this fuss is done well, then outsiders won't be able to tell the truth. I'm doing this account book purely to coax the cost. As for the income, I'm just adding it in to show you what it looks like. If you think it's good, then rest assured and leave this matter to me. When the restaurant opens, I'll make another account for you to look at in the first month. At that time, you can decide if you want to use it or not." Shui Rui silently put down the account book and turned to stare at her. Yu Shu felt uncomfortable being stared at by him. She frowned and said, "Why are you looking at me?" "I'm looking at what's in your head. Tell me, is there anything you don't know?" Shui Rui joked. "Ha!" Yu Shu laughed and waved her hand. "I don't know much. I'm just proficient in one skill. It's just a change in form but not in substance." Shui Rui heard her modest words, but looking at her arched eyebrows and curved eyes, it was clear that she was proud of herself. He found it very interesting, so he didn't expose her. Instead, he straightened his expression and asked, "If the actual accounts and details are handled by 2 accountants, and you're only responsible for the fake accounts, how much time do you have to spend on this every month?" Yu Shu thought for a moment and said, "If you want me to do it, I'll sort it out every 10 days. At most, I'll spend 3 days a month to finish it." Shui Rui saw that her tone was relaxed. After thinking for a moment, he said, "All right, I'll leave this matter to you. You just need to show me the fake accounts. In the future, I'll reward you every month." Yu Shu frowned and said, "It's my duty. What reward do I need? It's not like I'm not getting paid. It's 80 taels a month." Originally, she had good intentions. If she took his benefits, it would seem like she wanted something from him. Shui Rui shook his head and said, "One matter is another. I didn't invite you here for you to do the accounts." Yu Shu blurted out, "I'm also not doing the accounts for your reward." Hearing this, Shui Rui's eyes flickered. He put one arm on the tea table between the 2 of them and asked her with a smile that wasn't a smile, "Then why are you doing this?" "Of course it's because—" Halfway through her words, Yu Shu suddenly stopped. For some reason, she felt that the words she was about to say would sound weird. She swallowed back the words, "I miss you," and said with a displeased expression, "Why do you have so much nonsense to say? I don't want it, so I don't want it. In any case, I won't be working here for more than a few months. We agreed on the deed. After the grand examination's results are released, if I'm chosen by the Imperial Historian's Library, I won't be working here anymore. At that time, you can find whoever you want. I don't care about you." As soon as the words left her mouth, Yu Shu knew that she had gone overboard. Seeing that the smile on Shui Rui's face had faded, it was too late for her to take back her words. She awkwardly picked up the teacup and took a sip. Before she could taste the flavor, she heard Shui Rui say, "I know. Go ahead and eat." "You're not eating?" Was he angry? "I still have something to do later. I won't stay." "Oh." Sure enough, he was angry. Knowing that she had been kicked out, Yu Shu resentfully stood up. When she walked to the door, she realized that she was still holding the teacup in her hand. She braced herself and went back to put it down. At the same time, she stole a glance at Shui Rui. When she met Shui Rui's eyes, he looked at her openly, but his face was not as gentle as before. "Is there anything else?" "No, nothing." Yu Shu gloomily walked away. She didn't understand why he was angry. She was just too quick with her words, but she didn't say anything wrong, right? Shui Rui looked at the figure in front of the door and raised his hand to rub his faintly aching forehead. He secretly told himself not to lower himself to her level, or else he would be angry in the future. On the 6th day of the Chinese New Year, the 2 tailors were called over by Shui Rui on the 9th day of the Chinese New Year. After eating lunch, Yu Shu saw the tailors. First, they measured the figure, shoulder collar, chest, waist, back, and legs. Then they took out a picture book to choose a style for Yu Shu. Both of the books were for spring. There was also a small box of cloth samples. Now that Yu Shu was a little rich, she was willing to spend some time on the appearance. So, she carefully looked through the books, but she couldn't close her eyes. When she reached the last page, her eyes suddenly lit up. She pointed to the clothes of the little person in the picture and said to the tailor, "I think this is good." The tailor came forward and looked at the picture. They looked at each other and honestly said, "Miss, this style of clothing was made in the early years. It was specially made for young ladies who like to wear men's clothing when they go out on horseback. Nowadays, it is no longer popular. If you want to wear it when you go out on horseback, the first few pages have a nice skirt and a butterfly shirt. Can I show you?" The clothes in the picture were indeed modified from the Hu style. The lapel was facing the front, the shirt was knee-length, the pants were tight, and the boots were hooked. It looked very valiant. If there was a flaw, it was not as delicate as a woman. It looked too capable and experienced. Yushu didn't care what the tailors said. The more she looked at it, the more she liked it. In addition, she originally planned to buy a horse and learn how to ride it. So, she immediately decided to make 3 sets of clothes in different colors. She asked the tailors to write down the parts that needed to be changed one by one. Later, she added 2 sets of formal skirts and embroidered shoes. Then she asked the tailors to pay. Shui Rui must have taken her face into account, so he didn't pay for her in advance. Yu Shu had already prepared cash. She happily went into the room and took out 2 silver ingots as a deposit. As for the rest, she will get it when the clothes are ready. Before she left, she didn't forget to ask the tailors to bring back a few picture books for boys so that she could pick some clothes for Yu Xiaoxiu. When she returned to the Ji mansion that night, Yu Shu first went to see Aunt Cui. She gave her 2 silk flowers that she bought on the street. She wanted to make her happy on behalf of Yu Xiaoxiu, but Aunt Cui asked her where she got the money. Yu Shu knew that this woman was sharp. If she dared to let her know that she had money, she wouldn't know what she would do. So, she said that it was given to her by Zhao Hui. Aunt Cui knew that Yu Xiaoxiu was now living in someone else's house. 2 days ago, she heard from Yu Shu that Yu Xiaoxiu had a godmother. So, she didn't give Yu Shu a good face. "You're lucky to know your mother. That person casually gave you a dime or 2 and you can't tell the difference between north and south. You're their daughter for nothing." Seeing that she didn't know what was good for her, Yu Shu was too lazy to reason with her. She put down the things and left. Aunt Cui was so angry that she scolded her behind her back, but Yu Shu turned a deaf ear. Chapter 268. In the blink of an eye, it was the 14th day of the first lunar month. Yu Shu left the Ji family early in the morning. The day before yesterday, when she went to Dr. He to get the medicine, she was told by Zhao Hui that she should go there earlier today because they wanted to celebrate her birthday 1 day earlier. Ji Xingxuan had thrown enough 6 lines and 8 images yesterday, so she learned the first step of starting a hexagram. Yu Shu then taught her the installing hexagram of the 6 lines, but she only talked about the 2 steps of Na Jia and Shiying. She didn't explain the other 2 steps of using the hexagram palace and using the spirit. This time, Yu Shu didn't let her throw a copper coin, so she taught her half-baked skills. She told Ji Xingxuan to go back and install 200 hexagram and find something for her to do to free up a few days of free time. From afar, Yu Shu saw Yu Xiaoxiu standing in front of Zhao Hui's house waiting for her. She called him, and the child ran over happily. He was happier to see Yu Shu than anyone else. "Sister, have you had breakfast?" "No, is there any food at home?" Then, Aunt Hui asked the chef to make you sweet red bean porridge and a pot of eggs. "She's waiting for you to eat." Yu Shu was pulled home by Yu Xiaoxiu. They first went to the backyard to see Zhao Hui. In the central room, He Fangji was taking Zhao Hui's pulse. When he saw the 2 children coming in, he smiled and asked them to sit down. Because it was inconvenient for Zhao Hui to move, the whole family moved the dining table into the room for breakfast. Under Zhao Hui's expectant gaze, Yu Shu drank 2 bowls of porridge and swallowed 3 eggs. There was a saying in the Da and dynasty that boys didn't know their birthdays, but unmarried daughters had to drink sweet bean porridge on their birthdays to symbolize a happy marriage in the future. Boiled eggs in the middle of the night symbolized having many children, and the more they ate, the better. After breakfast, Zhao Hui sent He Fangji and Yu Xiaoxiu out. She had Yun Do bring a new set of clothes out from the room and pulled Yu Shu to her side. The darker blue cloth matched Yushu's skin that wasn't too pale. Yushu really liked how Zhao Hui treated her like her own daughter. She sweetly said, "Thank you, godmother." Then she carried the new clothes into the room to change. The clothes that she had measured at Wangji Tower the other day weren't ready yet. Today, she was wearing the new clothes that Zhao Hui had made for her during the new year. After changing into the new clothes, Zhao Hui added a white jade hairpin to Yushu's hair. She said it was a gift from Dr. He. "This is great. You're becoming more and more like a girl. Tomorrow, you'll be a 16-year-old girl." Zhao Hui lovingly tucked Yushu's hair. She felt very sorry for this child who had such a twisted fate. Every time she saw her, it was like seeing herself in the past. She had no one to rely on and could only work hard to live by herself. In the past, her life was hard, so she couldn't do much for her. Now, everything was better. As an elder, she wanted to do what she could. When it was almost noon, Pei Jing also came, but he was empty-handed. Zhao Hui laughed at him. "Why is sworn brother being so stingy today? You didn't bring anything for the child's birthday. Did you only bring a mouth?" Pei Jing laughed. "Who said I didn't bring a gift? Isn't this the one?" As he said this, he took something from the back of his waist and handed it to Yushu. "Take this. Don't say that uncle doesn't treat you well. I put in a lot of effort for this gift." What was handed to Yushu was a slender horsewhip wrapped in red leather. When Yushu saw it, she was confused. He Fangji and his wife also didn't understand. Yu Xiaoxiu was the smart one. He clapped his hands and stood up, excitedly saying, "You want to give Jiejie a horse?" Pei Jing reached out his hand and patted his head, smiling. "Isn't that right?" Yushu had been thinking of buying a horse for a long time. Before the new year, she asked Pei Jing about buying a horse. Pei Jing paid attention and happened to have some connections. A few days ago, when he heard that Yushu was celebrating her birthday, he took this opportunity to give her a gift. When the others heard this, they were dumbfounded. It was because Pei Jing, this uncle, was more generous than his own father. Our Taiheng Chamber of Commerce is in charge of a few horse dealers. A few days ago, they sent a batch of good horses to the capital. I rushed to pick and chose a gentle mare for you. It's just 3 years old. I originally wanted to bring it over this morning, but because it's pregnant, I had to give it up. You can bring it back in 2 days. This gift was too generous. Yushu was embarrassed to accept it. A horse that was sent to the capital to be sold must not be cheap, especially a mare that could be matched. If it wasn't 200 or 300 taels, it would be considered touching the horses, but although Zhao Hui and He Fangji also felt that this gift was too generous, they didn't want to interrupt. Pei Jing was a smart person. He saw through their thoughts and said to Yushu, "What? You don't want to accept uncle's kindness? Silly child, can't you see that uncle is trying to curry favor with you? When the Dian rankings is released, there will be many people fighting for a great fortune teller of your age. At that time, uncle won't be able to curry favor with you even if I want to. Isn't it better to do it early?" When Yushu heard this, she immediately smiled. She didn't know Pei Jing's character. Even if what he said was true, the affection in his words was not fake. If she continued to refuse, it would seem that she was not magnanimous enough. "Thank you, uncle." That's right. Seeing that they were willing, Zhao Hui didn't interrupt. Yu Xiaoxiu was the happiest. He sat next to Pei Jing and kept asking about the horse. Yun Do went to the kitchen to take a look and came back. She told them that the food was ready. Yifangji looked at the sun outside and asked Yushu, "Why haven't I seen shopkeeper Chow yet? I didn't say the wrong date, right?" In order to give Yushu a lively birthday, Zhao Hui wanted to invite more people. However, there were not many people in Enling. After thinking about it, there were only a few. She invited Pei Jing and waited for Yushu to invite Chao Zixin. "Tell him it's today." Yushu stood up and looked outside. "You guys go to the living room first, I'll go out and take a look." After paying the bill on the 9th day, Yushu didn't see Shui Rui for a few days. Wang Jilu will officially open tomorrow. Shui Rui just showed up at the restaurant yesterday afternoon. He came in a hurry, told Lin Fu a few things and then left in a hurry. Yushu only had time to say a few words to him. One was to say hello. The other was to say that she invited him to come on the 14th day of her birthday at Zhao Hui's house. Shui Rui agreed to be there. But now it was almost time for lunch, and he still hasn't appeared. Yu Shu waited outside the door for a while. She saw a shadow of a horse running from the street. The person who stopped in front of the door was Lao Chue, who usually drove the carriage. He panted and called Yu Shu, then greeted, "Miss, greet Miss on your birthday." Yu Shu saw that he came alone and guessed that Shui Rui had something to do and couldn't come. Sure enough, Lao Chue panted and said, "Eldest young master asked me to bring a message. He can't come today, so Miss don't have to wait for him." Yu Shu was a little disappointed, but she didn't show it. "I know, Lao Chue, come in and sit. The food is ready. Join us and have some fun." "Miss is kind, but I still have something urgent to do." Lao Chue hesitated for a moment, then looked around and saw that there was no one. He moved forward and whispered to her, "To tell Miss the truth, young master really can't leave today. The 9th prince returned to the capital the day before yesterday. This morning he received the order from Guifei to leave the palace to meet his relatives. Everyone in the family is here to welcome him." This inside story stunned Yu Shu. The 9th prince? Which one? Also, eldest young master told Miss to go to Wangjilu as early as possible tomorrow. You can't be late. I will leave now, you can go in. Lao Chue hurriedly left after bringing the message. Yu Shu stood alone at the door for a while. She thought that the 9th prince should be the son of the Guifei of the Shui family. "Sister, is Brother Chao here?" Yu Xiaoxiu's voice sounded behind her. Yu Shu stopped thinking, turned around and walked towards the courtyard. "No, Lao Chue just came to bring a message. He can't come today." Yu Shu stayed at Zhao Hui's house until the afternoon. Zhao Hui wanted to ask her to stay for dinner, but Yu Shu found an excuse to decline. Zhao Hui was afraid that she would be late, so she didn't ask her to stay. She packed a few eggs, a box of mooncakes, and a pot of rice wine for her to bring back to Aunt Chui. Yu Xiaoxiu walked Yu Shu out of the house. He stopped at the street corner, took out a small bag from his arms, and handed it to her shyly. "Here you are." "Oh, you also prepared a gift for me?" Yu Shu took it with a smile. There seemed to be some strips in the bag. When she opened it, she didn't expect it to be 5 or 6 polished charcoal pens. Looking at the thickness, they seemed to be burnt willow branches. It was rare that none of them were cracked. The pen head was also carefully sharpened. The pen body was also covered with a delicate cloth cover to prevent fingers from getting black when holding the pen. You made this?" Seeing the surprise on Yu Shu's face, Yu Xiaoxiu shyly said, "In the beginning I burned a lot, but it wasn't good, so I asked Uncle He for help. The cover was sewn by Yun Do. I know you don't like to use a brush, and your writing is slow, so it's fine to use this occasionally. Big sister, don't always study late at night. Go to bed early. Uncle He said that staying up late is not good for your health." Hearing this, Yu Shu's heart was greatly comforted and she almost cried. She felt that the bag of charcoal briquettes in her hand was the best gift she had received today. She wouldn't exchange it for 10 horses. Yu Shu couldn't help but hug Yu Xiaoxiu and said, "Good little brother, big sister really likes the gift you gave me. I will use it well." Yu Xiaoxiu was hugged by her in the middle of the street. He awkwardly twisted his body and said, "You should quickly learn how to use the brush. How can my writing be seen?" Yu Shu giggled and patted his shoulder. She let go of him and promised, "Tomorrow, I will buy a calligraphy book to practice." The siblings cuddled for a while more before saying goodbye. Yu Xiaoxiu waited until Yu Shu disappeared at the corner of the street and turned back. Yu Shu, on the other hand, changed direction at the next street. Taking advantage of the daylight, she walked towards the south of the city. Along the way, she passed by the market and entered a few shops. She carried more and more bags, big and small, in her hands. By the time she returned to Xing Street, she could no longer carry them all. She walked into the alley with familiarity and stopped in front of a tightly locked courtyard door at the end of the alley. There was no one around, so Yu Shu took the key from her neck with one hand and opened the door. She pushed the door open with a squeak, then closed the door with a backhand and unlocked the latch. The small courtyard that had not been lived in for a long time was cold and cheerless. Yu Shu went into the big house and put down the bags. She choked on the dust and waved her hand in front of her nose. She frowned. Tomorrow, Jing Chen would be back, so she had to clean up the place first. Chapter 269. The 15th day of the first month, the Lantern Festival, was also a good day for the opening of Wang Jilu. Early in the morning, there were signs in the Ji residence. The lanterns in the garden were all replaced with a new cluster of bright red, indescribably festive. Even outside the small courtyard where Yushu lived, there were 2 lanterns hung to match the occasion. Yushu left after leaving a message. She had a lot of things to do today. First, Wang Jilu opened at noon. She didn't know how long she would be busy. In the evening, she still had to pick up Yu Xiaoxiu to accompany Aunt Cui for the festival. If she had time, she wanted to go to Huixing Street again. Maybe Jing Chen would come back tonight or tomorrow morning. Horse Street was crowded today. The tea houses and shops on the nearby streets all opened today as if they had made an appointment. On the 3rd day of the Lunar New Year in Anling City, the night was not allowed, the peddlers were not allowed, and the noise was not allowed. The small merchants and peddlers from the south of the city all wandered to the north of the city. Stalls were set up one by the roadside. All kinds of colored lanterns were hung out. There were also people making glutinous rice balls and selling sugar figurines. At this time, there was not much noise, but it would be more lively if the lanterns were lit at night. Yushu deliberately passed by the front door of Wang Jilu. She was not surprised to see that there was a long horizontal plaque made of red silk on the elegant door outside the building. It was decorated with colorful flowers and attracted a lot of attention from passers-by. However, the door was not opened. Going around the back door, it was a mess. The originally empty backyard was filled with sundries. Lin Fu was instructing Gui Lu and a few temporary hired helpers to carry things up and down. When they saw Yushu, they all put down what they were doing and greeted her. Yushu motioned for them to continue working, then turned around and entered the kitchen at the back of the building. Xiuqing and 2 cooks were preparing the desserts that would be used today. There were 7 or 8 steamers on the 2-foot-long stove, and white steam was rising from them. In the front building, the tables and chairs were orderly. There were 15 to 16 jars of old wine behind the counter. Xiaodai and Xiaoqing were pasting colored paper on the stairs. It was 7 feet high from the ground. There were nearly 100 colored lanterns hanging vertically and horizontally above their heads. They were all square holes made by the palace. Yushu knew that the small black and black words on them were puzzles. This was a gimmick for today's opening. Anyone who could solve the puzzles by picking up the lanterns would be exempted from paying for a table of food and wine. This move by Shui Rui was impressive. Both the front and back of the building were making final preparations for the opening at noon. Everyone was so busy that Yushu was the only one who was free. Seeing that there was nothing for her to do, Yushu went to the 2nd floor. Yesterday, she went to Zhao Hui's house for her birthday and left Kim Bao with Yu Xiaoxiu. She was afraid that it would run around when there were too many people today. Just as she took the account book and sat down at the desk, Xiaoqing knocked on the door. She said that the hot water was ready and asked her to take a bath and change clothes. She also said that the tailor sent the new clothes yesterday afternoon. Miss didn't come yesterday. The clothes were placed in the room next door. Let me bring them over for you to take a look. The stitches are very meticulous. Hearing this, Yushu was stunned and asked her to bring the clothes to this room. Xiaoqing went to carry a pile of neatly folded clothes and put them on the bed. Yushu shook them out and looked at them one by one. They were even more exquisite than the paintings that day. She couldn't help but like them. She asked Xiaoqing to send someone to bring the hot water up. She washed and changed her clothes. After taking a bath, Yushu sat in the elegant room. She wore a clean white undershirt and a cotton-padded jacket as she sat in front of the pear mirror. Her face was pink from the hot water. She didn't know if it was the effect of the pills she took these days, but the yellowish color on her face faded and her skin became smoother. Other people couldn't move their hands away, so Xiaoqing went to the back of the building to ask Madame Bai to comb her hair. "Miss, how do you want to dress up?" Madame Bai looked delicate and quiet. She spoke in a gentle voice. Yushu thought that she would be wearing Hu clothing later, So she said, let's do a simple and clean style. There's no need for too many buns. Madame Bai understood. She saw that there weren't many hairpins on the dressing table, so she used a comb to comb her freshly dried hair. She said, then, let's tie it into a bun. I'll use a silk ribbon to tie a hairband for Miss and a white jade hairpin. You don't need to wear something like silver, red, and emerald. You'll look good. Yu Shu didn't understand these things, so she casually agreed. She would only say that it was beautiful after her hair was tied up. Her facial features weren't exquisite, but she had a standard oval face. If she really followed the example of a noble young lady from a prestigious family, she wouldn't look good without the cloud and flower hairpin in her hair. Instead, she would naturally reveal her forehead and face. Her facial features were clear, and she looked more elegant. She then changed into a pair of clothing and short boots. She had a narrow waist and flat shoulders. When she stood in front of the mirror, she looked even more spirited. Her hands and feet were slender, and she was 3 points taller than a woman. Her facial features were bright, and she looked 3 points better than a man's. Xiao Qing held a teacup and stood on the side. She looked at Yu Shu and blushed slightly. Madame Bai also felt embarrassed to stare at Yu Shu for too long. She dabbed some black powder on her face and slightly fixed the shape of her eyebrows before excusing herself. At this time, someone spoke from outside the door. Miss, have you finished packing? Young master is here. Please go downstairs to see him. Yu Shu was rubbing the snake oil ointment on her hands when she heard Shui Rui's arrival. She replied, I'll go down now. Eldest brother, you're here. In the small hall downstairs, Shui Rui was listening to Lin Fu's report. When he heard the voice, he turned his head and saw the sunlight shining through the door. Yu Shu walked in, looking neat and tidy. She wore a dark green brocade dress with narrow sleeves and a long lapel collar. The dress hung straight down to her knees, revealing a pair of thin magnolia trousers. The trousers were tightly tucked into a pair of small leather boots. With her back in the sunlight, her slender and tall figure could be seen clearly. Her fine black hair was tied up, her face was bright, and her eyebrows were strange. She looked like a noble lady who had walked out from the murals of the previous dynasty. Even though Shui Rui had seen all kinds of women until now, his eyes could not help but be dazzled by her. Yu Shu didn't notice the unusual expression in Shui Rui's eyes. She walked over and even stood in front of him, and then she straightened her collar and praised. The craftsmanship of those 2 tailors you found is really excellent. This dress fits me very well. Shui Rui smiled and regained his senses. He picked up his teacup to conceal the trace of excitement in his heart and said, It's good that you like it. I'll find them next time. Have you eaten breakfast? Yu Shu sat down on the armchair on the other side of the tea house and replied, Yes, I ate on the way here. Shui Rui said, I'll ask them to prepare the dishes. You can eat later. The kitchen will be busy at noon and will not be able to prepare. Yu Shu agreed. Shui Rui looked at her and said, Yesterday, I did not attend your birthday banquet as promised. Are you unhappy? Yu Shu smiled. How can you be so petty? It's not like you did not come on purpose. Shui Rui nodded. Old Chue must have told you that the 9th prince has returned to the capital. Yesterday, he left the palace and came to our residence. It is inconvenient for me to leave. Yu Shu was curious about the 9th prince. Hearing him mention it, she took the opportunity to ask, Has the 9th prince been away from the capital for a long time? How come I have not heard anything about him in the capital? Shui Rui poured a cup of tea and handed it to her. He said, It is not strange that you do not know. The 9th prince is the son of the imperial concubine. He is actually my cousin. Because his body was weak when he was a child, he was often troubled by ghosts and gods. So, he was sent to the holy land of the Taoist sects in the mountains to cultivate. He only returns to the capital once every 3 years. He does not show his face often. So, not many people talk about him. Oh, I see. After hearing about the 9th prince, Yu Shu could not help but think of Jing Qin. Both of them were sent to the Taoist sects to save their lives. The 9th prince could still come back to see his relatives once every 3 years. However, Jing Qin stayed for 18 years. It was not easy for him to leave the mountain. On the way back to the capital, there were many twists and turns and he almost lost his life. She did not know if the ninth prince and Jing Chen were from the same Taoist sect. "Young master, the meal is ready." Yu Shu just thought of something when she was interrupted by the voices outside the door. She collected her thoughts and followed Shui Rui to the next room to eat. When it was almost noon, there was a sudden sound of gongs and drums on Horse Street. The people on the street were attracted by the noise and gathered in the middle of the street. They gathered outside a newly built restaurant to watch the bustle. There were gongs and drums in front of the door. There were dragon and lion dances and embroidered balls flying. There was a long string of firecrackers hanging in front of the door. It was obvious that the restaurant was going to open today. Yu Shu and Lin Fu stood at the door and watched as more and more people gathered outside. When it was almost time, Lin Fu reported to Yu Shu and went to the door to speak. He had a loud voice. He first thanked the villagers for their support and asked Xiao Qing and Xiao Dai to bring the plates out to distribute the happy points to the onlookers. He then took the opportunity to say a string of auspicious words to win the hearts of the people. Finally, he shouted loudly, "It is the auspicious time. Let our chief steward burn the red incense." Yu Shu knew that it was her turn to show up. She took the incense from Gui Lu's hand and a little smile hung on her face. She walked out of the door unhurriedly and stood in front of the long string of red incense in front of the door. The onlookers outside the restaurant were guessing which family in the north of the city was behind such a big restaurant when they saw a young girl dressed in a strange outfit walk out. They were startled at first, but then they realized what was going on. They saw her raise her wrist high, and then they heard the sound of firecrackers exploding in their ears. The sky full of wedding smoke blinded their eyes. When the sound of firecrackers died down, they turned their heads to look, but the figure had already disappeared. The red silk plaque on the door had been uncovered, revealing the words, "Wangji Tower," written in calligraphy. Yu Shu lit the firecrackers and took off the plaque. She turned around and went in. If it was not for Shui Rui's inconvenience to show up, she would not have the chance to do such a glamorous job. Lin Fu took over Yu Shu's position in front of the door and welcomed them with a smile. "Guests, please come in. Our Wangji Lu has an auspicious opening today and it is held in the Upper Yuan dynasty. Those who can guess the lantern riddles will be exempted from all drinks." Hearing that, the people outside the restaurant looked at each other and after a while, they all rushed into the restaurant. Let's not talk about how they were dazzled by the exquisitely carved tables and chairs, bowls and saucers, as well as the rare glass screen when they entered Wangji Tower. In short, the 20 tables downstairs were quickly filled, and there were still customers coming in. Yu Shu stood at the entrance to the rear hall and watched for a long time before she let down the curtain and went to the rear courtyard to report to Shui Rui. She just happened to miss two young misses who held round fans in their hands and covered their faces as they walked in with their maidservants. "Two young ladies, there are no seats downstairs. There are private rooms on the second floor. Shall I lead you up?" Min, I think there are too many people here. Why don't we go somewhere else?" Ji Xingxuan liked peace and quiet. Seeing the noise here, it was hard for her to not like it. She frowned and turned to ask the person beside her. Xia Jiangmin smiled. "I just heard from the people on the street that this restaurant is opening today. If you answer the lantern riddles correctly, you will be exempted from the meal. With such a good thing, why go elsewhere? Let's just stay here. Waiter, bring us upstairs." Chapter 270. At this moment, Xia Jiangmin was depressed. Ever since Xia Jianghalang came to the capital, she had been confined to the guest house. She was not allowed to step out of the main door. With great difficulty, she endured until the new year, when Xia Jianghalang granted her permission to meet outsiders. On the 9th day of the new year, she went out with Ji Xingxuan and secretly ordered her personal maid to deliver a letter to Huixing Street. When she came back, she was told that the family had moved away before the new year. The worst news was that they had left the capital. Xia Jiangmin had nowhere to find them. After returning home, she choked for 3 days. If she was not afraid of being seen by Xia Jianghelong, Ji Xingxuan sent someone to invite her yesterday, she would not have the energy to go out. Coincidentally, when she walked to Horse Street, She heard passers-by talking about the opening of the restaurant. She was in a good mood and pulled Ji Xingxuan to join in the fun. In a private room on the second floor, the two women sat down and looked around. They were very satisfied with the elegant and pleasant environment. "What signature dishes do you have here?" Ji Xingxuan asked. Today, she was the one who invited Xia Jiangmin out. Naturally, she had to be the host. The waiter said, "There are many signature dishes. Cold, hot, meat and vegetable. Whatever you have eaten outside, we have it all in Forgotten Plain." "Ha, what a big tone." Xia Jiangmin smiled and suddenly interrupted. She took out a pair of ivory chopsticks from the small rack and tapped them on the table. "Let me ask you, is it true that your restaurant is offering lantern riddles today? If you get it right, you'll get free food." The waiter said, "It is true. Look at the lanterns above your head. There are ready-made riddles on it. However, you can only answer once per table. It is limited to 50 taels of food and wine. If you answer correctly, you will have to pay for it." Xia Jiangmin frowned. "What if I order too much?" The waiter said, "It doesn't matter if you order too much. If you exceed 50 taels, there will be one question for each dish. If you answer correctly, you will have free food." Interesting. Xia Jiangmin smiled again and turned to ask Ji Xingxuan, "Jie, what do you think of the riddles?" 8 or 9 out of 10. Ji Xingxuan's expression was calm as if she didn't know how to be humble. However, she didn't sound arrogant at all when she said this, as if it was nothing out of the ordinary. Xia Jiangmin's eyes brightened and she happily said, "Jie is awesome. I am also good at guessing riddles. Let's have a good meal today." Her eyes flickered, she put down her chopsticks and said, "Waiter, pick 20 of your restaurant's best dishes and bring them up, no matter the price." The waiter looked at their attire and knew that they were rich and respectable. He was not afraid that they would renege on the bill later. He said, "I will go and order the dishes. Miss, please wait for a moment." Seeing how excited Xia Jiangmin was, Ji Xingxuan frowned slightly but didn't say anything. Yu Shu went downstairs and returned to the backyard. She knocked on Shui Rui's door and went in to explain the situation outside. Finally, she teased him, "I think there are a lot of people in this banquet who have some knowledge in their bellies. Just wait for today's big payout. You'll have to pay a few thousand taels of silver." Shui Rui flipped through the book in his hand and said, "The more you lose, the more you will earn in the future." Yu Shu also understood this logic and didn't say anything more. She looked at the heavy book in his hand and asked curiously, "What are you reading?" "The files of the Supreme Court over the years." Shui Rui paused and added, "They are all unjust cases." Yu Shu rested her chin on one hand and said with interest, "If you didn't mention it, I would have almost forgotten that you are an interrogator. Let me ask you, up until now, how many cases have you solved?" When Shui Rui heard this, he knew that she was a layman. He raised his head and looked at her with a smile, saying, "Most cases are handled by the Yamen and the Ministry of Justice. We, the Supreme Court, are in charge of the trial. Since I entered the Supreme Court, I have handled more than 10 cases, but when it comes to solving cases, I have only solved 2. You mean you don't solve cases? That's not right. That time when someone died in the Taisher Library, wasn't it your Supreme Court that investigated the case?" Speaking of this, Yu Shu couldn't help but think of the sisters of the Xia family. She felt pity for the young Xia Jiangying who died young. The speaker didn't mean it, but the listener heard it. Shui Rui said thoughtfully, "There are also situations like this. Every time there is a major case, the emperor will directly assign the Supreme Court to investigate. Speaking of which, that was the first case I tried, but in the end, Yu Shu knew that there was an inside story to Xia Jiangying's case. At that time, in order to solve Xia Jiangying's case, Shui Rui would look for her every 2 or 3 days and even suspected Xia Mingming. Later, for some reason, there was no news. On the day the case was solved, Shui Rui didn't appear in court. Instead, he was drinking at the tavern across the street and she met him. Hearing Shui Rui stop halfway, her eyes flashed and she deliberately said, "Wasn't that case closed? Wasn't the demon who killed Xia Jiangying beheaded in the end?" Shui Rui slowly nodded his head, "That's right." Yu Shu still wanted to say something, but there was a knock on the door outside. Lin Fu's voice said, Gongye, Shiziyi and Feng Gongzi are here. They have been invited to the private room on the second floor of the backyard. Shui Rui stood up, brushed his clothes and said to Yu Shu, "Let's go. Come with me to meet people and ask for help." The moment Yu Shu heard this, she knew that it was Shui Rui's group of nobles that had arrived. One of the reasons why she was persuaded by Shui Rui to come and help in this restaurant was because she wanted to get acquainted with the nobles of the upper class. Now, she didn't have stage fright, so she stood up and followed him. There were actually 2 courtyards at the back of Wangji building. One was a building for guests to stay at night, and there was a small courtyard at the back for horses and maids to live in. Yu Shu and Shui Rui each occupied a private room in the backyard for resting on weekdays, and the rest were used to entertain guests. Unlike the private room at the front of the tavern, this guest room had a bed and quilt, and the hall was more spacious. It was not a problem to accommodate a dozen people. Shui Rui brought Yu Shu up to the second floor, and they walked along the fenced corridor to the end before they stopped outside the door of an elegant room. The 2 guards who were guarding the door were not from the Forgotten Mechanism Tower, but they recognized Shui Rui. They greeted him respectfully and allowed him to open the door. Shui Rui didn't even knock on the door and directly pushed it open. Yu Shu walked behind him. She heard the laughter inside, and then there was a succession of congratulations. "Congratulations, Brother Rui, your tavern is finally open. Isn't it? I heard him say 2 years ago that he was going to open a good place, but who knew it would be delayed until now?" There was no lack of women's chuckles in these words. Yu Shu took a step sideways and saw the group of people sitting on the big round table with brocade. She had seen almost all of them. Needless to say, Feng Zhaomiao was the youngest son of General Feng's family. The gentle-looking one was the young master of Grand Secretary Qi's family in Hanlin Academy. The one with narrow eyes was the only son of Count Zhongyong. Then there was Prince of Xiang's heir, Lu Jiong. As for the other 3 girls, she had seen 2 of them at the gambling fair in Dinghua House, and the last one, if she was not mistaken, was the princess of Prince of Xiang's mansion. She had also seen her on the last day of the magical skills examination when she visited Prince of Xiang. In addition, there were 2 people she did not know, a man and a woman, sitting in the middle, especially the plain-looking young man, who was no more than 16 or 17 years old. Looking at his seniority, he sat even higher than Lu Jiong. This must be the 9th prince, Yu Shu thought. Isn't this Miss Lian Feng? The one who first called out to Yu Shu was not Feng Zhaomiao, but that heir, Lu Jiong. When everyone in the room heard his voice, they then turned their attention to Shui Rui, who walked in behind Yu Shu. Each of them had a scrutinizing look on their faces. Among the people at the table, there was a change in the expression on their faces for a moment, but it quickly floated back up. Shui Rui moved to the side and shielded Yu Shu with a hand to go forward and introduced her to everyone at the table. "Since we all know each other, there is no need to introduce her. It's just that you people are full of evil tricks and love to cause trouble. Let me say something clear first. This is my younger sister. When I am not around and you all come, if you bully her when she is young and make fun of her, don't blame me for settling accounts with you later." His words sounded like a joke, but everyone at the table understood the meaning behind it. He wanted them to take care of her. In the blink of an eye, their faces became friendly towards Yu Shu. They put down their arrogance and greeted her with a smile, giving face to Shui Rui. However, there was also someone who disagreed and said with a smile, "Brother Rui, they all know this young lady, but I don't. I think that 9th brother, who has just returned to the capital, also doesn't know her. Why don't you introduce us? Which family's daughter is this? She looks somewhat familiar." The one who spoke was Royal Princess Shiwen of Xiang Imperial Household. She was currently looking at Yu Shu with her head tilted. Her small face was white and rosy, and anyone who saw it couldn't help but like it. Shui Rui looked at her and was thinking about what to say when Yu Shu took over the conversation. She smiled at the unfamiliar youth and bowed to Royal Princess Shiwen, saying, "Greetings, Your Highness." "Greetings, Royal Princess. I'm not the young miss of any family, I'm just a commoner." "Your Highness, have you forgotten? I once met Your Highness at Dinghua Hall. My surname is Yu." Yu Shu understood that this Royal Princess Shiwen didn't know her, but she couldn't pretend that she didn't know the Royal Princess. In addition, The ninth prince was sitting on the side, so it was more appropriate for her to speak than for Xue Rui to speak for her. She wasn't stupid enough to think that she could really sit on the same level as this group of proud sons of heaven. She still had to have scruples. Seeing that she answered, Shiwen didn't have a place to say her prepared speech, so she turned her head to talk to the young miss next to Lu Jiong. The ninth prince seemed to be a man of few words. He only nodded at Yushu and then turned his gaze to Xue, saying, "Everyone sit." There were 2 empty seats on the table, but they were not together. One was next to the ninth prince, and the other was next to Feng Zhaomiao. Xue Rui hesitated to ask someone to add another chair, but Feng Zhaomiao had already waved to Yushu and whispered to her, "Lotus room, lotus room." Yushu directly walked over and sat next to him. When Xue Rui saw this, he also sat next to the ninth prince. He looked up and saw that Feng Zhaomiao was covering his mouth with one hand. He didn't know what he was whispering to Yushu. What was Feng Zhaomiao talking to Yushu? In fact, it wasn't a big deal. It was just that during the examination of the strange techniques, Yushu went to Taishi's Shu Garden to find him. She wanted to enter Prince Xiang's mansion through him, but Feng Zhaomiao suggested that she go to Xue Rui. In the end, Yushu didn't go there. "I'm sorry. If you said that you didn't plan to find Brother Rui that day, I would have taken you directly to Prince Xiang's mansion. I didn't delay your business, did I?" The young master of the Feng family was a temperamental person. If he was pleasing to the eye, he would do anything. If he was not pleasing to the eye, he wouldn't even say a word. Yushu sneaked into the treasure house of Taishi's Shu Garden with him. When she heard that Feng Zhaomiao inadvertently mentioned his worries, she casually comforted him and solved the knot in his heart. Because of this, Yushu entered his eyes. When Yushu heard Feng Zhaomiao apologizing to her for that inexplicable matter, she had a better impression of him. She shook her head and imitated him to answer in a low voice. "No, later Xue Dage took me to see Xiang Wangye." "How was your answer in that subject?" Chapter 271. Xue Rui and Yushu are accompanying a group of people in a private room at the back of Wangji Tower. Dishes and wine are served one after another. Lu Jiong thinks it's boring to just eat and drink, so he proposes to play a drinking game. He asks Xue Rui to bring 10 jars of wine over and change them into big cups. Feng Zhaomiao agrees. Seeing this, Xue Rui knows that this group of people wants to draw lots. He is not afraid of anything, but he has to take Yushu into consideration. Others don't know Yushu's background, but Xue Rui knows it very well. He thinks that she doesn't know a word before, but now she has to play with elegance. What's more, this group of people play without limits, and she will get drunk. So he cleverly takes the lead before they make a scene. He asks someone to get the dice and coaxes this group of people to play dice token without using poetry. Some people are willing, but some are not. They are all suppressed by Xue Rui's sneer. "You usually read the 4 books and 5 classics all day and recite poems. Don't you find it a headache? Today, if you want to play, let's play more relaxed. If not, let's play with luck. If you want to admit that you are unlucky, leave first. Otherwise, don't blame me for making you drink later." Everyone present at the table refused to admit defeat, and none of them were willing to admit that they were unlucky. When they were provoked by Xue Rui's words, their interest was aroused, and all of them urged for the competition to begin quickly. There were even some who laughed and said that they would teach Xue Rui a lesson later. Yushu heaved a sigh of relief in her heart when she saw that she didn't have to play around with words, and she guessed that Xue Rui was trying to excuse her, so she seized the opportunity when Xue Rui wasn't paying attention to send a grateful gaze over. Xue Rui smiled lightly when he saw this, and he said in his heart, "How could she suffer a loss with me here?" But he doesn't know that their interaction is seen by one person at the table. He thinks that they are exchanging flirtatious glances, which makes him even more unhappy. Yushu had never played dice before, but after listening to Xue Rui's intentional explanation of the rules, she had an idea. To put it bluntly, she just had to guess the numbers. Everyone pushed the ninth prince to be the official, and he was in charge of throwing the dice. Everyone at the table guessed. Those who guessed correctly would be exempted from drinking, and those who guessed incorrectly would be punished. To make things interesting, they also set up a checkpoint. Those who guessed correctly could choose anyone at the table to be punished or exempted from drinking. The 2 dice had a total of 12 points, and the smallest number was 2. There were 11 people at this table, not counting the 9th prince, so even if everyone guessed different points, there was bound to be one that was missed. At the beginning of the game, Yushu guessed wrongly. The number of points added up to 7, and she guessed 10. But there were not many people who guessed correctly, only Shuirui and Ruilin. Shuirui of course exempted Yushu from punishment, which caused a series of complaints. Shuirui disapprovingly said, "You don't want me to exempt from punishment, and you want me to punish you with a cup of wine?" Everyone drank wine. Yushu was happy to escape, but something caught her attention. Young Lord Ruilin exempted the girl sitting next to the 9th prince from punishment. This girl was the only one at the table that Yushu had not seen before. It seemed that she was accompanying the 9th prince, and Ruilin was acting as an escort for someone else. This girl's appearance was not outstanding, at least compared to the beautiful Princess Shiwen beside her, and the gentle and lovely Miss Xie beside Lu Jiong. The only thing that could be praised was that this girl's skin was extremely white, and her skin was like ice and bones like jade. It made people want to reach out and touch her to see if she was real or not. Again, see if I won or not punish you." Feng Zhaomiao shouted, and the 9th prince shook the dice again. After more than 10 games, Yushu had to admit that her luck was really bad. In the past hour, she had not guessed correctly even once. If it wasn't because Shuirui had guessed correctly 5 times, Feng Zhaomiao had helped her drink twice, and no one at the table had deliberately won to punish her, she would have been the first to be knocked down at this table. Even so, she was still punished with 5 or 6 glasses of wine. Fortunately, her alcohol tolerance was good, so it didn't show on her face. However, there was someone who was slightly luckier than her. Young Lord Rui, except for the first game, didn't win again. Someone deliberately punished him, and he drank more than 10 glasses in a row. His face was already red. While they were drinking, the door suddenly opened a small gap. Yushu saw Shuirui coming in with a difficult expression. She didn't know what he whispered in Shuirui's ear, but Shuirui waved his hand and let him go. Yushu asked him with her eyes, but Shuirui shook his head and pointed to the 9th prince, telling her to pay attention to the dice. Seeing the 9th prince knock the dice box, Feng Zhaomiao stood up and looked around. Yes, what is it? 5, 6, it's 11. Ah, I got it. Feng Zhaomiao happily clapped her hands. Yushu's face was bitter. She guessed 6. She looked up at Shuirui. If she remembered correctly, he guessed 11 and got it again. How could this person's luck be so good? This time, there were a lot of people who got it. Feng Zhaomiao, Shuirui, Xie Miaoyan, and Princess Shiwen. The rest of the people who lost looked back and forth at them. Some were afraid of being punished, some were trying to please them. Come, Brother Rui, 2 glasses. Feng Zhaomiao picked up the glass and filled it for Ruilin. This guy was determined to get one drunk first. Shuirui raised his hand and pointed at Yushu. Pass. Yushu pursed her lips and smiled. Drinking only 2 glasses less than Ruilin, Lu Jiong was a little drunk. He patted the table with dissatisfaction and pointed at the 2 of them. Pass again. How many glasses have been passed? Why don't you help me pass one? Shuirui raised his eyebrows and said, I'll call you little sister. If you agree, I'll pass you this glass. Hearing this ridicule, the group of people at the table rocked back and forth in laughter. Even the 9th prince, who was a man of few words, curled his lips. Lu Jiong silently raised his head and drank a cup of wine. At this time, a voice laughed and said, Brother, don't be angry. I will help you vent. Yushu raised her head and saw Princess Shiwen, who was sitting across from her, stretch out a white finger and point at her. Miss Lianfeng, please drink a cup. This was the first time Yushu was called out as a penalty. She was stunned for a moment, then picked up the glass and drank. She didn't refuse. Who knew that just as she drank 1 glass, another voice said, Lotus Room, drink another glass. Sitting next to Shiwen, Xie Miaoyan also called Yushu's name. Yushu glanced at the 2 young women that sat together and smiled, and then she asked Feng Zhaomiao to pour another cup for her. Shui didn't say anything when he saw this scene. However, after a few rounds, those who were still in high spirits at the table realized that something was not right. Whenever Shi Wen and Xie Miaoyan guessed correctly, they would definitely point at Yu Shu and punish her with drinking. Shui couldn't guess every single time, so after 3 to 5 cups, Yu Shu drank almost as much as Ruelin. Her plain and clean face was completely red, and anyone who looked at her would think that she was slightly drunk. However, in the next round, those 2 girls still didn't let her go and gave her another 2 cups. The first to speak was Feng Zhaomiao. Shiwen, what's wrong with you and Sister Miaoyun? You just caught a person and bullied her. Everyone at the table quieted down and looked at Shi Wen and Xie Miaoyun sitting together. The atmosphere was a bit stiff. Xie Miaoyun smiled and said, Lotus Room hasn't said anything yet, but you're the first to speak up. Let me ask you, which eye of yours saw that we bullied her? Shi Wen pursed her lips and said, Zhao Miao, don't talk nonsense. The 2 of us wanted to get closer to Miss Lotus Room, so we let her drink a few more glasses. You men drink 1,000 glasses when drinking with friends, but can't we girls? If you really want to bully someone, just ignore her. Is there a need to play with her? Hearing their words, Feng Zhaomiao didn't back down. Stop trying to bluff. I think you're just bullying people. Why don't I see you getting closer to the one next to His Highness? Feng Zhaomiao's words caused the people at the table to frown. After Yu Shu recovered from the alcohol, she realized that they were quarreling because of her. She glanced at everyone's faces and felt that this little girl wasn't speaking up for her, but was trying to attract hatred for her. She coughed loudly and frowned as she interrupted, Have any of you ever seen me so unlucky? It's been more than 20 rounds, and I haven't won a single one yet. I guess everything correctly. Why don't you guys do me a favor and let me drink a few more cups of wine next round? Let me guess a few more numbers, at least let me guess correctly once. With a tee sound, the girl sitting next to the 9th prince laughed. The 9th prince looked at her and also curled his lips. Everyone at the table looked at Yu Shu's bitter face and immediately laughed. Shi Wen looked at Yu Shu and then turned to whisper a few words to Xie Miaoyun. She didn't continue looking for trouble. Seeing that the atmosphere had eased, Yu Shu made a fool of herself. She scolded in her heart, It's not easy for me. I've suffered losses and still have to make you ancestors happy. Seeing that Yu Shu had helped him out, Shui Rui, as the host, said, All right, we've been drinking for half a day and it's getting late. You guys should stop and fill your stomachs. When the street lights are turned on, we'll go out for a walk. Then we'll see if we can continue drinking here or go somewhere else. The 9th prince also said, Let's try the dishes. So the group of people put down their glasses and changed their chopsticks. After playing for the whole afternoon, it was already dusk. It was still early in the first month of the lunar calendar. Shao Qing and Shao Dai came into the room to light the lamps. A servant came in to change the dishes. Yu Shu glanced sideways and saw Lin Fu coming in. She moved closer to Shui Rui and whispered to him. This time, Shui Rui frowned. Everyone at the table saw that his expression wasn't right. Lu Jiong asked, What happened? Shui Rui looked at them and shook his head. There's a troublemaker. This aroused everyone's curiosity and they all asked him what happened. Shui Rui was too lazy to explain and let Lin Fu explain. It's like this. Our restaurant is open for business today. In order to celebrate the festival by guessing the lantern riddles, those who answer correctly will be exempted from a table of food and wine. Because the limit is 50 taels per table, the extra dish is 1 riddle and 1 dish, just for the sake of popularity. As Lin Fu spoke, his face suddenly turned bitter. Who would have thought that there would be 2 insensible people? From noon until now, they have ordered nearly 50 dishes. Each dish was sent in and they only tasted it before putting it down. If they answered correctly and guessed correctly, they would then ask someone to send it over. The price of the dishes has already exceeded 1,000 taels. Seeing that they have no intention of leaving, it looks like they're going to stay until closing time. Since it's the first day of business, we can't chase them away. Left with no choice, I came to young master for advice. Hearing that there was a troublemaker, everyone at the table laughed. Lu Jiong took the opportunity to tease Shui Ru, guessed correctly. Whoever you ask to come up with the riddle, it won't be difficult. Chapter 272. Lin Fu reported to Shui. When they heard about the troublemaker, the people at the table in the elegant room became excited instead. Moreover, it was the Lantern Festival today, so they needed lanterns and riddles to satisfy their cravings. Lu Jiong joked, so Shui simply asked Lin Fu to fetch a dozen lanterns for him to write the riddles. Lu Jiong was not an idiot. He could see that the troublemaker had some skill. It was fine if he came up with the riddles, but if he failed, then he would lose face. Thus, he thought of a way to drag this table of people down with him without losing face. What's the point of me coming up with the riddles alone? How about this, each of us come up with a riddle and send it to the front. Let's see who can control the situation. How about it? The rest of the people were itching for a fight, so they all agreed. Feng Zhaomiao's voice was the loudest, urging the servants to prepare pen and paper. Only one voice said differently, "It's not fun just like this. How about we make a bet? It's more interesting to win or lose." The group of men and women turned to look at Princess Shiwen and asked, "What bet?" Shiwen tapped her smooth chin with her finger and looked at the table of people. She smiled and said, "If the riddles are answered by the person in front, then they lose. If the riddles baffle the person in front, then they win. The winner can pick anyone at this table and ask that person to do something. No matter what it is, they must agree." Xie Miaoyun clapped his hands and said, "This is interesting." Yu Shu's eyelids twitched. She didn't know why, but she felt that these two girls were targeting her. Everyone looked at each other and then shifted their gaze to the ninth prince and Shui, waiting for their opinion. The ninth prince said, "There's nothing else, just one thing. Don't go overboard." Shui Rui nodded and said, "No matter who wins or loses, don't hurt our friendship." Faced with the advice of her two brothers, Shiwen obediently said, "Ninth brother, Brother Ru, don't worry. We know what to do." We had the servants prepare the table for food and wine, as well as the lanterns and ink. Feng Zhaomiao couldn't wait any longer. He grabbed one and started writing. Yu Shu glanced at him and saw that he wrote, "A sparrow flying on the table, holding its tail, jumping into the river, hitting something." After thinking about it, Yu Shu smiled. This was too simple. It was a spoon. Feng Zhaomiao turned around and saw her looking at him. "Why don't you take a guess?" "I don't know." Yu Shu shook her head, not wanting to dampen his enthusiasm. She turned to look at the lady next to her, the one who accompanied Qi Mingxiu. There were only a few simple words written on the lantern. Qi Liang's rivers and mountains, a man's name. Yu Shu doesn't know about this. She is not good at history. She only knows about the Tang, Song, Yuan, Ming and Qing dynasties. She can't even remember the period of Qi and Liang dynasties, let alone guess the person. This young lady's handwriting was beautiful. This lantern with square holes and bamboo joints was already very beautiful. Coupled with her good handwriting, it looked even more exquisite when it was dotted with wax and glittered with golden light. Shui finished writing a riddle. He raised his head and saw Yu Shu looking around. He asked her, "Why aren't you writing?" Yu Shu said embarrassedly, "My handwriting is terrible. I've ruined the lantern." Shui Rui smiled and gestured at her. "Come, I'll write for you." Yu Shu left her seat and went to his side. She took a lantern from Shao Qing and handed it to him. Shui Rui dipped the brush in ink and asked, "What do you want to write?" Yu Shu thought for a moment. She bent down slightly and said softly, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, Neng, write one word. Shui Rui raised the brush and paused for a moment. Then he wrote vertically on the lantern. It was a simple line of numbers, but he wrote it with a bit of elegance. "What about the answer to the riddle?" Yu Shu asked. "Should I write it on the lantern?" Shui Rui turned the lantern upside down. He pointed to a groove at the bottom for her to see. "Write it on a piece of paper. Hide it here. You can check it when you solve the riddle." Yu Shu looked at the hole and rubbed her chin. An idea flashed in her mind. She smiled at him and said, "I'll write the answer myself." Shui Rui gave the lantern to her. Yu Shu took it to a small table at the side. She tore a piece of paper and wrote the answer to the riddle. Then, she turned her head and waved at Lin Fu to call him over. She covered his mouth and whispered a few words in his ear before handing the lantern to him. At this time, everyone had finished the riddle. Yushu's lantern was the last to be given out. When she returned to her seat, she heard someone ask, "What did you write in the lotus room?" Yushu looked up and saw that it was Royal Princess Shiwen asking the question. She said, "A word riddle." "Let's hear it. Let's all guess first." Yushu honestly said, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 9. Everyone at the table heard it and started guessing. After a moment, Xie Miaoyun smiled. "It's a word, mouth, right?" Feng Zhaomiao couldn't guess it, so she curiously asked, "What do you mean?" "So stupid," Shiwen tenderly said. "Aren't there only 8 missing?" "Only 8 missing, isn't it just a word, mouth?" Feng Zhaomiao suddenly understood. The others all nodded. Shiwen propped up her chin with her hands and said to Yushu with pity, "You came up with this too easily. If you lose, you might be punished later." Yushu smiled noncommittally. "If I lose, I lose." Shiwen didn't pay attention to her anymore. She turned her head and asked others what they wrote. After asking around, other than Shui Rui, the 9th prince, and herself, everyone else at the table was able to guess it. Even Feng Zhaomiao's spoon was guessed, causing him to hang his head in dejection for a while. After the lantern was delivered, there was no news for a while. They chatted and drank, then guessed some lantern riddles to pass the time. Lin Fu reported that the 2 guests who came to cause trouble were none other than Xia Jiangmin and Ji Xingxuan. In this private room on the 2nd floor, there were 2 tables filled with all kinds of dishes, filling the air with fragrance. Some of the dishes had already gone cold, some were still steaming, but none of them had been touched. Xia Jiangmin held a pair of ivory chopsticks and poked at the dish in front of her. She picked up a piece of chopped green onion and put it in her mouth. She took a sip of tea and looked up at Lin Fu, who was standing at the door, and said with a smile, "Shopkeeper, don't stand here. We'll leave after we're full. This is just the beginning. Why are you in such a hurry?" Lin Fu wiped the cold sweat on his forehead and smiled. In his heart, he said 100 times, "Harmony brings wealth." Ji Xingxuan gently pulled her sleeve and looked at the dazzling array of dishes on the table. In a low voice, she said, "Min Min, it's enough. We should go back." "Jie, don't be anxious. We have just changed a table of dishes. We haven't paid the bill yet." Xia Jiangmin patted her hand and said to Lin Fu, "Can I trouble shopkeeper to bring more lanterns? After I have guessed these, I will bring your most expensive dishes to the table." Lin Fu was waiting for her to say this. He quickly called Gui Lu and Gui Qi, who were holding lanterns outside, to bring the dishes to the 2. Xia Jiangmin first took one and looked at it. She said, "This is a spoon." As she said this, she took a pen and wrote it down. Gui Lu stretched out his hand and touched the bottom of the riddle. When he opened it, he got it. Then he guessed 2 more. When he came across a difficult one, he showed it to Ji Xingxuan. "Look, Qi Liang Jiang Shan. What kind of person is this?" Ji Xingxuan thought for a while and said, "It's Emperor Liang Wu, Xiao Yan." Xia Jiangmin did not ask her how she solved the riddle. She asked the waiter to take out the riddle. When he saw it, he got it. He said happily, "Jie is so smart." Ji Xingxuan heard her praise but was not happy. She smiled helplessly and wanted to persuade her to go back. But Xia Jiangmin turned her head and looked at the riddle again. "This is interesting. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 9, type 1 word. Jie, what do you think it is?" "It's the word mouth." Xia Jiangmin nodded. "That's right. Let's reveal it." The sky turned dark. A group of men and women were waiting impatiently in the private room behind the building. When the door opened, Lin Fu came in, sweating profusely. Feng Zhaomiao hurriedly asked, "How was it? Did they stumble?" Lin Fu nodded and grinned. There were 3 questions that they couldn't answer. Coincidentally, the dishes were very expensive. Those 2 were worried that they did not have money to pay the bill. They couldn't order any more. "Ha!" Everyone at the table laughed. Lu Jiong winked at Shui Rui and said, "Look, it's my idea that saved you a lot of money. How are you going to thank me?" Why are you so happy? You didn't come up with the questions. Shui Rui coldly said. He turned to Lin Fu and asked, who didn't answer? Lin Fu nodded and said with a red face, first, there was His Highness Jiu's question. Lu Jiong clapped, there was. We didn't answer his question just now. The ninth prince was modest, it was just a little roundabout. It's not worth anything. He asked Lin Fu curiously, what about the other two questions? Lin Fu bowed to him, it was Juanju's question. Lu Jiong said, there was this too. Shiwen, what is the answer to your riddle? Tell us quickly. It's just an idiom. Shiwen put down her chopsticks and wiped the corner of her mouth with a handkerchief. She slowly looked around the crowd and finally looked at Shui Rui. Just now, you said that there is a prize if you win, right? Everyone answered yes. Yu Shu's eyelids twitched again. She heard Shiwen said softly, I have nothing else to do. It's just that this afternoon, I saw Brother Rui drinking for others. So, I didn't toast a few times. Now, I will let him have a good toast. Come, bring a jar of the 10-year-old Huadiao wine. Let Brother Rui toast to Miss Lianfeng. Yu Shu's face changed slightly. This ordinary Huadiao wine was not strong, but the 10-year-old wine was very strong. A whole jar was enough to knock her down. After drinking for a while, she couldn't tell north from south. She was still talking nonsense and embarrassing herself. This girl is so bad. Shui Rui also frowned and looked at Shiwen. He didn't know what she was doing today. Seeing Shui Rui's serious face, Shiwen blinked innocently, it's just drinking a jar of wine. It's not too much. I don't think Miss Lianfeng's alcohol tolerance is that low. At most, she can go down and rest after getting drunk. You? Isn't there another one? Why are you in such a hurry? Yu Shu saw that Shui Rui was about to speak, so she interrupted him first. She turned half of her body and asked Lin Fu, who was wiping his sweat, what about the other one? Whose is it? Lin Fu carefully looked at his grandfather and grandmother and squeezed out a smile. It's our Miss Yu's. As soon as he said this, everyone at the table was surprised and turned to look at Yu Shu. Shui Rui raised his eyebrows in surprise. How can it be? Her question is very simple. How can she not solve it? Shiwen questioned, her delicate eyebrows furrowed as she looked at Lin Fu and coldly said, don't try to fool us just to please your master. Lin Fu hurriedly lowered his head, Your Royal Highness is wise. How would this lowly one dare? They really answered our Miss Yu's riddle incorrectly. Lu Jiong playfully said, that's strange. I don't think the person outside is useless. Otherwise, how could she solve Brother Rui's riddle but not be able to answer such an easy question? Xiam Yaoyun gently patted Shiwen's hand under the table to calm her down. She turned to ask Lin Fu, is it the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 question? What did they answer? This is the answer they wrote. As Lin Fu spoke, he took out a ball of paper from his sleeve. Everyone looked at it and saw that there was a mouth on the paper. Since it's a mouth, isn't that right? Shiwen said with a bit of anger. Lin Fu sweated profusely, but the answer to Mrs. Riddle isn't a mouth. It's a tortoise. This made everyone puzzled. After thinking about it, the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 9 didn't have anything to do with the word tortoise. Shui Rui thoughtfully looked at Yu Shu. When he saw the evil smile on her face, he suddenly realized that it was a tortoise. Shiwen saw that the situation had suddenly turned around and her tone became bad. She said to Yu Shu, you should explain clearly how it's a tortoise. If you can't explain it, then I won't listen to you. I didn't say that it was a mouth at all. It was your own guess just now. Yu Shu stood up with a smile and gestured in the air with one hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 9, 9. There's only an 8 missing. That's right, I forgot to write it. It's not missing 8, it's forgetting 8. Wang Bi, isn't that a tortoise? Ha! With a loud laugh, Feng Zhaomiao momentarily forgot herself and flipped over the stool. With a plop sound, she sat on the ground. She still slapped her thigh and laughed, her mouth constantly saying, Wang Ba, it's a tortoise. The 9th prince and the young lady next to him also smiled. The former looked at Yu Shu for the first time, nodded and said, "That's right, it's right." For a moment, everyone at the table was smiling. Only Shiwen had a straight face and was sullen. Cough cough, Hike, let's talk seriously. Shui Rui cleared his throat and said, now she also won a round. Shiwen, this punishment can be waived. Everyone looked at Shiwen, but she lightly snorted and said, you can't say it like that. Winning is winning, losing is losing. If I win, it's mine. If she wins, it's hers. How can you mix it up? Shui Rui originally wanted to give her a way out, but he didn't expect her to be so stubborn. She looked at Lu Jiong and gave him a look. Lu Jiong understood and was about to persuade his stubborn little sister when he heard Yu Shu say, Your Highness is right. How can winning and losing be mixed up? You find me that jar of wine, I'll accept it. Yu Shu got up and left the table. She walked in front of Shui Rui and stretched out her hands. She smiled cutely and said, Big brother, toast me a jar of wine. Shui Rui didn't know what she was planning. He hesitantly picked up the jar of wine on the table and handed it to her. Just as he was about to touch it, she snatched it away. The next scene made everyone at the table dumbfounded. Yu Shu, a little girl, held the jar of wine, raised her head and gulped it down in one breath. When she came back to her senses, she had already wiped her mouth and turned the empty jar upside down for everyone to see. Shui Rui was angered by her reckless behavior and smiled. He was about to scold her when he saw Yu Shu burp and mumble, It's my turn. She drunkenly put down the empty jar and picked up another jar full of wine. She turned around and walked to the other side of the table. She stopped in front of Shiwen, tilted her neck and burped. She handed it over, narrowed her eyes and said, Your Highness, it's your turn. It's just drinking a jar of wine, it's not too much. Everyone was silent. Understanding what she meant, Shiwen's face immediately darkened. This girl dared to embarrass her. The drunk Yu Shu sneered in her heart, Smelly girl, if I don't teach you a lesson today, I'll write my name backwards. Your Highness is a fart. If you annoy her, even your Wang Ye won't have a good time. Chapter 273. At night, the atmosphere in the private room at the back of Wangji building was a little subtle. Everyone could see that Shiwen was deliberately making things difficult for Yu Shu by asking Shui Rui to toast wine to her, but it was not easy to persuade her. Who would have thought that Yu Shu would drink to her heart's content? She did not show weakness and offered a whole jar of Huadiao wine to Shiwen, making things difficult for her instead. The group of people at the table stared at each other and saw that Shiwen's expression was a little ugly. As the elder brother, Lu Jiong was the first to speak. He coughed and stood in front of Shiwen. He smiled and said to Yu Shu, Shiwen's body is not good and can't handle alcohol. How about I drink this jar of wine on behalf of Miss Lianfeng? One sentence had two meanings. On one hand, Lu Jiong reminded Yu Shu of his identity, and on the other hand he found an excuse to step down. In fact, he was telling Yu Shu to stop before going too far, and he wanted her to take advantage of the situation. If Yu Shu was tactful enough and pushed the boat with the current, she could give face to the air and everyone would be happy. However, Yu Shu looked at Lu Jiong drunkenly and held the jar of wine in her arms. She shook her head and said with a naive face, I'm afraid that won't do. If the heir wants to drink wine, he has to win the lantern riddles first. It was not easy for me to win this afternoon. Hiccup. The princess had previously rewarded me with many cups of wine and said that she wanted to be close to me. I was really flattered and embarrassed because I could not return the favor. This jar of wine shows my sincerity. As she spoke, she burped again and actually walked around Lu Jiong with the jar of wine. She went to the other side of Shiwen and pushed the wine jar forward. She said slowly, Your Highness, if you don't drink this wine today, it means that you don't appreciate my kindness and look down on me. Yu Shu's words were very sincere, but Shiwen gritted her teeth when she heard it. She really looked down on Yu Shu, but she couldn't openly show it. Otherwise, if she showed her pettiness in front of this table of people, how could she have the face to interact with them in the future? Lu Jiong looked at the unappreciative Yu Shu and frowned. He wanted to say something, but as soon as he opened his mouth, he was interrupted by a faint voice. Your Highness, This jar of wine can be drunk by my sister, but your sister can't? If this is the case, don't bring her next time we get together. It will spoil the fun." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone at the table was able to discern that Shui Rui was slightly angry. Well, it was Shiwen who targeted Yu Lianfang at the beginning and bullied Yu Lianfang. Fortunately, Yu Lianfang was sensible and was still grinning up until now. If it was any other young girl, her eyes would have probably turned red long ago. Now that Yu Lianfang had drunk the wine, everyone at the table could see that she drank the entire jar. They couldn't help but admire her magnanimity. When it was Shi Wen's turn, if she reneged on her debt, wouldn't it be obvious that she was bullying others? It was fine if she wanted to bully others, but this Yu Lianfang was clearly brought here by Shui Rui. He had asked everyone to take care of her in advance. If she bullied his people, how could he be happy? If any of them helped to persuade her, wouldn't it be obvious that they were making things difficult for Shui Rui? Everyone understood this logic, and Yu Shu understood it even more. She first had the reason, and then she had the affection, so she unscrupulously forced Shiwen to drink the wine. She knew that Shiwen would have to drink even if she didn't want to. "Fine, I'll drink." Shiwen saw that Shui Rui was protecting an outsider, and that no one at the table was speaking up for her. She was so angry that her eyes turned red. She snatched the jar of wine from Yu Shu's hands and raised her head to gulp it down. However, because she drank too quickly, she accidentally choked and coughed violently, spilling the wine. Xie Miaoyun, who was beside her, hurriedly went to help her, but she knocked him away with her elbow and forced herself to drink the entire jar of wine. Pang! Shiwen heavily placed the empty wine jar on the table and coughed a few more times. She raised her head and looked at Yu Shu with a sorry expression. Her voice was hoarse as she said, "Miss Lianfang toasted me with this jar of wine today. Shiwen will remember it." Yu Shu coldly snorted. If this little girl wanted to remember a grudge, then let her. She was afraid of poverty, death, and boredom, but she wasn't afraid of trouble. Grinning, as if she didn't hear the meaning behind her words, Yu Shu gave Shiwen a thumbs up and praised, "Junju has a good capacity for alcohol." Shiwen clenched her fists in her sleeves. She wanted to open her mouth to regain some face, but her throat was burning hot. Afraid that she would make a fool of herself after drinking, she could only endure her anger and sit back down. Xie Miaoyun hurriedly helped her back, handed her tea, and whispered his concern. At this time, Yu Shu was almost at her limit. The 10-year-old wine was really strong. Not long after drinking it, her stomach felt like it was on fire and her head was dizzy. She resisted the urge to vomit, slowly turned around, walked back to her seat, and held onto the edge of the table to sit down. "Lianfang, are you okay?" Feng Zhaomiao asked in a small voice. Yu Shu shook her head and didn't dare open her mouth as she was afraid that she would spit out if she spoke another word. When she raised her head, she met Shui Rui's gaze, and when she saw the frown that appeared between his brows, she forced herself to grin at him to indicate that she was fine. Yet she didn't know that this silly appearance of hers caused others to be infuriated and pained. Lu Jiong saw that things had gotten to this point and ruined the atmosphere. He sighed inwardly and said to ease the situation, "Miss Yu and Shiwen are both emotional people. Today, you've guessed the riddle of the Lantern Festival and drank wine. You're both drunk. I think it's better to disperse and go back to do your own things. Let Brother Rui clean up the mess. What does ninth brother think?" The ninth prince nodded and said, "Let's do it like this." Shui Rui said, "Okay, let's end it here for today." So everyone left the table. Shui Rui and Yu Shu stood up to send them off. When they walked to the door, Feng Zhaomiao suddenly said, "Did you guys forget that His Imperial Highness also won a lantern riddle? We haven't said anything yet." Everyone stopped and looked at the ninth prince. The latter glanced at them and then his eyes finally fell on Shui Rui and said, "There's no hurry. Let's leave it for now and talk about it next time." Shui Rui said, "Then next time." The group of people left the private room. Lin Fu led the way at the front and they walked toward the stairs. The sky was already dark outside. Colorful lanterns were hung at the bottom of the corridor and by the railings. The entire place was filled with colorful lights. The night breeze blew gently and scattered the lanterns. Shui and Yushu walked at the back of the crowd. When they turned the corner and went down the stairs, Yushu's legs went weak and she stepped on empty air. She didn't have time to hold on to the railing, but Shui, who was behind her, grabbed her with one hand and put his other arm around her shoulder. He steadily helped her step on the ground. Shui looked down at Yushu, who was leaning on his chest. The tip of his nose touched the fragrance of her hair and his eyes darkened. Phew! Yushu was startled. She turned her head and whispered a word of thanks. After standing firmly, she struggled to get away from Shui's support. She heard him say, "Let me help you." "It's okay. I can walk by myself." Yushu was about to push his hand away when a gust of wind blew past her ear. The hand on her shoulder tightened and said, "Don't force yourself." Yushu blinked her eyes before lowering them right after. She looked at the stairs below and felt dizzy. She had no choice but to allow Shui to hold her arm with one hand and support her back with the other as they walked down the stairs. Feng Zhaomiao walked to the next floor and inadvertently looked up. From his point of view, he saw the tall Shui holding Yushu's slender figure as they walked down. The two people's intimate posture made him stare blankly. There was a lantern on the hanging beam. His sharp eyes saw the expression on Shui's face at this moment. Feng Zhaomiao quickly lowered his head and quickly walked to the front of the crowd. His eyelids twitched. He felt that he had discovered a secret and was flustered. As soon as they arrived downstairs, Shui let go of Yushu. Even if they called each other brother and sister, it was not too polite. It would not be good for her if other people saw them. There were many people in the front building. Lin Fu brought this group of noble people to the door of the backyard and asked someone to carefully light up the lanterns to light the way. "Let's send them here. We'll meet another day." The ninth prince said to Shui, "Take care. When you go back, send someone to my residence to report that you are safe." "Zhaomiao, ah?" Feng Zhaomiao heard Shui call him and suddenly raised his head. Shui looked at him strangely and said, "Don't run around and cause trouble. Go back early." Feng Zhaomiao nodded quickly and secretly glanced at Yushu. Then he quickly followed behind Lu Jiong and left. Shiwen was held by Xie Miaoyun and Qi Mingxiu's fiancé. She half closed her eyes and looked back at Shui and Yushu, who were standing together in the courtyard. Biting her lips, she finally turned around and left without saying a word. After sending everyone away, Yushu really did not have the strength to go upstairs. So, Shui took her to his resting room on the first floor. He helped her lie on the soft couch in the living room and called Xiao Qing and Xiao Dai to serve her. He sat on the side with a cup of hangover tea and looked at her lazy and tired appearance. Yushu drank half a bowl of the soup and wiped her hands and face with hot water. Only then did she feel better. However, she felt dizzy and weak and her throat was sore. Fortunately, she did not eat much at the banquet. Otherwise, she would have vomited by now. Lying on the bed with the blanket, Yushu opened her eyes a slit and said to Shui weakly, "I originally planned to pick up Xiaoxiu and my mother to celebrate the Lantern Festival together. Now I can't. Send someone to my godmother's house to tell her so that Xiaoxiu won't be able to wait." Shui ordered the people guarding outside the door and turned around to look at Yushu. "Are you uncomfortable?" Yushu rubbed her temples and said in a muffled voice, "Of course I'm uncomfortable." "If you know that you're uncomfortable, will you still be so impulsive next time?" Shui's voice suddenly turned cold. "In order to make things difficult for others, you will suffer first." Yushu's ears twitched. She could tell that he was going to settle the score later. She rolled her eyes and exclaimed, "Io." She covered her forehead and moaned, Don't talk to me first. I feel like vomiting." "Don't." Shui knew that she was pretending to be stupid, but seeing her uncomfortable appearance, he didn't have any temper. He sighed and his voice softened. Shiwen has been spoiled since she was young, so her temper is unreasonable. Today, you went against her and made her suffer in front of others. She must be angry with you and will settle the score with you later. If you meet her in the future, try to stay away from her and don't fight with her, so that she won't make things difficult for you again. Yushu pricked up her ears to listen to his words. The meaning of his words was that he was more biased towards her than his cousin. So she stopped groaning and put down her hand. She looked at him and smiled. For your sake, the next time I see her, I will ignore her. Hearing this, Shuirui couldn't help but laugh. He reached out and rubbed her head and said in a low voice, "Be obedient." Yushu didn't move away. It wasn't that she didn't want to, but she didn't have any strength. She could only let him rub her head gloomily, like coaxing a child. Chapter 274. Young Master. The two troublemakers in front didn't have the money to pay the bill, so they started to make a fuss and insisted on seeing the steward. This lowly one asked and found out that one of them was the daughter of the Celestial Commissioner Jiyu. The daughter of the Jiyu family? That's right. Yushu and Shuirui looked at each other. She propped herself up and asked Lin Fu outside, "What does Miss Ji look like?" Her face was covered by a veil, so I couldn't see clearly. After confirming that it was Ji Xingxuan, Yushu's expression became strange. She had long suspected something. That Ji Xingxuan always covered her face outside. How did she? Shuirui turned around and asked, "Who else came with them?" "There was another young lady. I don't know her name, but this lowly one hasn't seen her in the capital. She shouldn't be from the palace or any prince's mansion." Lin Fu carefully asked, "Young master, do you want to bring them over to see her?" Shuirui didn't have the leisure to pay attention to this and said, "There's no need. Let them buy tea and put it on their tab. I'll send someone to their mansion to collect it tomorrow." Lin Fu was about to leave when Yushu called out, "Wait. Miss, do you have any other instructions?" "How much did they owe for the meal?" Lin Fu replied, "A total of 150 taels." Yushu raised her eyebrows and smiled. If there was anything special about the Forgotten Machine building, it was that every word was expensive. Her monthly salary wasn't even enough to fill a table here. She had seen the restaurant's menu, and the most expensive dish was called Heavenly Fragrance of the Nation. It was made with 28 kinds of delicacies and 36 supplementary ingredients. Each dish cost an astronomical price of 100 taels. It seemed that the two unlucky fellows had ordered this dish but hadn't been able to answer the riddle. "Big brother, I want to see Ji Xingxuan. You should leave for now." It was rare for her to encounter Ji Xingban's bad luck. How could she let go of this opportunity to add insult to injury? "Lin Fu, bring them here. Remember not to mention my name." Shuirui looked at Yushu, who was listless just a moment ago, but in the blink of an eye, she became spirited. Her eyes were sparkling, and it was clear that she was up to no good. He didn't know what to say to her. "Young master?" Lin Fu stood at the door and asked Shuirui for instructions. He didn't know if he should listen to Yushu. "Bring them here." Shuirui stood up and said to Yushu, "I'm going to sit in the inner room. Don't talk to them for too long. I have something to tell you later." Of course, Yushu was happy that he was willing to make room for her. She nodded and said, "Okay." After watching him enter the bedroom, she changed her position on the soft couch and leaned against the cushion. She had no intention of getting up to meet the guest. Fortunately, the hangover soup worked. Other than a headache and drowsiness, her stomach was no longer uncomfortable and she still had some strength to bully others. Looking at the table full of cold dishes and the angry Xia Jiangmin sitting at the table, Ji Xingban suddenly regretted going out today. Ji Xingban didn't know Xia Jiangmin for a long time. In the few times they met, she was well-behaved and sensible. Although she was a little lively and willful, it was not a big deal. Who knew that she would be so unruly when she made a fuss? It was very inappropriate for them to order so many dishes in this restaurant in the afternoon. They just answered 3 riddles wrong, so it was reasonable for the owner to pay the bill. However, the dishes were expensive and she didn't bring enough money. Xia Jiangmin even lost her purse on the way, so she couldn't pay for the meal and lost face. Ji Xingban knew that the owner of such a large restaurant in the south of the city must be rich and powerful. She did not want to report her family name for fear of offending the owner, so she planned to send a maid home to get the money. Unexpectedly, Xia Jiangmin quarreled with the owner of the restaurant and demanded to see the steward. She even revealed her identity in a moment of carelessness. Ji Xingban couldn't leave even if she wanted to. She could only wait patiently for the shopkeeper to report to the steward and apologize verbally. It was better than being a sinner. After waiting for a long time, the shopkeeper appeared again. "Mrs., our steward invites you to come with me." Xia Jiangmin immediately stood up and said to Ji Xingxuan, "Let's go, sister. Let's go see the steward and see if he dares to detain us." Ji Xingban pulled her back with a headache. Glancing at the shopkeeper who was pretending to be deaf and dumb outside the door, he whispered in her ear, "Min Min, don't make a sound later. Let me do the talking. Otherwise, if they deliberately make things difficult for us, we will be the ones to suffer." Xia Jiangmin nodded reluctantly. Leaving the two maids behind, the two followed Lin Fu downstairs, walked through the hall, and arrived at the backyard. "Ah, there is such a place behind this restaurant." Xia Jiangmin looked at the small clear pond in the courtyard, then raised her head to look around. Upstairs, full of lanterns lit up as if they didn't cost money. The lights flickered, and the vibrant colors were mesmerizing. She was momentarily amazed. Ji Xingban was also dazzled by the colorful scenery behind the building. When he came back to his senses, he saw Lin Fu standing under the smooth marble corridor and looking at them from outside a room. Realizing that he had lost his composure, he quickly pulled Xia Jiangmin forward to the door. Looking inside, they saw a small hall opposite the door. On the left and right were glass screens, and on the right were tortoise and crane lanterns. Looking inside, there was a soft red sandalwood couch with a pair of boots neatly placed on the feet. A person was lying on the couch with his back facing them. His head was in a high bun without a pink hairpin, and his lower body was covered by a yellow brocade quilt. It was hard to tell whether it was a man or a woman. "Miss, he's here. Come in." Ji Xingban heard Lin Fu's report and heard a hoarse voice from behind the door. Knowing that it was a woman, he pulled Xia Jiangmin in and greeted, "Greetings, Mississippi. My stomach is stuffed today. My younger sister and I were guests at your restaurant, and because it was fun, we answered a few lantern riddles. I didn't want to leave with enough money, and I've made things difficult for you. Please allow me to leave behind a token, and I'll send someone to settle the bill tomorrow morning." Yu Shu was lying on the bed when she heard the voice behind her. It really was that last Ji Xingxuan. Yu Shu snorted coldly and deliberately lowered her voice as she said, "You still have the nerve to say that? Our restaurant opened today to welcome guests. Solving the lantern riddles without a banquet is just for the sake of liveliness. We're already making a loss here, but you've asked for several tables of food and wine without eating, all for the sake of entertainment. You've wasted our time, and in the end, you don't even have the money to settle the bill, and yet you still have the nerve to ask me for a favor? Is there such a thing as a free lunch?" Hearing this, Ji Xingxuan frowned. She could tell that this young lady in charge of the restaurant was not going to let them off easily. This was not good. They were now in someone else's territory, and it seemed that this young lady in charge was not afraid of the Ji family. It was obvious that she had a powerful background. If she were to be angered and forcefully detain them, they would be at a disadvantage. Ji Xingxuan was thinking about how to get out of this situation when Xia Jiangmin, who was beside her, suddenly walked away in a huff. "It's not like we're not paying. It's just 100 taels of silver. Do you think we can't afford it? You're the one who used the guise of solving the lantern riddles as a free lunch, and now you're blaming us for answering too many questions, causing you to lose money. If you're afraid of losing money, then don't open your business. The food is so disgusting, how can you blame me for not being able to eat after tasting a few mouthfuls? Is this how you do business?" Ji Xingxuan considered herself to be a good-tempered person, but when she heard Xia Jiangmin's brainless words, she wanted nothing more than to stuff her mouth with something. How could she add fuel to the fire like this? What was the most taboo in business? The most taboo was to meet someone with a bad mouth on the first day of opening the business. If they heard someone say that they were unlucky, it would be worse than losing 1,000 taels of silver. This time, they were already in the wrong, and now they were even more unreasonable. Yu Shu, who was lying on the bed, was amused. When she was thinking about what to do next, someone handed a gun to her. Ji Xingban got a firecracker from somewhere, and it could go off without lighting it. Okay. Yushu pretended to be extremely angry and sneered, "It seems that we've met people who want to eat and dash today. I don't think you're going to pay for the meal, and I don't want it either. Let's deal with it according to the usual rules. Old Lin, tie these two freeloaders up and throw them into the chicken coop at the back." Lin Fu hesitated for a moment and looked at the door of the bedroom. When he didn't hear anything, he turned his head to call for help. Since the young master was in the building, it was not worth it if he made a big fuss. This time, Ji Xingban and Xia Jiangmin's expressions both changed. They were the daughters of prestigious families. If word got out that they had been locked in a chicken coop for a night, how could they show their faces to the world? "Miss, don't you know that it's better to forgive people when it's possible?" Ji Xingban asked stiffly. He felt that this woman was vicious. Yu Shu said lazily, "You're freeloaders, and you're making trouble in my restaurant. If I let you go, I'd be a fool." As she spoke, Lin Fu had already brought a Xiang and a Ping over. Without saying anything, he stepped forward and grabbed Ji Xingban and Xia Jiangmin's arms, trying to tie them up. The two women struggled endlessly, and panic and fear appeared on their faces. Seeing this, Xia Jiangmin's eyes flashed with annoyance. She said anxiously, let go of me. Don't you know who we are?" Yushu used her arm as a pillow and picked her nose with one hand. She flicked her fingers and slowly turned around. As she spoke, she looked at the two women at the door. "How come I don't know who you are? Isn't this the fourth daughter of the Ji family?" And this one, their eyes met. The room fell silent. After seeing clearly who it was, Yushu narrowed her eyes. The two people at the door also suddenly stopped struggling. Ji Xingban was stunned, while Xia Jiangmin's eyes widened. Shu. Xia Jiangmin suddenly became excited. She looked at the girl who turned over on the couch and revealed her face. She was as delicate and dignified as a young man. When she saw this unforgettable face, her eyes instantly turned red. Many words were hidden in her eyes, but they were stuck in her throat. Ji Xingban suddenly realized and said in a low voice, "So it's you." Yu Shu glanced at Ji Xingban and then moved her eyes to the girl beside her. She swept her eyes back and forth between the two of them. Her eyes flashed, but her expression did not change. She said, "Oh, I was wondering who it was. Isn't this Xia Jiangshao? Sister?" Xia Jiangmin felt a stab in her heart when she heard Yu Shu call her in such a distant manner. She had no time to think about it. She pursed her lips and felt extremely wronged. Tears fell from her eyes as she cried, "Zai Ashu." Yu Shu's eyebrows twitched imperceptibly. Her mouth opened and closed. Looking at the girl who cried at the drop of a hat, she could not bring herself to frighten her as well. She could only curse her bad luck. Her head ached again, and she waved her hand in annoyance. "All right, let them go." Chapter 275. Yushu ordered the servants to untie Ji Xingxuan and Xia Jiangmin. She sat up from the couch and put on her socks. She sat up with her hands on her knees. She looked at Ji Xingxuan, who was tidying up her clothes, and Xia Jiangmin, who was staring at her in a daze. Her gaze shifted and she made a tisk sound. She said, "I was just wondering who had the guts to impersonate the young miss of Right Magistrate Ji's residence and come to our restaurant to behave atrociously. After all this commotion, it turns out to be the real owner. That's strange. Both young misses come from a well-educated and well-mannered family, yet your actions are so inappropriate. You've caused me to misunderstand and think that you're a fake. I hope you won't take offense." Ji Xingxuan had tidied up her hair. When she heard Yu Shu's words, a flash of anger flashed across her face. How could she not know that Yu Shu was deliberately making things difficult for them? She knew her identity but still made things difficult for them. First, she wanted to throw them into the chicken coop, then she ordered two vulgar servants to grope them. She had gone too far. However, Yu Shu's words made up for her mistake. She had turned her back to them earlier, saying that she thought someone was impersonating her. Her words were true and false, making it impossible for anyone to find fault with her. Instead, she blamed them for their indecent behavior, causing others to think that she was the good and bad guy. Ji Xingxuan's mind was full of thoughts, but Xia Jiangmin didn't think too much. She didn't think too much about why Yu Shu became the manager of this restaurant because she didn't understand the relationship between Yu Shu and the Ji family. At this moment, she saw Yu Shu's displeased expression and the way she looked at her, so she assumed that Yu Shu was angry at her for speaking indiscreetly and causing trouble in her restaurant. Xia Jiangmin was anxious and wanted to explain, but when she turned her head and saw Ji Xingxuan's wandering eyes, she bit her lips and swallowed her words. "Two young misses, don't just stand there. Write an IOU and quickly go home. Tomorrow, send someone to deliver the money to the restaurant. AI, look at this matter." Yu Shu saw that she couldn't continue and didn't want to waste her breath. She waved for Lin Fu to fetch a pen and paper, acting like a magnanimous adult. Lin Fu was a shrewd man. He could see that Yu Shu and these two young misses did not get along, so he deliberately asked, "Miss, how much should I write on this note?" Yu Shu impatiently glared at him and said, "Why are you asking me this? How much did they eat today? Don't you know how to calculate the bill?" Lin Fu let out a sigh and turned around to ask Gui Lu to get the abacus. He made a series of calculations on the spot and smiled at Ji Xingxuan and Xia Jiangmin. "Ladies, you've eaten a total of 62 dishes and 3 jars of wine today. That's a total of 2,136 taels of silver taels. Do you want to split the bill or who's going to pay?" Ji Xingxuan's expression changed. She frowned and said, "Did the shopkeeper miscalculate? We did order a lot of dishes today, but we answered all the riddles correctly. There are only 3 left unsolved. Didn't you say 150 taels? For a meal to cost 2,000 taels, even a young miss like Ji Xingxuan could not help but be shocked. This was not an IOU, it was clearly extortion. Lin Fu turned his head to look at Yu Shu. Yu Shu sneered and said, "There's something you don't know. Today, we're opening our business to solve the lantern riddles. It's true that the dishes are free, but in order to guard against those freeloaders, there's another rule. If you don't pay after a meal, don't even think about getting a single dish, let alone a table of food. Seeing that we're all acquaintances, I'll let it go if I don't treat you as hooligans who dine and dash. But you don't even want to pay for your meal. Tell me about it." Hearing this, Ji Xingxuan knew that tonight was not going to be a good night. She had some understanding of Yu Shu and knew that she was not a kind person. If she did not sign the IOU tonight, she did not know what would happen. If things got out, they would be the ones who lost face. After all, people would only say that it was the young miss of the Ji family who did not pay for the meal. They would not be able to find fault with this restaurant. At this time, someone tugged on her sleeve. Turning her head, she saw Xia Jiangmin looking at her apologetically. Xia Jiangmin blushed and said, "Elder sister Xingxuan, let's split the bill." What else can Ji Xingxuan say? She knew that it would not be good for her to be entangled with Yu Shu tonight. So, she nodded and swallowed her anger before signing the IOU. Xia Jiangmin rushed to sign the IOU and turned her head to look at Yu Shu. She was trying to convey something to her. Unfortunately, Yu Shu did not even look at her. She took the IOU from Lin Fu and confirmed that the amount was 1,068 taels. Her expression softened and she said to the two of them, "It would be best for the two of you to send the money tomorrow or the day after. Don't wait for me to send someone to ask for it. That won't look good." Ji Xingxuan expressionlessly said, "Can we leave now?" Yu Shu raised her hand and pointed to the door. She smiled so brightly that it made one's teeth hurt. "Go ahead." Ji Xingxuan took Xia Jiangmin's hand and turned to leave. Yu Shu's fingers tapped on her knee as she coldly watched Xia Jiangmin turn her head to look at her. She seemed to want to say something but hesitated before disappearing. This stinky girl. When did she get together with Ji Xingxuan? The next time she sees them, she will not let them off so easily. Yu Shu didn't want to admit that she was feeling unhappy at this moment. When she heard the sound of the curtain moving, she turned around and saw Shui Rui walking out from inside. She passed the 2 promissory notes to him and said casually, "Here, I've recovered all the losses you suffered today." Shui Rui heard everything from inside the room. He looked at the handwriting on the IOU in his hand and noticed that Yu Shu didn't look too good. He asked, Isn't Xia Jiangmin an old friend of yours? Why are you still making things difficult for her? Even if she did not ask for the money for this meal, he would not say anything. You didn't see who she is with. You don't know the grudge between me and the Ji family. Yu Shu's drunkenness suddenly kicked in again. Her entire body felt weak and she leaned back on the couch, letting out a long sigh. If this restaurant was opened by her family, it would be fine for her to waive Xia Jiangmin's exorbitant price out of consideration for their old friendship. But she was working for Shui Rui now, so how could she not distinguish between right and wrong? She was using his money as a favor and pretending to be a good person. Shui Rui looked at Yu Shu's face, which was pale from anger and alcohol. He had a helpless expression on his face. He did not know if her unforgiving personality was good or bad. Xia Jiangmin was pulled out of the restaurant by Ji Xingxuan. The two servant girls followed closely behind. They could see that their mistress was angry and did not dare to ask more. Ji Xingxuan turned back to look at the big plaque in Wang Jilu. Her eyes darkened. She turned back and saw that Xia Jiangmin was in a daze. Her face was green and red. She thought that she was frightened and had not regained her senses. She pinched the back of Xia Jiangmin's cold hand and said warmly, "Min Min, don't be afraid. It's all right now. That Yu Shu was just scaring us. She did not dare to capture us and lock us up in the chicken coop." Xia Jiangmin nodded hastily. She did not listen carefully to what she said. Ji Xingxuan looked at her troubled expression and thought that she and Yu Shu were old friends. She thought for a moment and said apologetically, "Actually, it's my fault. Yu Shu and I have a grudge. It's not surprising that she would make things difficult for me today. It's only because I vented my anger on you. Otherwise, based on your previous friendship with her, she would not have made things difficult for you." Xia Jiangmin suddenly stopped in her tracks. She was stiff for a moment. She touched her body randomly and turned her head to look at Ji Xingxuan. "Sister Xingxuan, I left something in the restaurant. I'll go back and look for it. Wait for me here." She pushed her hand away and turned around to run back. In the blink of an eye, she disappeared into the crowd of lanterns behind her. Ji Xingxuan was stunned. She called out, "Min Min." After lying down for a while, Yu Shu had recovered from the effects of the alcohol. She remembered what Shui Rui had said earlier. She asked him, "Oh yes, you said you had something to tell me. What was it?" Shui Rui's expression changed. He smiled faintly and said, "I have something to give." Before he could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by a shout from the door. Yu Shu and Shui Rui turned their heads. They saw Xia Jiangmin running to the door, panting. She held the door frame with one hand and poked her head in. Lin Fu was standing in front of the door. He did not know whether to stop her or to push her away. Yu Shu looked behind her suspiciously. When she did not see Ji Xingxuan, she blurted out, "Why did you come back?" "I came to tell you." Xia Jiangmin was halfway through her sentence when she realized that there was a man in the room. She recognized Shui Rui and said in surprise, Why are you here?" During Xia Jiangying's death case, Xia Jiangmin knew who Shui Rui was, so she recognized his face. Shui Rui glanced at her and then turned his eyes to Yu Shu. He was asking her what to do with his eyes. Yu Shu frowned and said to Lin Fu, "Old Lin, please ask Miss Xia Jiang to leave." Xia Jiangmin did not say more than 2 words when she heard that Yu Shu wanted to kick her out. She anxiously held the door frame. She did not have time to ask why the young master of the Shui family was here. She quickly said to Yu Shu, Shu, listen to me. It was my father who locked me up. It's not that I don't want to see you. Don't get me wrong. I asked someone to send you a letter when I went out a few days ago. I heard that you moved. Also, I didn't come to this restaurant to cause trouble. I came here because she clenched her fists and looked embarrassed. She was so anxious that she stamped her feet. Alas! I can't say it. Shu, I have to go back as soon as possible. Otherwise, my father will lock me up again. Please don't be angry with me. I will send someone to send you a letter later. I have a lot of things to tell you. I have to go first. Yu Shu was confused after listening to her words. When she was about to ask for details, Xia Jiangmin said goodbye and ran away without looking back. Don't go, Mingming. Yu Shu shouted and was about to sit up from the bed. But because she got up too fast, she felt dizzy and her stomach turned. She opened her mouth, bent down and vomited on the ground. A strong smell of alcohol filled the air. Chapter 276. It was midnight, and the people in Anling City were still awake during the Lantern Festival. Tens of thousands of houses were lit to celebrate the festival. Even the dark alleys in the city were brighter than usual. Jing Chen entered the city at night and avoided the crowd. He walked into an alley near the street. The lanterns under the eaves elongated his shadow until he stopped in front of a door. He raised his hand and touched the lock of the door. When he heard the sound of the door opening behind him, he took 2 steps back and jumped onto the wall. He jumped into the courtyard and disappeared before his neighbors went out. It was dark in the small courtyard. He turned around and walked into the big house. He pushed the door open and lit the candle on the table with the faint moonlight behind him. The central room was instantly lit up. Although the candlelight was dim, it was enough to illuminate the situation in the room. On the 4-corner wooden table that they often used to eat, there were several bowls and plates. They were all upside down. When he opened them, he saw porridge and vegetables, all vegetarian dishes. Chopsticks and spoons were wrapped in a handkerchief and placed aside. There was a pot of tea and a piece of paper under a plate. He opened it and saw a row of charcoal black handwriting. "Jing Chen, I don't know when you will come back. I have prepared food on the table in advance. Try it and see if it is not spoiled. There is firewood and water in the kitchen. You can wash it with hot water. There are clean clothes on the bed in your room and the bedding has been changed. Have a good rest and wait for me to come back." At the end of the letter was the 14th of the 12th lunar month. There was no signature, but a small fish was drawn on it. Jing Chen read the letter a few times, closed his eyes, and recited a few words to calm his heart. Only then did he carefully fold the letter and keep it in his arms. He sat down at the table to eat. He did not eat much, but he almost finished all the dishes. Then, according to the instructions in the letter, he boiled water to wash and returned to his room to change his clothes. Then he lay on the bed, covered with a slightly damp quilt. For a whole 24 nights, this was the first night he was able to sleep peacefully. Yu Shu woke up from her dream. She opened her eyes and saw the moon-white bed curtain. She groaned and sat up slowly. She rubbed her forehead and recalled last night. She vaguely remembered that after she vomited, Shui Rei asked Xiuqing to take care of her. They helped her upstairs to change her dirty clothes and drank some hangover tea. Then she fell asleep. During this period, she seemed to wake up a few times to relieve herself. She didn't know if it was Xiaoqing or Xiao Dai who served her. Ouch! Yu Shu held her dizzy head and wanted to get out of bed. As soon as she moved, the curtain was lifted and Xiao Dai walked in with a tray. Seeing that she was barefoot on the bed, she hurriedly put down the tray and went forward to help her up. She said, "Don't move, Mississippi. Go back to bed and lie down. You are sick." Yu Shu was pushed back and covered with the quilt. She opened her mouth in confusion and her throat hurt. "I am sick." "Yes, Mississippi. You had a fever last night when you were drunk. Elder sister Xiao diagnosed that you had a cold, so she asked this servant to boil the medicine. Drink it while it is hot." Xiao Dai put a pillow behind her back and brought the bowl of medicine to her. Yu Shu raised her hand and touched her forehead. It was a little hot. She frowned and drank the bowl of bitter soup. She leaned against the headboard weakly and watched Xiaoqing bring in hot water to wipe her hands and face. She thought of Jing Chen's previous warning and felt depressed. She tried to defend herself but still couldn't escape this illness. Fine, Jing Chen said that she had to be slightly sick in order to survive this disaster. "Xiao Dai, there is a small white medicine bottle in the clothes I wore yesterday. Bring it to me." Yu Shu ordered a maid to bring the medicine bottle. She poured out a millennium pill and drank it with warm water. Then she asked them, "Where is your young master? Did he go back last night?" Xiaoqing said, "Young master left in the morning. He left a message for Miss to rest in Wangji building for 2 days. He will send someone to the mansion to explain." As for where the residence was, it could only be the Ji residence. Yu Shu had a clear idea in her heart. Shui Rui had always been thorough in his work. Even if she didn't say anything, he would have arranged everything properly. Thus, she laid back down in relief. Leaning against the pillow, she fell asleep again. In her hazy state, she wondered if Jing Chen had returned home and eaten yet. Xiao Qing and Xiao Dai saw that she fell asleep, so they left one of them in the room to take care of her. The other left quietly and went to the room downstairs to report, "Young master, Miss has woken up." She drank the medicine and fell asleep again. When she asked about you, this servant said that you had left. Shui Rui leaned on the short couch and put down the scroll in his hand. He pressed his fingers between his eyebrows and got up from the couch. He whispered, "Ask old Shui to prepare the carriage." The carriage drove to the corner of the street and suddenly stopped. Shui Rui, who was resting with his eyes closed, was woken up. He frowned and asked, "What's wrong?" Old Shui said, "Young master, there are a lot of people at the intersection in front. They seem to be reading the announcement. There are too many people and we can't pass. Take a detour." Lao Chue responded, turned the car around, and drove to the side of the street. Who knew that he would be blocked again after driving for 2 streets? Similarly, a group of people gathered at the intersection to look at the announcement. Fortunately, there weren't many people this time. He was afraid that he would make Shui Rui unhappy if he stopped again, so he slowed down the car and tried to squeeze through the roadside. The buzzing sounds of discussion from the roadside inevitably drifted into the car, intermittently. Hey brother, did you see what's written on the announcement? I heard that Princess Yi Zitong, who was born 20 years ago, still has a son. Is it true? Isn't it written in black and white? Don't you know how to squeeze in to see it yourself? Go away, don't block the way. I want to look for him on the street. Maybe if I meet this noble, I can go to the yamen to get a reward. Where are you going to look for him? Do you know anyone? Hey, you are so annoying. Didn't I tell you to see it yourself? There is a portrait on the announcement. Are you blind? Shui Rui suddenly opened his eyes and ordered outside the carriage. Old Chu, stop. Young master, what's wrong? What's going on outside? It's so noisy. Old Shui raised his head and looked around for a while. Then he turned his head and opened a corner of the curtain and said to the carriage, I heard people talking on the roadside. It seems like the yamen is looking for someone. It's too far, so I can't see it clearly. Shui Rui opened the window and looked at the roadside. He saw a group of people at the foot of the wall in the distance. They were looking at the announcement on the wall, and it was very noisy. After thinking for a while, he bent down and got out of the carriage. He asked old Shui to wait for him on the roadside. He walked into the crowd and quickly came to the front row. He looked up and saw the announcement on the wall. The first thing he saw was the portrait of a half-body man. The man's facial features were very similar to each other. His eyebrows were like swords, his eyes were like stars, and his face was handsome. He moved his eyes to the announcement on the side and saw the words, Celestial Commissioner's Edict. In the past, there was Yun Hua who changed his son to cleanse the world. He was betrothed to Princess Liua. They were a match made in heaven. Unfortunately, he died young. One of them went to the Dao sect. In order to fulfill his parents' wish, he represented the Da'an royal family and worshipped the 3 pure ones. After more than 10 years of cultivation, the Celestial Commissioner knew that he was in the capital. But he was innocent and didn't know that he was an important person, so he couldn't return to the Dao sect. He ordered the people in the city to look for him. The Taoist was 6 feet tall, handsome, liked to wear white clothes, and had a pair of swords. If anyone saw him, they would be rewarded with 1,000 taels of gold. If anyone knew his whereabouts, they would be rewarded handsomely. After the 15th of January in the 14th year of Zhao Qing, Shui Rui narrowed his eyes and shifted his gaze back to the portrait on the side. After staring at it for a moment, his eyes flashed and he was surprised. It was actually him. Ji Huaishan hurriedly got off the carriage. He held a long scroll in his hand and walked into the mansion. He ordered the steward who came forward to greet him, Go, quickly summon forth Miss to this old man's study room. Yes, Your Excellency. Ji Xingxuan went out last night during the Lantern Festival and returned home disappointed. She also wrote 1,000 tales of debt for nothing, so she slept the whole night. During the day, she was lazy and curled up on a small mahogany chair in her bedroom, trying to understand the general principles of the 6 lines. When she heard a maidservant report that Yushu hadn't returned last night, she frowned and said, "Send someone to keep an eye on her. When she returns, quickly report back to me." Not long after, another steward came to personally pass on a message, asking her to go to the study room to see Ji Huaishan. It seemed to be urgent, so Ji Xingxuan changed her clothes and hurried to the study room with only one maidservant, Yunhe. "Grandfather, you were looking for me?" Ji Huaishan was carefully reading the star charts drawn by the astrology bureau. When he heard the voice, he raised his head and saw Ji Xingxuan in her bag. He hurriedly beckoned her forward and asked, "You've been learning the 6 lines from that girl recently. How is it? Can you divine anything?" Ji Xingxuan looked ashamed and said, "I've only just started and haven't mastered it yet. I can't divine anything yet." When she finished speaking, she saw Ji Huaishan frowning and looking disappointed. She asked curiously, "Grandfather, why are you in such a hurry to find me? Could it be that you want to use the 6 lines to divine something?" Ji Huaishan's expression changed and he said, "I just heard a few days ago that Yunhua Ez and Princess Luyue left behind a son. He was sent to a Taoist sect to cultivate. After 10 years, he returned to the court and now he is wandering among the people. No one knows where he is. The court decreed that anyone who is fated to find the whereabouts of Daozi will be rewarded. However, it is not easy to find him, so I thought of using the 6 lines to see if I could gain something. Who knew that you haven't mastered the knack of it yet?" Ji Xingxuan saw that her grandfather was worried and was puzzled. She said, "In grandson's opinion, even if you find someone, you will only get some reward. Why do you feel pity?" Ji Huaishan shook his head. "You don't know. The late Princess Luyue is the twin sister of the current emperor. When the princess passed away, the emperor didn't eat or drink for 3 months. After he ascended the throne, he added the 6 words title to her. This is unprecedented in the court. Now that Princess Luyue has a son, the emperor is anxious to find him. If anyone can find him, it will not only be a reward. The emperor will be pleased and he will be promoted to a higher position." When he finished speaking, he sighed as if he was regretting that he didn't have this opportunity. He picked up the long scroll on the table and handed it to Ji Xingxuan. He said, "This is the announcement that was issued by the Celestial Commissioner this morning. You should take a look." Ji Xingxuan took it and opened it to read. Unsurprisingly, her attention was attracted by the man in the painting. At first glance, she felt that he looked familiar. She was suspicious and read the announcement again. Then she stared at the handsome man in the painting and thought about it. She was good at reading people's physiognomy, and she had learned the art of physiognomy. As long as she had seen someone before, she would have a photographic memory. Although the person in the painting was only 70% similar, she was almost certain that she had seen this person before. Chapter 277. Shui Rui alighted from the carriage in front of the residence. Just as a silver sedan with a dazzling silver cover left the door, the second-in-command of the Shui family, Su Li, stood on the stone steps and watched respectfully as it left. When he turned his head and saw Shui Rui, he came down the steps to welcome him. "Eldest young master has returned." Shui Rui looked at the sedan that was moving further away and turned his head. "Whose sedan is that?" For a sedan to have a dazzling silver cover, it must be an official of the 3rd rank and above. There were only a few of them in the imperial court. Su Li answered, "It is the junior supervisor of the Celestial Commissioner, Sir Ren." Shui Rui was slightly surprised. The Celestial Commissioner, Ren Qishu, was the first person appointed by the Grand Advisor. He held a high position but was eccentric. He did not have much contact with the Shui family. He did not know why he had come today. "Where is grandfather now?" "Sir is meditating in the South Pavilion." Shui Rui turned to enter the residence and went to the South Pavilion to see Shui Lingnan. Minister Shui had just received a guest and there was still tea left on the stone table. A gold-plated lion head cauldron had been lit not long ago. He was burning incense. When he saw Shui Rui enter the pavilion, he asked, "You did not return last night?" He drank a few cups with the Ninth Highness and the others, so he had a hangover in the restaurant. Shui Rui looked at the extra teacups on the table and asked, "I saw the junior supervisor's sedan leaving just now. May I know why he came today?" Shui Lingnan shook his head. "Just talking about an old matter." Shui Rui saw that he did not want to talk about it in detail, so he did not pursue the matter. He talked about the announcement he saw on the way back. After Shui Lingnan heard this, he said, "I already know about this matter. This is an errand that the Emperor assigned to the Celestial Commissioner. There is no need to care about it. Leave it to others to worry about." With the status of the Shui family in the imperial court, they did not need to do these extra things to please the Emperor. However, Shui Rui deliberately mentioned it in front of Shui Lingnan. He had other thoughts. "I have never heard that the son of Yunhua had a descendant. Have you heard about it long ago?" Shui Lingnan recalled, "This matter was spoken of a long time ago. No one has mentioned it in recent years. Back then, Yunhua and Princess Luyue did indeed have a son. After the couple passed away, the son was sent to Taoism by the royal family. It was said that he was carrying out the wishes of his parents. This matter gradually faded from people's minds." Shui Rui asked suspiciously, "Then why did you not send someone to receive him? Instead, you allowed him to go back and forth alone. He disappeared without a trace and then came back to look for him so openly." Shui Lingnan pinched the tip of his beard and looked at him. After a moment of silence, he slowly told him the hidden story. "Why did you not send someone to receive him? What do you think Prince Xiang did when he left the capital last year? He used the excuse of sightseeing to go to Mount Longhu to receive the Daozi. Who knew that he would come back empty-handed? Prince Xiang returned to the capital alone. He had brought the portrait of the Daozi with him. On the way, he searched for him, but he returned empty-handed. Even the portrait was lost on the way. Because of this, His Majesty flew into a rage. Prince Xiang admitted that he did not do his job well and closed his doors. When Shui Rui finished listening to the whole story, he was very shocked. After thinking for a moment, he came to a sudden realization. In that case, the lost item that I asked someone to help Your Highness find during the grand examination this year was that Daozi's portrait? Shui Lingnan nodded. Shui Rui was bewildered in his heart. Since the portrait was lost, then where did the portrait on today's announcement come from? Could it be that the portrait was found? That's not right. It hasn't been long since the scroll of the grand examination was sealed, so how could it be that fast? He pondered in his heart and felt that there was another possibility, so he probed, all these years, could it be that the ninth prince has been cultivating together with the descendants of Yunhua? A few days after the ninth prince returned to the capital, the Celestial Commissioner posted a notice to look for the descendants of Yunhua and Princess Luyue. There was even a portrait. This made it hard for Shui Rui not to link these two matters together. Yes, they are cultivating with the same sect. Not only did Shui Lingnan's words affirm Shui Rui's guess, it also made Shui Rui think even more in his heart. The ninth prince, Lu Tan, was younger than Shui Lingnan and was the only son of his aunt, Imperial Consort Shui. Due to his frail body, Lu Tan left the capital to learn the Tao at a young age and returned to the capital once every 3 years. Since childhood, Lu Tan and Shui Lingnan were cousins, so they could be considered to be close. It wasn't that Shui Lingnan hadn't heard Lu Tan talk about the matters of the Tao all these years, but he had never heard Lu Tan mention the descendant of Yunhua Yi and Princess Luyu. Now it seemed like Lu Tan had intentionally concealed it. Looking at his grandfather's attitude, it did not seem like it was the first day he found out about this, yet he did not mention a word about it, and only told the Taoist today when he returned to the capital. Shui Rui pondered over it, and suddenly he understood. He understood why his grandfather asked him to befriend the seventh prince, Lu Hao, and why he asked him to find an excuse to turn against the seventh prince. It was inevitable to talk about the situation in the imperial harem. The current emperor had 1 empress and 3 concubines. The eldest son was the empress, but he died young. The empress was sick and weak. There was only 1 daughter left, and there was no hope for her to continue. Then, there was his aunt, imperial concubine Shui. More than 10 years ago, she gave birth to a son, Lu Tan. She lived in the mountains all year round. Because she was far away from the court, the important officials didn't pay attention to her. There was also concubine Lv Xian, who gave birth to 3 sons. Unfortunately, the 3rd prince died of an illness at the age of 6, the 5th prince drowned at the age of 4, leaving behind the 11th prince, who was young and immoral, who followed behind Lu Hao all day without any limelight. Finally, there was the 7th prince, Lu Hao's birth mother, concubine Yin Shu. Concubine Shu came from a military family. Her father was the first assistant of the late emperor's cabinet. He was bestowed the title of Tiger General who protected the country. He was good at fighting and had outstanding military service. 6 years ago, when he died, the emperor personally sent him off with his coffin. After his death, he ordered his son, Yin Peng, to inherit the title of duke. The Yin family was a noble family. They were only below the emperor's surname. They were the most prosperous family in the capital. Even the Shui family, who had served the emperor for 6 generations and 3 generations of elders, had to temporarily follow behind them. The crown prince had not been appointed, and the Eastern Palace had no ruler. However, everyone in the court knew this. Most of them privately saw Lu Hao as the future emperor. There were countless people who wanted to flatter him. Because Lu Hao was talented in both literature and martial arts, no prince could compare to him. When Shui Rui and Lu Hao were friends, he was still young and full of vigor. He once thought that Lu Hao was courting the emperor and showing weakness to the Yin family. He had no intention of taking the position. Now, it seemed that Lu Hao's actions that day were just to deceive people and confuse them. It was not that he did not want to, but it was just not the right time. 2 months ago, he and Lu Hao had a falling out, so the 2 families did not have any contact. Although there were discussions in the capital, they were only rumors and did not involve anything important. It was probably because Lu Tan was still in the mountains and no one knew about it. Shui Rui thought that his grandfather must have known that Lu Tan was going to return to the capital at that time. After he returned this time, there was no need for him to go back. Therefore, he let him and Lu Hao cut off contact in advance. It was better than having a falling out now and being criticized by others. It was so that outsiders could not understand the position and attitude of the Shui family. How could such a painstaking arrangement not have any ulterior motives? After thinking about this, Shui Rui looked at the old man in front of him again. He was in awe and a little heavy. Cheng Bai, you were brought up by grandfather. Your father passed away early and your mother was weak. Grandfather knew that you were smart and sensible and you were more competitive than others since you were young. Therefore, he did not hide many things from you. We are the only branch of the Shui family, but we do not have many children. Your second uncle is like that, so we cannot count on him. Grandfather has always been strict with you because he has high hopes for you. In the future, the rise or fall of the Shui family, whether it is a blessing or a curse, depends on whether you live up to expectations. Shui Lingnan suddenly sighed with emotion, and then he stood up from the cushion before raising his hand to pat Shui Rui's broad shoulder. As he looked at this grandson of his that was even taller than him now, there was a gratified and worried expression in his eyes, and then he sighed before shaking his head and leaving Shui Rui alone in the pavilion to think. After drinking the medicine soup, Yu Shu woke up in the afternoon. Her headache was much better, but her throat was dry and her nose was blocked. She still had cold symptoms. Seeing that she had woken up, Xiao Dai and Xiao Qing hurriedly poured tea for her and helped her up from her seat. After a while, Lin Fu heard the news and came in. He stood outside the door and reported that the Ji family and the Xia Jiang family had each sent a box of silver this morning. They took the IOUs and asked her how she was going to deal with the large sum of money. In fact, because the 2 boxes of silver were personally asked by Yu Shu last night, he didn't dare to make the decision to keep it in the account. Yu Shu felt uncomfortable, so she did not think about what Lin Fu was thinking. She said in a rough voice, "Just take it into the income of the restaurant. How much did we lose yesterday? Let me have a look at the account book." Hearing this, Lin Fu beamed with joy. "Including this money, we actually made more than 400 taels yesterday. I will go and get the account book for you." Originally, when they opened the restaurant on the first day, They planned to lose money with the excuse of free food and wine. Unexpectedly, they made a profit after the two suckers paid the bill. After a while, the detailed account book of yesterday was sent to Yushu. She glanced through it and did not find anything wrong. Then she asked Lin Fu about the business today. Hearing that there were many customers, she was relieved. She was afraid that the customers yesterday would be scared by the price of the dishes in the forgotten airport and would not dare to come again. It seemed that there were still many rich people in the north of the city. After dealing with the business, Yushu asked Lin Fu, "Is the kitchen busy now?" "I'm not in a hurry. The excitement of lunch has passed." "Miss, you must be hungry. What would you like to eat? I'll ask the kitchen to make it." Lin Fu's attitude towards Yushu was obviously warmer and more attentive than yesterday. The first reason was that he had seen Yushu's temper at the banquet table with the nobles yesterday. He knew that she wasn't someone to be trifled with, so he was afraid of her. The second reason was that she had dealt with those two troublemakers with just a few words last night. He had seen Yushu's methods and knew how powerful she was, so he was convinced. "See if there is any light porridge soup. Bring me a bowl and make a few vegetarian dishes. Find a food box to put them in." Yushu paused and said, "No matter how much you spend, put it on my account. Don't confiscate it." Lin Fu hesitated for a moment. He remembered that Yushu asked him about the sea-based soup last time, so he did not say anything and left. Yushu put on her clothes and sat up from the bed. She asked the maidservant to fetch water for her to wash up, changed into a clean robe, and combed her hair. Xiao Qing saw that she was ready to leave after tidying up, so she persuaded, "Miss, are you going back? Young master ordered you to rest here for 2 days. It is more convenient with this maidservant serving you." At this time, Yushu was thinking about Jingchen. Now that her body had recovered, she could get down from the bed. How could she be willing to stay any longer? She coaxed them a little and called Gui Lu over. She gave him some silver to hire a sedan chair. After eating the porridge, she carried the food box and left on the sedan chair. Chapter 278. Yushu drowsily sat on the sedan chair and took a nap. She didn't hear the occasional chatter on the road. When she arrived at the south of the city, the sedan chair stopped at Huixing Street. She yawned and got down with the food box. She looked left and right and used a round fan to cover half of her face. Then she turned into an alley. Thinking about it, there were not many people during the Lantern Festival last night, so she didn't see anyone on the road. She quickly walked to the door of the small courtyard, took out the key and unlocked the lock. Then, she put the lock on the knocker and entered the courtyard in a flash. She gently closed the door and dropped the bolt. When she turned around, she saw a slender figure wearing a clean white robe in front of the door of the west room. Her eyes widened in surprise, and she quickly ran up to him, saying in a low voice, "Jingchen, you're back." Her joy could not be expressed in words. Looking at the girl in front of him, Jingchen smiled faintly and nodded. He then noticed that her voice was different. He looked at her face and noticed that there was a trace of illness. He did not think much and put his hand on her forehead. He felt that the back of his hand was slightly hot. He immediately frowned. "You're sick?" Yushu made an "oh" sound. She felt that his hand on her forehead was cold. She shrunk her neck and pulled down his sleeve. She led him to the big room. She saw that the empty dishes on the table had been washed and muttered, "Why did you wash them?" She pointed to a stool and asked him to sit. She put down the food box and said, "I just got sick last night. I drank the medicine and the doctor looked at me. It's not a big deal. I'll be fine in 2 days." Jingchen saw that she did not care and was still worried. He asked, "The prescription I gave you, did you make the medicine? Did you take it on time?" "Yes, I take it every day." Yushu took out the white bottle of medicine and handed it to him. She placed the bowl and chopsticks. Jingchen unplugged the bottle stopper and took a whiff of the medicinal fragrance. He shook his head in pity and said, "This pill has been boiled, but its quality is lacking. It lacks 30% of its medicinal efficacy. After you finish eating these, I will make more for you. But you eat first." Yushu handed him the chopsticks and sat opposite him. She held her chin and looked at him with a smile. When did you come back? Jingchen said, last night. He paused and asked her, did you bring the adversity-blocking stone? Boys. Where's your sword? It's on the bedside. Where did you stay last night? Jingchen leisurely ate his meal, and the two of them asked each other about each other. That night when they parted in the suburbs in a hurry, Yushu did not have the time to tell him in detail. She took the opportunity while he was eating to roughly tell him what happened after he left. She only omitted the part where she went out to look for him in the heavy snow that day, and the part where she almost missed the strange arts examination. After you left, I passed the Dian exam and recognized Aunt Hui as my godmother. When Brother Shui came back from outside the capital, I asked him to find out about your whereabouts. When I found out that you left the city on the day you left, I thought of looking for you near the strange cloud temple. Jingchen put down his chopsticks. When he thought of the situation when he saw her in the forest that night, he felt extremely guilty and said, I'm sorry, I made you worry. Yushu touched her nose and whispered, it's not your fault. Although that day in the forest, the two made it clear that they could no longer talk about love affairs and become old friends, but when she saw him today, she still felt close and there was no awkwardness. That's right. Jingchen asked, when we parted that night, you said that you are now living in the Ji family, the family that your mother remarried. What happened? Didn't they kick you out in Yang? Yushu snorted and said, when this matter is mentioned, I am full of anger. Do you think I wanted to go to their house? It was that old thing from the Ji family who forced me to teach his granddaughter the 6 lines divination technique. Oh, it is the copper coin divination technique that I often use for divination. Jingchen slightly frowned. How did they force you? Yushu waved her hand and did not want to talk about it in detail. She felt that she would lose face if she talked about it, so she vaguely said, in any case, I was forced to agree to live in their house. Once I teach Miss Ji, I will be free. She did not want to explain, but Jingchen, who had recovered his memory, was not so easy to fool. Although he could not fall in love with Yushu now, Yushu still had a place in his heart. Other than master and martial uncle, this person in front of him was the one who treated him the best. When he lost his memory, she took care of him meticulously and helped him find his memory. Knowing that he was in trouble, she did not leave him and suffered for him. He could not repay such a person, so how could he let others bully her? If you don't want to go, then don't go. What did they use to force you? Tell me, and I will help you ask for an explanation. Jingchen's expression did not change, but a hint of coldness flashed across his clear and bright eyes. The people of the Taoist sects were mostly pure and did not like to fight, but their celestial master sect emphasized on trust and righteousness. Towards Yushu, he was trustworthy and righteous. He remembered the promise he made to her that day, but as long as he stayed by her side, he would definitely protect her. Yushu scratched her neck awkwardly. She could see that Jingchen was serious. If she really told him how Ji family threatened her, he would really dare to go to them. Just like when Ji Xingxuan got the yellow frost stone, she and Jingchen discussed how to get it back, and Jingchen proposed to get it back by force without any pressure. In his eyes, good or evil, there was another yardstick, and he did not need others to measure it. But what should he say about the Ji family's matter? In fact, I also have something to ask of them. Yushu deliberated and said, you know, my mother is a concubine of the third master of the Ji family. They use this and I am always under their control. If I want to get my mother out, I have no other way but to make them let her go willingly. So when they threatened me, I took advantage of the situation and negotiated with them. When I teach Miss Ji well, they will let my mother go. Jingchen still did not know much about the secular world. Yushu spent a lot of time to make him understand that she had to stay in the Ji family for a while. I was not bullied in the Ji family. Don't worry, Brother Shui helped me. The old thing in the Ji family is afraid of me. Yushu joked with Jingchen. She did not want him to pursue the matter further, so she quickly changed the topic. By the way, didn't you say that you are going to find out the whereabouts of the life breaker after returning to the capital? Where do you plan to find out? Jingchen's attention was indeed diverted by her. He answered truthfully, Master said that the great advice of the celestial commissioner in the capital knows my background. He wants me to see him first when I return to the capital. Xiaoyu, do you know where the celestial commissioner is in the capital? Yushu clenched her teeth. This was a title that could make all the people in the world bow their heads in awe, other than Master Yi. Just hearing it in one's ears was enough to make one feel intimidated. I know the way to the celestial commissioner. Yushu looked at Jingchen worriedly and hesitated, but if you go there so rashly will. Seeing her stuttering, Jingchen asked in confusion, could it be what? Yushu suddenly got up from the stool. She rubbed her fists and paced back and forth in front of him a few times. She turned around and stopped. Finally, she could not help but speak out her doubts these days. I want to talk about you being killed on the road. Didn't you say that the imperial family sent someone to pick you up? But you were seriously injured and abandoned in the river. Not only did you almost lose your life, but you were also buried with silver needles. You lost your memory and lost your voice. Until now, you still can't remember who did this to you. Jingchen, have you ever thought that the person who ordered this to kill you is most likely in the capital? You suddenly showed up and didn't know the enemy's situation. It's hard to guard against them. What if they secretly killed you again? Hearing this, Jingchen's expression changed. After a moment of silence, he said helplessly, it's not that I haven't considered what you've said. I also know that someone has intentionally harmed me, but I can't remember that part of it. I don't know who did it. Moreover, even if I remember, I might not know who ordered it. Xiaoyu, do you understand what I mean? Of course, Yushu understood. Jingchen was the son of Ezi He and the princess. He was a relative of the imperial family. No matter who wanted to kill him, they would not easily reveal themselves. When he recovered his memory, he could at most remember a few faces. However, Jingchen lived in the mountains all year round. This was the first time he left the mountains, so how could he recognize who was who? In my opinion, it's better if you don't show up rashly. The last time you left, you didn't even finish drinking the medicine. The reason why your memory is incomplete must be because of this. Why don't I go back and ask Godfather, and let you drink some medicine for a few days to see if it can help you recover? How much can you remember? If there are any clues, it will be easier to find the person who harmed you in the future. Otherwise, if the other party knows that you are safe and sound, they will definitely think of ways to harm you again. Yushu was no stranger to having her life on the line. When Bai Qing and Qiu Biao found her in the capital, they had been bent on killing her. During that time, she had been living in fear, as if there was a knife on her back. It was only when she saw the two people being beheaded in public that she was able to rest easy. Now that Jingchen was in the same situation, she could empathize with him. She was afraid that he would be in danger again, so she had to consider everything carefully. That's good too. I'll stay for a few days and make plans later. Jingchen accepted Yushu's suggestion. He left the sect and went to the capital to experience life and death alone. She was the only person he trusted. The two discussed for a while more. Yushu decided to go back and ask Dr. He for the prescription. She left the food box behind and said a few words to Jingchen before he walked her to the door. Yushu peeked through the gap in the door to make sure no one was outside. She opened the door and went out. When she turned around to close the door, Jingchen stopped her with one hand. Xiaoyu. Yushu raised her head and saw Jingchen. His eyes were as clear as ever, and they were filled with trust. It was a purity that she had never seen in anyone else. Such a clean gaze calmed her heart. Thank you. Hearing these two words, Yushu's mouth twitched. She reached out and punched him in the chest. What are you thanking me for? I'm leaving. Chapter 279. Reporting to your lordship and young miss, this lowly one went to Wangji Tower in the morning to deliver the money. After that, I kept an eye on the area nearby and saw Miss Yu, who has been living in the estate recently, come out from the back door in a sedan chair. She went to the south of the city and entered a small courtyard on a street called Huixing Street. She stayed for a short while before leaving. This lowly one watched Miss Yu leave and asked this lowly one to report back. Ji Huaishan and Ji Xingxuan sat in the tea room in the front courtyard, listening to the reports of the servants they had sent out that morning. Ji Xingxuan thought for a moment, then asked, "Did you see her interacting with anyone else, or did she take anything?" "I didn't see anyone else." The door of the small courtyard was also locked. "Oh, that's right, she seemed to be carrying a food box. It was there when she went in, but it was gone when she came out." Ji Xingxuan's eyes flashed and she turned to Ji Huaishan and said, "Grandfather, this matter is strange. I did see Yu Shu and the Daozi in the portrait when I was at the strange cloud temple in the south of the city. I can't be wrong. Moreover, I asked someone to inquire about her neighbors. When Yu Shu lived on Huixing Street, there were 4 people living under the same roof. After Xia Jiangmin left, there were 3 more. Not counting the 2 siblings, the remaining one must be the Daozi that the emperor is looking for." Waving his hand to dismiss the servant, Ji Huaishan frowned. "From the information I learned from the Celestial Commissioner, the Daozi doesn't seem to know his identity, so he entered the capital and didn't return. That last probably doesn't know who he is, so she hasn't returned until now. This is her good luck. She can always make friends with a few noble people." Ji Xingxuan lowered her eyelids and gently rubbed a copper coin with her fingers. She said, "She is indeed quite fated with noble people. First, it was Daozi Qingjing, then the eldest son of the Shui family, and now she is friends with the Daozi. Who would have thought that a concubine in the 3rd uncle's branch would have such good luck? She is malicious to our Ji family, so we can't recruit her. Instead, she becomes a thorn in our side." Ji Huaishan narrowed his eyes and a cold expression flashed across his face. His white beard trembled and he slowly said, "Today, the Celestial Commissioner just posted a notice, but it hasn't spread in a few places in the north of the city. Presumably, she still doesn't know. Finding the Daozi is a meritorious deed. If that girl takes advantage of him, then our Ji family won't have anything to do with it. Looking at the situation, this Daozi has a close friendship with her. If he really returns to the imperial court, she will have one more person to rely on. No matter what, this is not appropriate. Xingxuan, in your opinion, what should we do about this matter?" Ji Xingxuan pondered with rapt attention. A moment later, she raised her head and said, "We still can't determine where the Daozi is right now. If we rashly go looking for him, we may end up making a fool of ourselves by trying to be clever and end up becoming enemies with the Daozi. In grandson's opinion, rather than chasing after the merit, it is better to seize the first opportunity. Yu Shu doesn't know that I have seen the Daozi, so she is defenseless. Even if she sees the notice, she won't be able to report it. Grandfather will hurry over to the Celestial Commissioner and report to the junior supervisor. There is no need to mention the Daozi's whereabouts. As long as we mention Yu Shu's name and make people think that she is hiding the Daozi, the junior supervisor will naturally send people to arrest her. Regardless of whether she confesses the Daozi's whereabouts or not, she will be accused of having ulterior motives. Grandfather, you also said that the Daozi is a member of the imperial family. This time, he suddenly returned to the capital. There is no telling how many secrets are hidden. The imperial family is also very suspicious. Even if she has a mouth, she won't be able to explain herself. How can she find the Daozi's meritorious deed? On the contrary, Grandfather will be in a good position in front of the junior supervisor." Ji Huaishan's face suddenly brightened. When he smiled, more than 10 wrinkles appeared on his eyes. Rather than chasing after the merit, it is better to seize the first opportunity. Xiener's plan is very clever. Ji Xingxuan sighed softly and squeezed the copper coins in her sleeves. Her expression was indifferent. "It is not that I have the intention to scheme against her. In reality, she and our Ji family are not on good terms. We cannot let her be." When Ji Huaishan heard her talking to herself, he only glanced at her for a moment before calling for the steward to prepare a carriage. He also ordered people to keep an eye on Yu Shu's movements and report to him at any time. He then hurried over to the Celestial Commissioner's residence. Zhao Hui's residence was in the east of the city. In order to save time, the 2 sedan bearers chose a small path along the way to Zhao Hui's house. Yu Shu's back was aching as she got off the sedan chair. She took out a piece of silver and asked someone to wait at the door. She then went forward to knock on the door. The person who answered the door was Shen Ma, who was collecting blankets in the front yard. When she saw that it was Yu Shu, she quickly let her in. As soon as Yu Shu entered the door, she asked, "Shen Ma, is my godfather at home right now?" Shen Ma replied, "Master went out this morning and hasn't returned yet. Madam and young master are in the backyard. They were talking about you during lunch. They said that they would come yesterday, but you didn't. They must be happy to see you now. Come in quickly." Yu Shu's main purpose was to find He Fangji to ask about Jing Chen's amnesia. When she heard that he wasn't at home, she wanted to go inside and greet Zhao Hui before going to find He Fangji. When she arrived at the backyard, Shen Ma lifted the curtain. When Yu Shu entered, she saw that the room was warmly lit. The window was open, and Zhao Hui was sitting on a short couch with her legs curled up. There was an embroidery basket on her knees, and she was holding baby toys in her hands. There was a smile at the corner of her mouth. Yu Xiaoxiu was lying on a short table by her feet, seriously writing. The little maid, Yun Do, was raising a needle and threading it. The scene was calm and peaceful, and it touched a corner of her heart called home. "Mother Xiaoxiu." Yu Shu called out, her voice unconsciously becoming gentle. Zhao Hui raised her head and saw Yu Shu standing at the door. She hurriedly put down the little shoes and socks in her hands and waved at her with a smile. "Why you back now? Come and sit." "Sister." Yu Xiaoxiu put down the brush and moved in front of Yu Shu. He reached out and pulled her. "Yesterday, I waited for you until evening, but you didn't come to pick me up. Later, someone came and said that you had something to do. What's the matter?" "Oh, Mother's body wasn't feeling well yesterday. I didn't come because I saw that she wasn't feeling well." Yu Shu casually found an excuse. She touched Yu Xiaoxiu's head and stood at the door without moving. She said to Zhao Hui, "Last night, I caught a cold and have some symptoms. I don't want my illness to spread to you, so I won't go in. Where's father? I have some matters to discuss with him." "Your godfather didn't come back from the medical center." Zhao Hui frowned and said worriedly, "How did you catch a cold? You didn't take care of your body, and your voice is so hoarse. Where else is she feeling unwell?" "Yun Do, take out a cloak and put it on for her." "It's not a big deal. My throat just hurts. I'll go find godfather later, and he can take a look at me." Yu Shu obediently took the cloak from the maid and put it on. She said that she was going to leave. Zhao Hui didn't stop her and asked Yu Xiaoxiu to send her to the door. The siblings stood under the eaves and talked. "Xiaoxiu, you have to go to school at the academy tomorrow. I may not be able to leave these 2 days. If I'm free tomorrow, I'll pick you up in the morning and we'll meet academician song together. If not, you can go by yourself first, okay?" Yu Xiaoxiu nodded sensibly and told her to take care of her body. He looked at her reluctantly as she got into the sedan chair and left. He went back to his room and wrote a few more words. Then he heard Mother Shen come in to report that young Master Chao had come to look for him. It was inconvenient for Zhao Hui to receive guests, so she asked Yu Xiaoxiu to go to the front to see what was going on. As soon as Yu Xiaoxiu arrived at the front yard, he saw Shui Rui standing in the living room with his hands behind his back, pacing back and forth. His embroidered clothes and jade crown were out of place in the simple room. "Brother Shui, why are you here?" Shui Rui turned around and looked at Yu Xiaoxiu, asking, "Did your sister come here just now?" "Yes, she came and then left." Shui Rui asked, "Did she say where she went?" Yu Xiaoxiu answered honestly, "Oh, she said she went to the medical center to see Uncle He. She's not feeling well." After finding out where Yu Shu went and the location of the medical center, Shui Rui said goodbye to Yu Xiaoxiu and left in a hurry. In the morning, he saw the notice in the north of the city and recognized that the person in the portrait was Jing Chen. He first went back to the mansion to see Shui Lingnan and asked about the situation. He didn't rest for long before he went back to Wang Jilu to find Yu Shu. He wanted to discuss Jing Chen with her, but he didn't expect to come back empty-handed. He thought she went back to the Ji family, so he went to the right magistrate's mansion and ordered the servants to ask around. Yu Shu didn't come back and finally found this place. Originally, Shui Rui wouldn't be in such a hurry to find her. However, before the new year, Jing Chen suddenly disappeared and Yu Shu went out to find him in the snow. When she was unconscious in bed, he heard from Zhao Hui that Jing Chen was murdered and lost his memory. In this way, the matter became serious. Jing Chen was the descendant of Yunhua Yi and the princess. He was a member of the imperial family and was the daozi that the emperor ordered to find. If something happened to him, it would inevitably involve Yu Shu. Moreover, there were many people who had seen Jing Chen. It was hard to guarantee that no one in the know would see the celestial commissioner's notice and think of him. From there, they could trace it back to Yu Shu. It would be fine if she could find the daozi, but if Yu Shu didn't know the whereabouts of Jing Chen, then she would be in trouble. Separated by Qianyuan Avenue, the news of the daozi entering the world had not spread to the south of the city. When Yu Shu found He Fangji in Huiran Medical Hall, he was busy setting the bones of a patient who had broken his leg. The small consultation room was crowded with people who wanted to watch the show, and the sound of the family members crying could be heard. Huiran Medical Hall also opened yesterday. Because it happened to be the opening day of Wangji Building, Yu Shu couldn't be there. However, on the 14th day, she had already congratulated He Fangji and sent 2 pots of asparagus as a congratulatory gift. They were placed in the medical hall to match the feng shui. She saw them the moment she entered the door. He Fangji couldn't leave for a while, so Yu Shu could only wait outside. The shopkeeper recognized her and knew that she was the boss's daughter, so he hurriedly let her sit inside the counter. Taking advantage of the chaos, he poured her a cup of tea and asked her to sit and wait. Who knew that she would wait for more than half an hour? The sun set and the people who were watching the show dispersed. He Fangji wiped his sweat with a handkerchief and walked out of the inner hall, panting. Seeing that he was so tired, Yu Shu quickly got up, handed him a cup of tea and gave him a seat. After He Fangji recovered, he waved at her. "What's wrong with you? You don't look well. Is it a cold or a fever? Come here and let me have a look." Yu Shu leaned against the counter, stretched out her wrist to him, and asked, "Godfather, can I ask you something?" He Fangji put his fingers on her pulse, closed his eyes and said, "What?" Yu Shu was about to ask him about the prescription Jing Chen took last time when she suddenly heard a commotion in front of the medical hall. She turned her head and saw that several horses stopped outside the door. 7 or 8 officials in jujube clothes with machetes on their waists dismounted and rushed in aggressively. The leader was a middle-aged man with a pair of thick eyebrows. Next to him was a servant wearing a cloth hat. The 2 stood in front of the door and said, "Is it here?" Chapter 280. A group of officials suddenly appeared outside the clinic. Seeing this, He Fangji hurriedly walked around the counter and saluted, "Greetings, Darren. May I know what business Darren has here?" The middle-aged man leading the group coldly looked around the clinic, and his eyes finally fell on Yu Shu, who was standing behind the counter. He sternly asked, "Which one of you is Yu Shu?" Yu Shu was startled. She was surprised. "Why are they looking for me?" Before she could react, the servant leading the way pointed at her and loudly said, "Reporting to Darren, this is Yu Shu." The middle-aged official wearing a black veil didn't say anything and waved his hand, "Take her away." Following that, some officials came forward to take them away. He Fangji turned pale with fright and tried to stop them, but she was pushed to the ground. Yu Shu was startled by this sudden turn of events. In a daze, she was dragged out by 2 officials and escorted out the door. "Xiao Yu! What are you doing? Don't pull me!" As soon as Yu Shu reacted, she struggled with all her might. This wasn't a joke. She didn't even know where these officials came from. She could tell that they didn't come with good intentions and looked fierce. If she was really taken away by them, she most likely wouldn't have a good ending. He Fangji crawled up from the ground, but she was stopped from going forward. The shopkeeper and the waiter were scared stiff and couldn't move. Yu Shu's strength was no match for 2 big men. In the blink of an eye, she was dragged to the door. She forced herself to calm down and didn't show any fear. She turned around and angrily scolded the leader. "Which sect does this Darren belong to? Why are you arresting me for no reason? I am an examinee of this year's Grand Yen examination and have half ascension. Don't you know the law? Unexpectedly, the middle-aged official didn't see through her bluff. He coldly snorted and ordered, "Gag her mouth and tie her up." After he finished speaking, someone took a piece of cloth and stuffed it into Yushu's mouth. They also took a rope to tie her up. Some people gradually gathered outside the clinic, but because of the official's authority, they whispered among themselves and didn't dare to come forward. Right now Yushu was both frightened and scared. Her legs kicked wildly, her face was red, and she wanted to spit out the cloth in her mouth. But she was still seriously ill and didn't have enough strength. In 2 or 3 moves, her hands and feet were tied and she was thrown onto the horse's back. The saddle hit her abdomen, causing her to groan in pain. She broke out in a cold sweat and lay weakly on the horse's back. After capturing Yushu, the officials did not linger. One by one, they mounted their horses. One of them held onto the reins of the horse that Yushu had been placed on, waved at the passers-by, and left towards the north. In a sedan chair across the street, Ji Xingxuan coldly looked at this scene. She put down the curtain and ordered outside the sedan chair, "Go to Huixing Street in the south of the city." Not long after, Shui Rui arrived. When he heard the people on the street talking, he knew that something was wrong. He quickened his pace and entered the Huairan Medical Center. He didn't see He Fangji and Yushu. However, he asked the panic-stricken shopkeeper and learned that Yushu had been taken away by the government and that He Fangji had gone to the Taiheng Chamber of Commerce to seek help from Beijing. His face immediately changed. He was a step too late. Shui Rui was secretly annoyed. He clenched his left hand into a fist and slammed it heavily on the counter next to him. Bang! Damn it! Who was it? How could they be so fast? Yushu was carried by the horse all the way. She didn't know where she had been taken. At first, she still had some strength to look up, but in the end, she wanted to vomit as soon as she opened her eyes. Knowing that there was nothing she could do, she had to accept her fate and lie on the ground. Her whole body was aching, and her mind was spinning thousands of times. She racked her brains to think why she had been caught by the government. First of all, the officer had pointed out her name to arrest her. It wasn't that he had mistaken her for someone else, which meant that he was after her. Secondly, someone was leading the way. Yushu recalled the person who had pointed out her at the entrance of the clinic. She didn't recognize him. However, not only did the other party recognize her, but they could also lead the officials to the Huairan Medical Center. It was clear that they knew her whereabouts, which made her feel even more strange. She vaguely remembered that when the little man, who looked like a servant, entered the door, he said, "I saw her enter this medical center." What did this mean? It meant that the group of officials didn't go to Zhao Hui's house to ask about her whereabouts, but went straight to the medical center. Then she had been targeted long ago? Yushu's heart sank. She was almost sure that someone was behind this matter. Who was it? Several people flashed through Yushu's mind. She had offended all of them. Last night she had offended 2 of them. One was Commandery Princess Shi Wen, and the other was Ji Xingxuan. Unfortunately, these 2 people were on the same side. Yushu had a feeling that no matter why she had been caught by the government, one of these 2 people must have something to do with her. It was just that in this short night, there had been trouble. They were too fast. They could use the officials. She didn't know if they were framing her or using their power to avenge private grievances. Because Yushu was thinking, she forgot her physical discomfort for a moment, until the horse under her slowly slowed down and suddenly stopped. Someone lifted her legs and carried her off the horse, put her on the ground, and untied the rope for her feet. It was already dark, and the lights in the city were on. Yushu staggered and stood firm. She raised her head dizzily and saw a neat and solemn red brick wall in front of her. The color was dark, and under a vermilion lantern, 3 dark blue doors were closed. More than a dozen guards dressed in jujube robes with long sabers on their waists were stationed at the door. On the high door, there was a black stone plaque with the words, "Celestial Commissioner," written in gold. It was full of vigor and shone in the night, dazzling her eyes. This was the Celestial Commissioner? The middle-aged official ordered 2 officers to carry Yushu, who was light-headed and light-footed. He took the lantern handed by the person in front of the door and dispersed the rest of the people. He took her through the archway at the west corner. The Celestial Commissioner was quiet and eerie. The eaves and buildings were covered with smoke, and the glazed tiles and carved beams were covered with mist. Yushu was half dragged and half dragged forward. Her mouth was stuffed with something and she couldn't speak. She couldn't tell the directions along the way. She passed through 3 or 4 corridors and stopped in front of an attic after turning a corner of a thicket. The middle-aged official stepped forward and cupped his hands. He said to the guard at the door, "This subordinate is Wang Yang. I have brought the person back as ordered." "Wait a moment." A guard entered and came out after a moment. He looked at Yushu, who was being held, and moved sideways to let the door open. He waved to the middle-aged official, "Bring her in." Yushu lowered her head and listened to the conversation between them. She was shocked. Junior supervisor? Was it the junior supervisor of the Celestial Commissioner? According to Yushu's knowledge, there were more than 100 officials in the Celestial Commissioner's office with official titles and titles. Under the senior supervisor, the first person was the junior supervisor, followed by the left and right magistrates, and then the left and right magistrates. The left was the highest, and the right was the reinstated position. Therefore, the person she was about to meet now was someone 4 ranks higher than that old bastard from the G family. Surprised and bewildered, Yushu's mind flashed with a glimmer of light. Yu somewhat realized why she had been brought here. Jingchen. They were here for Jingchen. "Young miss, we've arrived at Huixing Street." He rolled up the curtain of the sedan and helped Ji Xingxuan out of the sedan. She had the sedan bearers wait by the roadside while the master and servant walked towards an alley in the middle of the street. It was currently evening. He held a lantern in her hand and illuminated the uneven path. She counted the doors and stopped in front of one. He raised the lantern and shone it on the door. When she saw the lock, she turned to Ji Xingxuan and whispered, "Young miss, the door is locked." Ji Xingxuan closed her eyes and whispered, "Knock on the door and call Miss Yu." Although he didn't understand her intentions, she still obediently knocked on the door. "Knock knock. Miss Yu, are you there?" "Miss Yu." He knocked for a while, but there was no response. She turned her head and whispered, "Young miss, there's no one." Ji Xingxuan whispered, "Continue knocking and shout louder." "Is Miss Yu there?" "Miss Yu." He knocked on the door a few more times but didn't call out the person inside. Instead, she called out the neighbor across the street. "Who are you looking for?" Auntie Sue, who lived across the street, opened the door halfway and poked her head out to look. He was hesitating on what to say when she heard Ji Xingxuan say, "Auntie, did you see anyone coming back from this household during the day?" "No, they moved away a long time ago." Auntie Sue saw that it was 2 young girls dressed in silk and satin, so she asked curiously, "Young miss, why are you looking for them?" Ji Xingxuan tilted her head to look at the tightly shut door behind her and said in a clear voice, "It's like this. Miss Yu, who used to live here, is currently staying at my house. However, she hasn't come back for the past 2 days, so I'm very worried. This afternoon, I heard that someone saw her being taken away on the street by the officials. I don't know if it's true or not, but I couldn't find her anywhere else. I'm afraid that something might have happened to her, so I came here. I'll have to trouble Auntie to help me keep an eye out for her when she comes back. I'll come back tomorrow." Auntie Sue made an sound and said with a strange look in her eyes, But this household doesn't have a girl. There are 2 people with the surname Yu, and they're brothers. Which one are you talking about?" Ji Xingxuan said, "Her name is Yushu. Is there no such person?" Auntie Sue's eyes widened in disbelief. Yushu is a girl?" Ji Xingxuan nodded and didn't say anything more. She glanced at the crack in the door again and left with Yunhee. Auntie Sue muttered as she retreated back home. She closed the door and went to talk to her husband about this strange matter. It turned out that the young man who lived next door for a long time was actually a girl. The master and servant had almost reached the entrance of the alley when Yunhee asked in confusion, "Young miss, just now you..." Ji Xingxuan softly shushed her and interrupted her. She paused at the entrance of the alley for a moment and was about to walk away when she heard a voice behind her, Please wait. Under the veil, Ji Xingxuan's lips curved up slightly. She turned around and saw a figure walking towards her from the dark alley. In the blink of an eye, the figure appeared in front of her. A handsome face that seemed familiar appeared in the dim light. Her eyes flashed and she recognized the young man in front of her. He was the one she had met once at Chiyun Monastery. As she expected, he was here. You. When Jing Chen saw the woman at the entrance of the alley, his eyes flashed and his voice paused before he asked, "Who are you?" He had overheard their conversation from inside the door and was worried about Yushu's situation, so he jumped over the wall and chased after them. Hearing his question, Ji Xingxuan frowned. "And who are you?" Chapter 281. I'm Xiao Yu's friend. Ji Xingxuan's face was half-veiled, so her expression was not obvious. Since you're a friend, have you seen her these past 2 days? Jing Chen had just seen Yushu during the day. She said that she was going to find Dr. He to ask about his illness, but she had not returned. Earlier in the courtyard, he had heard the conversation between Ji Xingxuan and Auntie Su outside the door. He assumed that something had happened to Yushu and that this person in front of him knew about it. He asked, "She came here this afternoon. You said that she was taken away by the government. What happened?" Ji Xingxuan knew that this man in front of her was the Daozi that the Celestial Commissioner was looking for. She had come here to try her luck, but she had coincidentally bumped into him. Judging by his expression, he did not know about the announcement that had been made this morning. She immediately thought of something and said, "My surname is Ji, and I'm considered a relative of Yushu. For some reason, she was temporarily staying at my house as a guest. She didn't return last night, and there was no news from her. It was really worrying, so my family sent people out to look for her. I heard that she was taken away by the government this afternoon. I don't know if this is true or not. I knew that she had stayed here before, so I came here in case she didn't return to our house." Hearing this, Jing Chen frowned. He had actually seen the woman in front of him twice. The first time was at the Taoist temple outside the city, and the second time was to retrieve the adversity-blocking stone. Before this, Yushu had not mentioned her, so he did not know who she was. Now, it seemed that she was from the family that had bullied Yushu. His good impression of her immediately disappeared. However, he had always been a person of few desires, so he did not show his emotions. His expression did not change, but his voice became colder. "You said that she was taken away in the south of the city?" Ji Xingxuan was a very meticulous person. As soon as she introduced herself, she noticed the slight change in Jing Chen's attitude. She knew that Yushu must have damaged the Ji family in front of him. If that was the case, it would be difficult to build a good relationship with this Daozi. After giving it some thought, Ji Xingxuan decided to take Yushu away from this place to avoid the Celestial Commissioner's interrogation. She said, "I am not sure. My grandfather has sent someone to the Yamen to gather information. If young master is worried about Yushu, why don't you come with me?" Jing Chen did not know where Yushu had gone. Now he could only ask what was in front of him. After thinking for a moment, he held the rusted sword in his hand and nodded, "Thank you." Seeing that things were going smoothly, Ji Xingxuan asked Yun He to send away the sedan bearers. She walked leisurely with Jing Chen back to the right magistrate's residence. Along the way, she tried to sound him out with words. However, Jing Chen did not know the ways of the world. He was not happy and did not even respond. Ji Xingxuan realized that Yushu was trying to slander him. What she did not know was that Yushu had not even mentioned her name in front of Jing Chen. Yushu was brought to the imperial astronomer and sent into a loft with her hands tied behind her back. There was a brightly lit hall in front of her. Without going into the details of the furnishings, she saw a long 8 trigrams evil suppression desk on the east side. Behind the desk sat a man in his 30s. He was dressed in black silk and had silvery white hair. His appearance was extraordinary, but his expression was cold and dignified. At first, he was still writing with meticulous brushwork, but when Yushu arrived in front of him, he put down his brush and looked up. Yushu met the man's eyes. She knew that this was the Celestial Commissioner's junior supervisor. Even in this situation, she could not help but sigh. Hearing about him was not as good as meeting him in person. She immediately lowered her head, avoiding eye contact. "Your Excellency, this is the man." The middle-aged official who was sent to capture Yu Shu bowed. After scanning Yu Shu's messy hair and clothes, Ren Qiming picked up the announcement on the desk with his left hand and passed it to the attendant behind him. "Show it to her." The attendant took the announcement and unfolded it in front of Yu Shu. Puzzled, Yu Shu lowered her head to look at the portrait on the announcement. Her expression changed slightly. She read the content of the announcement in detail. Not only did it reveal Jing Chen's identity to the world, but it also ordered a reward for finding him. Her heart sank. She immediately confirmed her guess when she entered the room. The Celestial Commissioner was here for Jing Chen. Confused, she looked down and saw the date at the end of the announcement. After the 15th of the first month. According to this announcement was only posted today. This detail made Yu Shu suspicious. It was not strange that the Celestial Commissioner would come to find her. Although Jing Chen seldom went out with her, more than one person had seen him. It was normal for someone to see this announcement and report it to the government for the reward. However, it had only been a day since the announcement. It seemed that the news had not spread in the city yet. Otherwise, she would have heard about it after running around the city for half a day. She could count all the people who had seen Jing Chen with her, Auntie Su and her family, Zhou Fangfang, and a few other neighbors. They were illiterate, so how could they understand the content of the announcement? They might not think that the man in the portrait was Jing Chen. If they really reported it to the government, it would take at least 3 to 5 days for it to happen. Then there were Zhao Hui and her husband, Pei Jing, and several servants. If she thought about it with her toes, it was impossible for them to inform the government behind her back. The last one was Shui Rui, and Yu Shu directly eliminated him. With her understanding of the eldest young Master Shui's character, if he saw this notice, he would surely look for her first and tell her about it. Why would he covet any rewards from this notice, let alone betray her? Then who could it be? Who else would be with Jing Chen and keep an eye on her? Who could take the Celestial Commissioner's men to the clinic to get her if something happened? Yu Shu thought about it quietly and thought of a person, or rather, a family. Ji Xingxuan, the Ji family. Thinking of this, it made sense. As the right judge of the Celestial Commissioner, Ji Huaishan must have got the news of looking for the so-called Taoist. Ji Xingxuan knew her residence on Huixing Street and went to find her in person. Maybe Ji Xingxuan had seen her and Jing Chen together when she didn't know. This woman was good at physiognomy, and Jing Chen was easy to recognize. Therefore, when she saw the announcement, she thought of her. Ji Xingxuan had seen her last night and knew that she went in and out of Wangji building. She knew her whereabouts like the back of her hand, so it was not a problem to send someone to follow her. The servant who identified her in Huiran Medical Center must have been sent by the Ji family to follow her. Yu Shu looked at the announcement. There was no mention of the evil Qi of K to Star. Instead, she addressed Jing Chen as Taoist. She also said that Jing Chen joined Taoism when he was young and inherited his parents' will. These beautiful words all showed that the royal family's attitude towards Jing Chen was friendly and valued. Since the Ji family found out that Jing Chen was in contact with her, and they knew that Jing Chen had a high status, they were afraid that she would take credit for finding the Taoist in the future. So, they made a move first to gain the upper hand. Somehow, they fooled their superiors and made the young eunuch send someone to catch her. In this way, if she honestly told the whereabouts of Jing Chen, she would be betraying Jing Chen in a disguised way. If she refused to tell, she would be in trouble. Not only would she not get any benefits, but she would also be trapped. However, Jing Chen was missing a piece of memory. He didn't know who wanted to harm him, so he would be in danger as soon as he showed up. As a senior actuary, Yu Shu was best at information calculation and analysis. Although she didn't know what was going on, she was able to sort out the clues that she already knew, and she was able to guess what had happened. Yu Shu's mouth was blocked. She could only curse in her heart, this wicked Ji family. Do you recognize the person in this portrait? Rin Qiming quietly observed the changes in Yushu's expression. Seeing that she finished reading the notice and didn't move for a long time, he asked. The attendant pulled out the cloth from Yushu's mouth. Yushu coughed hard for a while and spat out 2 mouthfuls of saliva. She took a deep breath and made up her mind. Then she raised her head and looked at the big man behind the desk who could kill her with one hand. She said in a hoarse voice, "I don't recognize him." Rin Qiming frowned. Finding Yunhua and the princess's son was a very important matter. The Great Commissioner had told him to handle it personally and not let others handle it. That was why Right Judge Ji came to see him in a hurry. He said that the servants in the mansion had seen the notice and saw a Taoist child going in and out with someone. The description was very similar, so he sent his subordinates to bring the person back. Now that he was interrogating him personally, he wanted to avoid any mistakes. At this time, he saw Yushu's strange expression and concluded that she was hiding something. So he said coldly, "Since you have seen the notice, you should know who is in this portrait. Someone has seen you going in and out with Taoist child. Why do you say you don't know?" Yushu's throat was blocked with phlegm. She felt dry and wretched. When she heard the junior supervisor's question, her neck stiffened and she couldn't answer. The middle-aged subordinate felt that she was being negligent. He snorted and kicked her in the back of the leg. She knelt down. Yushu's ears were numb and she cried out in pain. "The junior supervisor is questioning you. Don't hesitate and answer honestly." "Wang Yang," Rin Qiming said coldly, "leave." "Sir." The middle-aged subordinate excused himself and bowed before leaving. At this time, only Rin Qiming, Yushu, and the attendant were left in the building. "Your surname is Yu and you were born in Jiangnan. You were the concubine of the 3rd son of the Celestial Commissioner, Right Judge Ji Huaishan. You were an examinee of the Diyan examination last year, right?" Rin Qiming held a report in his hand. It was just delivered to him along with Yushu. After listening to Ji Huaishan's report, he sent people to arrest her and also sent people to several places to inquire about this girl's situation to verify. In addition, you have a foster relative with the surname He who moved here from the south. You have a weak younger brother who moved to the He family in the 12th month of last year. At that time, he was accompanied by a young man. Later he disappeared. Let me ask you, who is that man? And where is he now? Yushu bit her lips. She propped up her upper body and kneeled on the ground. Cold sweat appeared on her forehead and her shoulders trembled slightly. She said in a hoarse voice, "That is a friend who is staying at my house. I don't know where he went." As for the person in the painting, even if you ask him 1,000 times, I don't know him. Yushu's heart was heavy. The Ji family probably knew that she went to Huixing Street in the afternoon since they sent people to follow her. Jing Chen was now waiting for her in the small courtyard. He was completely unaware of the news outside and had nowhere to hide. It was only a matter of time before he was found. She wasn't stupid enough to think that if she didn't say Jing Chen's whereabouts, the Celestial Commissioner wouldn't be able to find him. But she couldn't say it. At least, she couldn't say it now. Once she said it, she would fall into the Ji family's trap and wouldn't be able to get out. Now that she had one foot in the swamp, she had to find a way to pull herself out. "In front of me you dare to lie." Rin Qiming was a strict man. He had always been cold and serious. He was sure that Yushu was hiding the whereabouts of the Daozi. He asked her again and again. Seeing that she was unwilling to say it, he lost his patience. He put down the report in his hand and put his hands on the table. He said, "Qing Feng, let her speak." Chapter 282. Ji Xingxuan brought Jing Chen to the Ji family and settled him in the living room of the front courtyard. She said, "Wait here for a moment. I will go ask grandfather to see if there is any news of Yushu." Jing Chen nodded but did not sit down. Instead, he held his sword and stood at the door of the living room. Ji Xingxuan knew that he was a Taoist and did not stand on ceremony. She left with her maidservant and hurriedly went to the back. She called for a servant to go to the rear courtyard and invite Ji Huaishan over. Not long after, Ji Huaishan rushed to the front courtyard and met up with Ji Xingxuan in the corridor. As soon as he saw her, he anxiously asked, "I heard the servants say that you brought someone back?" Ji Xingxuan replied, "It is the Taoist that His Majesty is looking for." Ji Huaishan was pleasantly surprised and waved his hand to dismiss the people around him. He asked in a low voice, "You went out this afternoon to look for someone. Why didn't you discuss this with me? Didn't you say that you would wait for Junior Supervisor Ren to send someone to look for him? Why did you bring him back?" Ji Xingxuan first told Ji Huaishan how she brought Jing Chen back. Then, she told him what she was thinking. Grandson only wanted to go and investigate. After seeing the Taoist, I reported my family name. From his attitude, it seems that he is dissatisfied with the Ji family. It must be because of Yushu. Grandson thinks that since there is no way to resolve this peacefully, rather than letting Junior Supervisor Ren find out the Taoist's whereabouts from Yushu, why don't grandfather personally bring him to Senior Supervisor Ren? It will be beneficial. Ji Huaishan stroked his beard and his eyes flashed. He said, "This is good. However, you are tricking him to come back. From his appearance, he doesn't seem to know anything. How should we bring him to Celestial Commissioner? You can't force him. Just tell him the truth. That's it." Ji Xingxuan's expression did not change. She covered her mouth with one hand and muttered. Ji Huaishan nodded repeatedly as he listened. Finally, he smiled and said, "My granddaughter is still the most sensitive. Let's go and meet this Taoist with grandfather." The grandfather and grandson turned to the front hall. Jing Chen was standing at the door, looking up at the stars in the night sky. Hearing footsteps, he saw an old man and a young man coming from the left corridor. They stopped in front of him. The old man was about to speak, but when he saw Jing Chen, his face suddenly changed and he stared at him. Ji Xingxuan stepped forward and supported the old man. "Grandfather, what's wrong? This young master said that he saw Miss Yu today. Didn't you have something to ask him?" However, Ji Huaishan ignored him. He stared at Jing Chen and said excitedly, "May I ask if you are the descendant of Yunhua Ez?" Jing Chen was shocked to be exposed by the old man in front of him. However, he remembered Yushu's reminder and did not respond. Instead, he frowned and said, "You've got the wrong person. I'm here to look for someone. Do you know where Yushu is now?" "That's impossible. You're clearly the same as the one in the portrait." Ji Huaishan had a look of disbelief. He turned his head and ordered the steward, "Go and bring me the announcement on the table in my study." "Yes, Your Excellency." Ji Xingxuan had a puzzled expression and said doubtfully, "Grandfather, what's wrong with you? This young master is Yushu's friend. How did he become the descendant of Yunhua Ez?" Ji Huaishan shook his head and ignored her. He cupped his hands at Jing Chen and said, "Young master, please don't be impatient. Let this old man verify something and then tell me where Yushu is." Jing Chen looked at the grandfather and grandson in front of him. He was puzzled and nodded. A moment later, the steward ran back with a scroll and gave it to Ji Huaishan. He handed it to Jing Chen. "Young master, this is the announcement that the emperor ordered to be posted in the city this morning." Jing Chen took it in his hands and looked at it. He saw the portrait and the document and suddenly realized that the imperial family had ordered to find him. No wonder he had never seen the old man in front of him, but the other party recognized him. Then, a servant was brought in front of them. Ji Huaishan pointed at Jing Chen and asked, "Lai San, you said that you saw Miss Yu and the person in the portrait together. Are you talking about this young master?" The servant with small eyes looked at Jing Chen and nodded vigorously. Yes, it's him. Last year in the 12th month, when I went to the south of the city to visit the bride, I saw this young master together with Miss Yu, who is currently living in our estate." When Jing Chen heard this, he seemed to understand something and raised his head to look at Ji Huaishan. However, before he could ask, Ji Huaishan sighed and then cupped his hands at Jing Chen and said, "This old man is the Celestial Commissioner, right, Magistrate Ji Huaishan? May I ask if young master is a cultivator from Mount Longhu? If you are, then you are undoubtedly the descendant of Master Yi that the emperor has ordered to find. To tell you the truth, His Majesty is in a hurry to summon you back to the imperial court." Everyone in the Imperial Astronomer's office has received the order. Because this old servant was certain that he had seen you and Yu Shu together, I was unable to find her. In a moment of desperation, I went to the Imperial Astronomer's office during the day and reported to my superior. Presumably, that child Yu Shu has already been brought to the Imperial Astronomer's office for interrogation. Jing Chen was shocked, but then he heard Ji Xingxuan say in surprise, "Grandfather, why is it like this? Didn't you say that you sent someone to find Miss Yu, but there was no news?" Ji Huaishan sighed. How can this old man tell a child about such an important matter? Then he said to Jing Chen with a complicated expression, "If Daozi is worried about Miss Yu, then come with this old man to the Celestial Commissioner's residence. There's no time to lose. I'm afraid that if we're late, Miss Yu will suffer." Since Jing Chen knew where Yu Shu had gone, he didn't have the heart to think about other things. He was only worried about her safety. He was afraid that she would refuse to tell if someone asked about his whereabouts. He made a prompt decision and decided to go with Ji Huaishan to the Celestial Commissioner's residence. He didn't care about exposing his whereabouts at this time and what danger it would bring. "I came from Mount Longhu. Quickly lead the way and take me to the Celestial Commissioner's residence." Hearing this, the grandfather and grandson duo's hearts sank. This was exactly what they had discussed in the back garden. Since they couldn't win Daozi's favor, they also couldn't let him blame their family later. At the very least, they had to get rid of one person, and that person was Ji Xingxuan. The inner room of the Celestial Commissioner's residence was lit by candles. Yu Shu was lying on the ground, gasping for air. Her forehead was pressed against the cold floor, and cold sweat had soaked the back of her clothes. All of her senses were focused on the broken little finger on her left hand. Her mind was blank and her ears were ringing. Then she heard an ice-cold voice. "I'll ask you again. Do you recognize the person in this portrait?" "I do." She almost subconsciously wanted to answer, but then she came back to her senses and abruptly changed her words. She gritted her teeth and replied in a trembling voice, "No, I don't." "Recognize your uncle." Ren Qiming's eyes narrowed. He didn't have the heart to praise this woman's backbone. He was about to let the attendant break another bone in her hand to see how stubborn she was, when he heard a report from outside the door. Darren, the 9th prince, young Master Rui, and the young master of the Shui family ask for an audience. They say they have the whereabouts of Daozi. Hearing this, Ren Qiming turned his head to look outside the door. He had a surprised expression on his face. He then glanced at Yu Shu, who was kneeling on the ground, and said, "Invite them in." Yu Shu was suffering from the pain of her broken fingers. Her ears were ringing and she didn't hear the announcement. She didn't know that the people who came at this time were just in time, so she was lucky enough not to have another broken finger. Shui, Lu Tan, and Rui Lin were invited in. At first glance, the first thing Shui Rui saw was a figure kneeling on the ground. Her clothes were messy and her upper body was drenched. His body stiffened and he tried to resist the urge to go forward to check on her condition. He secretly clenched his fist and shifted his gaze to the man behind the evil warding case. Rui Lin raised his hand to salute and said in a low voice, "This lowly official greets the junior supervisor." This was the Celestial Commissioner's Ren Qiming. Even his grandfather had to give him some face in front of him. As a junior, he couldn't be disrespectful. When Ren Qiming saw Lu Tan, he stood up and raised his hand to salute. "Greetings, Your Highness." "Sir Ren, you may rise." Lu Tan and Rui Lin were both temporarily pulled here by Shui Rui as reinforcements. On the way, they had heard Shui Rui's explanation. When they saw the scene in front of them, they knew who the person kneeling on the ground was. They weren't confused. Rui Lin immediately smiled and said, "Brother-in-law, why has your place become a yamen? Do you still need to interrogate criminals?" From the way he addressed him, it was obvious that young Lord Rui was Ren Qiming's brother-in-law. If there were people in Anling City who weren't afraid of Junior Supervisor Ren's cold face, he was one of them. Ren Qiming ignored him, but his expressions softened a little. He turned to Lu Tan and Shui Rui and said, "Your Highness and Mr. Shui have the whereabouts of Daozi?" Lu Tan said, "It was my cousin who came to find me." He said that he had news of Master Uncle. Coincidentally, I was with Rui Lin, so we came together. Let him tell, sir. Brother Rui? When the tinnitus in Yushu's ears subsided a little, she heard a few more voices in the building. They were vaguely familiar. She slowly turned her head and saw a few more pairs of boots on the ground. When she looked up, her vision gradually became clear. She was the first to recognize Shui Rui and was stunned on the spot. Why is he here? Before she could wrap her mind around it, she heard Shui Rui's voice. Sir Ren, I have seen Daozi in person a month ago. Ren Qiming looked serious and said, Where did you see Daozi? Tell me in detail. Shui Rui's eyes moved. He turned to look at Yushu on the ground and said, Sir, please untie her first. Ren Qiming frowned. He looked at Shui Rui and then looked at Yushu. Since he knew that they knew each other, he thought that there must be some inside story. After hesitating for a moment, he waved his hand and said, Release her. The attendant was about to untie Yushu, but Shui Rui was one step ahead of him. He went forward to help Yushu up from the ground and untied her wrists behind her back. As soon as he touched her wrists, he heard her gasp and tremble. He thought that she was injured and hurriedly checked. Soon, he found that one of her little fingers was broken and blood was squeezed together. It was mercilessly twisted. It was a shocking sight. Shui Rui turned pale with fright. He couldn't care less about the anger in his heart. He hurriedly tore off a piece of his sleeve, put her against his chest, and held her finger. He felt her body tremble slightly and whispered in her ear, Bear with it. Yushu seemed to know what he was going to do. She leaned against him numbly. When she heard his voice, she felt a little relieved. The next moment, she felt a stinging pain in her brain. She clenched her teeth, trembled violently, and collapsed in his arms. Her eyes were wet with sweat. Shui Rui pulled a long face as he straightened Yushu's broken little finger. He removed the hairpin from his head and stuck it on her wrist bone before he quickly wrapped it with a piece of cloth. He lowered his head to look at her ghastly pale complexion, her purple lips, and her sweaty face. He felt as if his chest had been hammered, and he also felt a little bitter. Seeing the girl that he had been longing for suffer for another man again and again, this feeling was really not good. Chapter 283. Shui Rui knelt on the ground, hugged Yushu to his chest, and treated the injury on her hand. He gently held her trembling left hand with one hand, raised his head, and said coldly to Ren Qiming, Sir Ren, you brought her back to the Celestial Commissioner for interrogation without distinguishing between right and wrong, and you even used private torture. Don't you know that this is a violation of the law? Upon hearing his questioning, Lu Tan and Ruilin had a strange look on their faces. Both of them knew Shui Rui for more than a day or two. They knew that he was usually dignified, cautious in his words and actions, and always pretended to be gentle and refined. However, his temper was actually the worst. Looking at him now, it was obvious that he was about to fall out. Ren Qiming looked at Shui Rui and said expressionlessly, I was ordered by the emperor to find the whereabouts of the descendant of Yunhua Yi and Princess Liyue. I received a report and found out that this person had been in contact with Daozi, so I sent someone to bring her back. As for the torture, Mr. Shui, you are being too serious. However, she refused to confess, so I accidentally got someone to break her finger. She can just reattach it when she goes back. How can this be considered violating the law? Seeing that the situation was not good, Ruilin quickly jumped out to interrupt. He laughed dryly at Ren Qiming and winked at Shui Rui. Brother Rui, aren't you going to tell my brother-in-law about Daozi's whereabouts? Yushu leaned in front of Shui Rui, endured the pain, and concentrated on listening to their conversation. When she heard what Ruilin said, her eyelids twitched. She guessed that the Ji family wanted to harm her and had already thought of a plan to deal with it. However, she did not expect that Shui Rui would appear halfway. Obviously, he wanted to protect her and tell them about Jingqin. Although it was a mess, it could also be regarded as a delaying plan. Sure enough, as soon as Yushu thought about it, she heard Shui Rui say, Daozi's name is Jingqin. A month ago, he stayed at my sworn sister's house. As far as I know, Daozi used to suffer from amnesia, and I don't know where he came from. Later, he recovered his memory and left alone. My sworn sister is also looking for his whereabouts, but she doesn't know where he went. I also sent someone to help her inquire, and I got the news that a few days ago. Hearing this, Yushu suddenly coughed and interrupted him. She said in a hoarse voice, "Brother, don't say." Her stop was heard by several people in the building. Rin Qiming was listening to the key point of Shui Rui's story, but he was stopped by Yushu. His face turned cold, but before he could say anything he heard Shui Rui say in a low voice, "Why don't you say it? You saved Daozi's life, took care of him all the way, and worked hard for him without complaint. After he recovered, he left without saying a word. Now you have been wronged and suffered. Why do you still want to cover up for him?" Yu Shu was stunned when she heard this. She was able to discern that Shui Rui was really angry, and she actually didn't know how to reply for a moment. Her broken pinky felt another wave of pain, and it pierced her to the point her teeth chattered, causing her to grab tightly onto his sleeve and lean her head against his chest. She pressed her forehead against his thick chest, and she gritted her teeth to prevent herself from crying out in pain. Shui Rui noticed her little movement. He knew that she was uncomfortable, but he couldn't replace her. He could only gently tighten his arms, trying to make her feel better. Rin Qiming had been frowning since Shui Rui opened his mouth. He didn't worry about anything else, but he was worried that the news of Daozi's life in Kata's star would be leaked. So at the beginning, when he found that Yushu was hiding something, he wanted to deal with her as soon as possible in case she already knew it. But looking at the current situation, the young master of the Shui family seemed to know something, which made it difficult for him to deal with. Looking at Lu Tan and Rui Lin on the side, Rin Qiming thought for a moment and suddenly said, "Rui Lin, there's nothing for you to do here. You go back first." The ninth prince knew some inside information. It didn't matter if he stayed here, but his brother-in-law didn't know, so he couldn't let him get involved. Rui Lin had some insight. Hearing his brother-in-law driving him away, he hesitated for a moment and said to Shui Rui, "Brother Rui, I'll wait for you outside the prison." Then he winked at Lu Tan and turned his head to go out. As soon as he left, Rin Qiming said to Shui Rui with a serious face, "Sir Shui, do you know that His Majesty is worried about Daozi's whereabouts and can't eat or drink? As an official, we must share the burden of the emperor. If you know anything, please tell us the truth so that we can find Daozi as soon as possible, so that His Majesty won't be overworked. If the dragon body is delayed, you and I can't afford it." These words of persuasion were actually a warning. If Shui Rui hid anything, it would be deceiving the emperor. "Cousin," Lu Tan called softly, reminding him. Shui Rui's eyes flickered and he said in a low voice, "Daozi seems to have been assassinated on the way. Someone used a poisonous trick in Jianghu. Silver needles were buried in his acupuncture points, and he lost his memory. My sworn sister didn't know Daozi's identity. She only took care of him because of her chivalrous heart. My sworn sister has an elder who is proficient in the art of Qi Huang. He diagnosed Daozi's illness and treated him with the needles. However, a few days later, Daozi disappeared in the morning. He must have recovered his memory and left." Yushu listened to Shui Rui's narration. Her eyelids moved, she pursed her lips and didn't make a sound. She had never told him about these things, but he knew. When Rin Qiming heard this, he was inwardly shocked. Daozi had been assassinated. Sworn sister was worried that his body hadn't recovered and that he was penniless, so she begged me to send people to search for him. Not long ago, I received a clue that someone in the southern garrison saw Daozi leave the city on the morning of the 22nd day of the 12th month. Sworn sister and I thought that he had left and didn't continue to search. This is all we know. There is absolutely not half a word of falsehood. Darren can send people to investigate." Rin Qiming's complexion was heavy and his hands were clasped tightly together. Looking at Shui Rui's expression, it didn't seem like he was lying. If that was the case, then it was very bad. Therefore, he asked in a deep voice, since this is the case, she should tell the truth in full detail. Why is it that when I asked her just now, she refused to admit that she had seen Daozi and said that she didn't recognize the person in the portrait? Upon hearing this, Shui lowered his head to look at Yushu. His eyes flickered a few times and he said with disappointment and frustration, thinking about it, when Darren Rin interrogated my sworn sister, it wasn't that she didn't want to talk, but that she didn't know where to start. She is a young and fair-skinned girl and was entangled with Daozi. Now that the imperial court is looking for him with great fanfare, if she can't tell you where Daozi went, how can you let her go? If Daozi is injured and you can't find him, won't you blame it all on her? Hearing Shui trying to defend her, Yushu's lips moved and she sighed. She didn't say it not because she was afraid that they wouldn't let her go, but because she didn't want to let some people go. Come! Ren Qiming suddenly stood up from his chair and called for the imperial bodyguard outside the door. He ordered, quickly go and invite the head prefect here. Sir. The imperial bodyguard obeyed the order and left. Ren Qiming turned to the people in front of him and said solemnly, this is a serious matter, all of you wait here. Ren Qiming invited the head prefect. Lu Tan didn't do anything. Even though Shui didn't want to stay any longer, he knew he couldn't leave. Therefore, he looked around and saw an empty chair under the south window. He carried Yushu horizontally and gently placed her on the chair. He then poured a cup of water from the coffee table and fed it to her mouth. Yushu was still ill. After this torment, she barely had any breath left. She had no strength to support herself, so her body tilted and leaned on Shui. She muttered, thank you. At this moment, Shui wasn't in the mood to avoid arousing suspicion. He put an arm over her shoulders so that she could lean more comfortably. His other hand gently touched her burning forehead. His eyes darkened and he whispered, bear with it a little more. Yushu closed her eyes and silently agreed. Yes, bear with it a little more. Lu Tan also found a place to sit. For a moment, there was no sound in the building. Just like this, the time to drink a cup of tea passed. Suddenly, there was a voice at the door. Shui and Lu Tan thought that the head prefect had arrived. Unexpectedly, the imperial bodyguard hurriedly entered and reported, Junior Supervisor Darren, Right Judge G. Darren requests an audience. He also brought a man with him, claiming that he is the Daozi that the emperor ordered to find. It was like a stone that gave rise to 1,000 ripples, and the expressions of the three men in the building went pale. Only Shu, who was leaning on Shui, suddenly opened his bloodshot eyes, and a fierce light flashed within them. It really was this pair of bastards. Ren Qiming and Lu Tan both stood up from their chairs. The former reacted the fastest and hurriedly said, quickly let them in. The imperial bodyguard retreated. A moment later, 3 people followed him in. They were Ji Huaishan, Ji Xingxuan, and Jing Chen, who had rushed over from the right judge's office. The people who came in looked at the people in the building, and the people in the building looked at the people who came in. Several gazes intertwined. 7th Marshal Uncle. Lu Tan beamed with joy and strode forward to greet them. His voice had undoubtedly confirmed Jing Chen's identity. Ren Qiming stared in Jing Chen's direction and saw his face clearly. His serious face, which was like an iron plate, unexpectedly revealed an excited expression. He was worried about the Daozi's safety and was afraid that something bad would happen. Who would have thought that the situation would take a turn and he would see the people who came? Jing Chen had no one else in his mind. When he saw Yushu, he left Lu Tan and quickly walked towards her. Xiaoyu. Jing Chen could see that Yushu's condition was not good. He reached out to touch her forehead, but was firmly held by a hand that stretched out from the side. The hand stopped half an inch in front of her forehead and could not move forward. Jing Chen followed the hand and looked at its owner. He saw a frosty face looking at him coldly. The instinct of a martial artist made Jing Chen smell a bit of danger from the other party. Jing Chen frowned slightly and did not compete with him. He lowered his head to look at Yushu, but because her dark sleeves covered her, he did not see her broken fingers. He could see that she looked very pale and worried. Xiaoyu, how are you? I'm fine. Cough. Yushu coughed as soon as she opened her mouth. Shui stroked her back. She took a deep breath and shook her head at Jing Chen. I'm fine. I won't die. As she spoke, Yushu looked at the grandfather and grandson who had come to take advantage of the situation. She took a deep breath and sneered without saying anything. Daozi, Ren Qiming called out to Jing Chen. Seeing that he did not respond, he turned his head to Ji Huaishan and asked seriously, "Right, Judge Ji, what is going on? Where did you find the Daozi?" Chapter 284. Ji Huaishan recounted what had happened. In Yu Shu's ears, there was only one meaning. They were the ones who found Jing Chen. Seeing that Jing Chen was safe and sound, Ren Qiming was overjoyed. He couldn't help but treat Ji Huaishan in an amiable manner. His Majesty was anxious because of this matter. Fortunately, the right judicial judge found Daozi. I will report this to His Excellency Ming and ask for a reward for you. Ji Huaishan smiled. This subordinate is an internal official of the Supreme Court. I am only doing my duty and dare not claim credit. I am ashamed to say this. If it weren't for my granddaughter being nosy and running off to find him, we wouldn't have coincidentally found Daozi. Hearing this, Ren Qiming looked at Ji Xingxuan. His gaze didn't conceal his admiration. "Xingxuan, I have been busy all year and didn't have the time to ask you. How did you do in the Dian examination this time?" Because Ji Huaishan was the Celestial Commissioner, he would occasionally bring Ji Xingxuan to the prison. Ren Qiming ran into her a few times. Seeing that this woman was talented and intelligent, he occasionally gave her pointers. He often went to the right judicial judge's residence to drink tea. Every time, Ji Huaishan would call Ji Xingxuan over to greet him. Thus, they weren't strangers to each other. Ji Xingxuan stepped forward and bowed. She answered politely, replying to Your Excellency's question. I took all 6 subjects. Apart from the mathematics subject, I didn't miss any of the other 5 subjects. Among them, I was more confident in Yi, physiognomy, and astrology. If there are no accidents, I should be able to pass too. When Ren Qiming heard astrology, he secretly frowned. His expression didn't change. Yes, there are more questions in mathematics this year. It stumped many people. Pausing, he looked at her and continued, You have been studying in the Taisher Library for 3 years. If you are able to become a great E-Master this year, this Fu will recommend you to the higher authorities. Next year, you can take up a position in the Imperial Censorate. The Imperial Censorate is currently lacking a scribe. Although it is only a 7th-rank scribe, you will be able to learn much better than anywhere else. The selection of officials for the Celestial Commissioner was different. As long as it was approved by the senior supervisor and the junior supervisor, even the emperor wouldn't interfere. It wasn't easy for a woman to become an official. Today, with Ren Qiming's words, Ji Xingxuan would be appointed to the Celestial Commissioner's post. Hearing this, Ji Xingxuan paused. Then her beautiful eyes brightened. She was overjoyed. Ji Huaishan was even more overjoyed. Fearing that Ren Qiming would take back his words, he hurriedly said, Xingxuan, hurry up and thank the junior supervisor for his appreciation. Xingxuan will not disappoint Your Excellency. On one side, they were giving gifts. On the other side, Yu Shu was watching coldly from the sidelines. Everyone else who witnessed this scene had different thoughts. Shui Rui sneered because he knew a lot of inside information. He could see through this grandfather and granddaughter's ploy. It was nothing more than using a knife to hurt someone and then sitting back and enjoying the fruits of their labor. It was a pity that the little girl in his arms had worked so hard to protect a noble to the capital. In the end, she had made a wedding dress for someone else. She had to suffer in silence and couldn't say anything. Jing Chen looked thoughtfully at the old and young pair who had brought him here. He suddenly said, Did you know that I was hiding in that small courtyard? Others might not understand what Jing Chen was saying, but the grandfather and granddaughter of the Ji family understood. Ji Huaishan's smile froze. Ji Xingxuan frowned and asked, Why do you say that, Taoist? Jing Chen pointed at her and said suspiciously, You've seen me before. Last October, at the Qiyun Temple in the south of the city. At that time, I was with Xiao Yu and you met me. You recognized me. Today, you pretended not to know me. You deliberately used Xiao Yu as an excuse to bring me here, didn't you? Jing Chen was not worldly. However, he was born sensitive and meticulous. He could often sense the changes in people's hearts. That was why he did not hesitate to hand over a treasure like the yellow frost stone to Yushu in Yang City. He believed it because he knew it. Reality proved that he did not trust the wrong person. In the future, not only did Yushu save his life, but it was also because of her that he could stand here safely today. Shui looked at Jing Chen in surprise. He thought to himself that this person was not stupid. Ren Qiming looked at Ji Xingxuan meaningfully and asked, "Xingxuan, Taoist said that you've seen him before. Is that true?" Ji Xingxuan hesitated for a moment and said in a low voice, "Yes, I've seen Taoist at the Qiyun Temple before." "Xingxuan?" Ji Huaishan was shocked. He did not understand what she was doing. Shui also looked at Ji Xingxuan strangely. He did not know what trick she was playing. "Grandfather," Ji Xingxuan clenched her hands in front of her abdomen. She smiled bitterly and said, "Did you forget? Last October, I accidentally broke your treasured painting of the 9 plum blossoms and was punished by you to copy books at home? Coincidentally, you were not in the Fu, so I sneaked out with Yunhee. I wanted to admire the plum blossom forest near the Qiyun Temple. When I came back, I drew a plum blossom painting to make you happy. I was afraid that you would blame me afterwards, so I did not mention it again. Coincidentally, I met Taoist at the temple. Now that I've seen him, how could I recognize him? I could only pretend not to know him. Who would have known that he was the Taoist you were looking for?" This was indeed a coincidence and caused Taoist to misunderstand. This explanation was flawless and immediately dispelled everyone's suspicions. Ji Xingxuan had made it very clear that she had seen Jing Chen before. However, at that time, she did not recognize Jing Chen. Today, she pretended not to know him because she was afraid of bringing up the matter of her sneaking out. Jing Chen only had suspicions. In the end, there was no evidence to prove that Ji Xingxuan had tricked him to come here. Shui was a little shocked. He thought to himself that this Ji Xingxuan had a deep mind. She was quick-witted and meticulous. She was practically invulnerable. On one hand, he was lucky enough to break off the engagement with the Ji family that day. On the other hand, he was worried for Yushu. Now that she had provoked such a difficult character, her days in the future would not be stable. "Are you done?" Yushu, who had been resting on Shui-Rui's body, suddenly spoke up. Her hissing voice was very attention-grabbing. Ji Xingxuan shifted her gaze and saw a weak-looking Yushu holding onto the armrest of the chair. She barely managed to sit up straight. Her pair of reddened eyes stared straight at Ji Xingxuan, making Ji Xingxuan feel a sense of foreboding. "If you're done, it's my turn." Yushu didn't care what they thought of her. She retracted her gaze from Ji Xingxuan and shifted it to Junior Eunuch Ren. She held back her cough and slowly said, "Jing Chen and I, the Daozi that you guys call him, met him a year ago in Jiangnanzi Yang City. I was indebted to him, so I felt grateful and befriended him. Last April, he suddenly bade farewell to me and left Yang City. I thought that we wouldn't be able to meet again, but who knew that 2 months later, when I took a boat north to the capital, I actually met him again. However, at that time, he was severely injured and was abandoned in the river. He was fished out of the water as he was on his last breath. He almost lost his life. I recognized him, and in order to repay his kindness, I naturally took good care of him. Who knew that after he woke up, not only did he lose his voice, he also lost his memory. Jing Chen, you never lie. Tell them, is there a single lie in what I've said?" Most of the people present were flabbergasted when they heard about Jing Chen's thrilling experience. Ren Qiming's expression was the worst, while Lu Tan's expression was one of shock and anger. Ji Huaishan and Ji Xingxuan, on the other hand, didn't expect this. They looked at each other and felt that something was wrong. They had originally thought that Yushu and the Daozi were good friends at most. They didn't expect her to be his savior. Jing Chen looked at Yushu and said, "It's true. What Xiaoyu said is absolutely true. If she hadn't saved me on the river, I would have become a pile of bones in the river. Later, when we were hijacked, she was the one who helped me escape and saved my life." Ji Huaishan was a sly old fox. Seeing that the situation had changed, he sighed and said, "I didn't expect that the Daozi would have such an experience. You're really lucky. In this way, you can be considered to be affectionate and righteous. You know how to repay kindness. He came to play the good guy. With one sentence, he minimized Yushu's life-saving grace into repaying kindness. Yushu knew it in her heart. She secretly sneered. This old thing, did he think that she said all this for this little credit? At this time, Ren Qiming already knew that he had wronged Yushu and had her finger broken. There was a little embarrassment on his dark face. He felt guilty in his heart, but he couldn't bring himself to apologize. He said in a stiff tone, "If you had told me the truth from the beginning, I wouldn't have misunderstood. I wouldn't have thought that you had ulterior motives and deliberately concealed the whereabouts of the Daozi." Darren didn't misunderstand. I did deliberately conceal his whereabouts. Yu Shu's words shocked everyone. She noticed that Shui Rui had fallen on her shoulder. Her arm moved. She raised her head and shamefully faced the man who wholeheartedly protected her. "Big brother, I'm sorry. I hid it from you these days. In fact, on the 9th day of the new year, I went out of the city to find Jing Chen and saw him in the woods." In the face of her apology, Shui Rui smiled bitterly. Could he say that he had already guessed it? Yu Shu ignored the other people's attitude. She lowered her head and coughed twice. She continued to say to Ren Qiming, "What happened after we entered the capital is what Big Brother said to you just now. There's nothing wrong. It's just that these 2 days, I let Jing Chen hide in the small courtyard in the south of the city. I always knew where he was. When you interrogated me, I deliberately concealed it." Ren Qiming furrowed his eyebrows. "Woman, you didn't report what you knew and hid a Taoist. What is your intention?" Alas, Yu Shu let out a long sigh. "Darren, didn't you understand? Jing Chen is a member of the royal family and a noble Taoist. He is the descendant of Yun Hua Yi and Princess Lu Yu. It was the first time he left the mountain. Firstly, he didn't have anything valuable on him. Secondly, he didn't have any enemies in Jianghu. Thirdly, he was highly skilled in martial arts and couldn't be plotted against by small fries. However, he was killed on the way. They used silver needles to make him lose his voice and memory. Before this, I didn't know his identity. I just couldn't figure out who would want to kill him." Yu Shu stopped to catch her breath. Everyone held their breaths in rapt attention. They were afraid that they had misheard the main point. Later on, Jing Chen regained his memory and told me that when he left the mountain this time, someone from the capital came to pick him up. He was framed when he went to the welcoming party. When I heard this, I suddenly realized that the person who wanted to harm him had obviously planned this and was probably hiding in the capital. Unfortunately, he lost his memory and couldn't remember who the killer was. In this kind of situation, with so many dangers, how could Jing Chen show himself? Looking at Ren Qiming's changing expression, Yu Shu took a deep breath. She used all her strength and stood up shakily from her chair. She resisted the dizziness and with red eyes, she angrily accused, "Let me ask you, Darren, you captured me to interrogate me and used torture to threaten me. If I wanted to protect myself, I would betray Jing Chen's whereabouts. Isn't this selling a friend for glory? Shameless and cheap. Although I, Yu Shu, am a woman and don't have the backbone of a man, I still know how to write the word righteousness." The sound of chong chong made everyone's ears ring. Her words made people's hearts beat fast. In front of everyone, Yu Shu changed from hiding Daozi's whereabouts with ulterior motives to protecting Daozi's safety in the blink of an eye. No one would doubt her intentions. A strange expression flashed in Shui Rui's eyes, and as he looked at Yu Shu's pale and cold face, he suddenly came to a slight understanding in his heart. Why did she endure patiently and tightly clench her teeth even after her fingers were twisted off? Ji Xingxuan frowned. Unexpectedly, she had set up a series of obstacles, but she still managed to turn the tables. In the end, she still looked down on her. "Papa." Chapter 285. A strange expression flashed in Shui Rui's eyes, and as he looked at Yu Shu's pale and cold face, he suddenly came to a slight understanding in his heart. Why did she endure patiently and tightly clench her teeth even after her fingers were twisted off? Ji Xingxuan frowned. She didn't expect that she would be able to turn the tables on her. She had underestimated her. Clap, clap, clap. A round of applause came from outside the door. No one could be seen, but the laughter was like a spring breeze. Hee hee, what a good, righteous. I would like to see such a loyal and affectionate daughter. Yushu turned her head, her eyes flashing as she squinted slightly. She saw a figure walking in from outside the door. He was tall and handsome, dressed in a beautiful robe with a purple collar and black ribbon on his shoulder. A silver-red dragon belt hung around his neck, and his crown was a crane's wing. His appearance was hard to describe. At first glance, he seemed to be standing tall, but at second glance, he seemed to be in his 20s. Looking back, he seemed to be in his 40s. If there was a kind-looking person who saw this person, he would be shocked. Alas, a celestial being was alive, and no one dared to look at his face. Yushu thought, is this the celestial commissioner's great advice? He looks like a deity. Everyone present stood up. Those who were still standing bowed and said respectfully, Grand Secretary. Greetings to Great Secretary. This lowly official greets Great Secretary. Even the 9th Prince, Lu Tan, lowered his head and greeted the Great Secretary. The only ones who didn't move were Yushu and Jingchen, the two inexperienced people. No need to be so courteous. The Grand Tiandi had a slight smile on his face as he swept his gaze across the crowd. His gaze first paused on Jingchen before landing on Yushu. Were you the one who escorted Daozi into the capital? Yushu hurriedly lowered her head and bowed. She knew his identity and didn't dare to be disrespectful. Commoner Yushu greets the Great Secretary. Jingchen and I are good friends. We didn't escort him, but we helped each other along the way. She didn't know that these words had a different meaning in the ears of those who knew. The Great Secretary looked at her meaningfully and said, You've worked hard. As he spoke, he looked at Jingchen and said with a gentle expression, Jingchen, is Taoist Huai Xian well? Jingchen's face turned serious. He said, Master is in good health and asked me to send his regards when I see you. He also asked me to bring you a sword as a gift. But I was ambushed on the way and lost it. It doesn't matter. It's fine as long as you're fine. Titian raised his hand and patted his shoulder. It's been hard on you. You ran into danger on the way and hid everywhere. Now that you're back, you don't have to worry about anything else with me here. His words seemed to have a hidden meaning. Jingchen understood some of it, but the others didn't. Ren Qiming walked forward and bowed. Tai Shu, what happened is, this seat already knows. There's no need to explain. The Great Secretary waved his sleeve at Ren Qiming and said to the crowd, It's late. Now that the Taoist has been found, this seat wants to bring him to the palace to see the Emperor so that the Emperor can be at ease. You can all disperse. Go back and do what you need to do. We'll talk about the rest tomorrow. Yes, Taishu. Ji Huaishan was the first to bow and leave. He had benefited from today and heard a lot of inside information. He had really gained a lot. Ji Xingxuan turned around to look at Yushu. She was a little unwilling, but there was nothing she could do. She thought to herself that it was fine. After all, she had made Yushu suffer this time. As for the rest, she could wait for next time. The grandmother and granddaughter were about to leave, but before they reached the door, they heard a voice saying, Wait a moment, official Ji. Let me finish. Yushu calmly stopped Ji Huaishan and Ji Xingxuan. She lowered her head and coughed. She bowed to the immortal-like Great Secretary and solemnly reported, This lowly person has an important matter that I must report. It concerns the Taoist safety. The Great Secretary was puzzled. What is it? Tell me. Although Jingchen lost a part of his memory and doesn't remember who killed him, the person who murdered the Taoist is not without clues. Yushu's words were shocking. Ren Qiming anxiously asked, What clues? Tell me in detail. Yushu stood for a while and closed her eyes, feeling a little dizzy. She pulled herself together and raised her head to look at the unfathomable expression of the Grand Suggestion Point. She said in a hoarse voice, Before Jingchen lost his memory, he had befriended me. At that time, he had a treasure on him and showed it to me. Later, he bid farewell to me and was killed on the way. I saved him, but that treasure is no longer on him. Even his sword must have been plundered by the person who murdered him. But later, when I arrived at the capital, I saw that treasure in someone else's hands. After she finished speaking, the building was silent. Everyone knew that the situation was serious. The great secretary looked at Yushu and said seriously, "Do you know who that is?" Yushu took a deep breath and swallowed. She slowly turned her head and raised her hand to point at a person not far away. Her lips curled into a cold smile. It's her. The person she was pointing at was Ji Xingxuan, who was wearing a long blue dress. Ji Huaishan flew into a rage. Don't spout nonsense. When did we ever take anything from the Taoist? Ji Xingxuan looked at Yushu coldly. She was fearless. She wanted to see what trick she was playing. You never took it? Yushu put down her hand and lowered her head to touch her neck. She hooked a thread with her finger and pulled it off forcefully, revealing a small amulet. Under everyone's puzzled gaze, she brought it to her mouth and used her teeth to tear open the thread. She then dug out something from within and held it in her palm. She opened her palm and looked up at Ji Xingxuan. Her eyes were brimming with a smile. She asked softly, "Do you recognize this?" Everyone's gaze landed on her sweaty palms. Surprisingly, she was holding that sparkling yellow jade-like pearl, the adversity-blocking stone. Ji Huaishan sucked in a breath of cold air. Ji Xingxuan's expression changed drastically. She raised her head to look at Yushu. For a moment, it was as if she had seen a ghost. As the saying goes, if you don't do anything wrong, you won't be afraid of ghosts knocking on your door. When they saw the adversity-blocking stone, the first thing they thought of was nothing else but the Yunhua Ez's exam paper that was exchanged with this small bead. Yushu looked at their faces. Although she was in pain, she wanted to laugh 3 times in her heart. This pair of bastards. Did they think that she had endured until now just to be greedy for that bullshit credit? They plotted against each other this time. She only needed one move to kill them. Seeing Yushu coming out with the yellow frost stone, Jing Chen's expression changed. He looked at her pale face and didn't say anything. Shuirei was also looking at Yushu's face. From the faint ruthlessness in the corner of her eyes, a few scenes suddenly appeared in his mind. Her messy hair and dirty face in Yang County Government Office, her ruthlessly kicking people when Chiu Bai bent over the table, her hidden needles when she toasted him last night. He suddenly realized that he shouldn't be worried about who she had offended, but who had offended her. Hey, isn't this? Ren Qiming noticed something. He walked forward and took the yellow frost stone from Yushu's palm. He weighed it in his hand and looked at it against the light. Suddenly, he turned his head and asked sternly, "Lord Ji, this adversity-blocking stone, isn't it the one you showed me before? Isn't it worn on Xingxuan's hand? How did it end up in her hands? She even said it belonged to Daozi. What the hell is going on?" Even though Ji Huaishan was used to seeing storms, he couldn't help but panic at this moment. He knew that if something went wrong, it would be a small matter if he was exposed for stealing the topic, but if he was accused of murdering the imperial family, that would be terrible. Cold sweat dripped down his back. Without thinking too much, he hurriedly explained, reporting to Lord, Xingxuan originally had the same one, but she lost it 2 months ago. This old man doesn't know how it ended up in her hands or how it became Daozi's. Ren Qiming was very suspicious. After listening to him, he went to ask Ji Xingxuan, "Tell me the truth, where did you get this adversity-blocking stone?" Under the veil, Ji Xingxuan bit her lip and looked deeply at Yushu. While thinking, she answered, "Xingxuan doesn't dare to hide it. I picked this bead up." Yushu glanced at her, then asked Jing Chen, "Jing Chen, do you think this yellow frost stone is a treasure of your sect? Did you lose it before you lost your memory?" Yushu knew that Jing Chen wouldn't lie, so she deliberately gave a vague answer. This yellow frost stone was indeed lost, but it was lost in her hands. Under everyone's gaze, Jing Chen nodded. His expression was cold, so no one could tell that he was lying. Yushu then went to ask Ji Xingxuan, "You said you picked it up. Where did you pick it up?" "Yang City." Ji Xingxuan clenched her fists tightly inside her sleeves. In April, when I returned to Yang from the capital to visit my relatives, I found it in the gap between the horse carriages. Ji Xingxuan still remembered that day. When she met a thief on the road, she saw this stone in the window. She didn't know how it got there. You're lying. Ji Xingxuan showed a rare look of anger. I didn't. Yu Shu sneered. In April, when Jing Chen was still in Yang, his brain was fine. This yellow frost stone is a rare treasure in the world. How could he easily throw it away for you to pick up? Even if you're that lucky, how could there be such a coincidence in this world? Let me ask you again, where did you get this yellow frost stone? Ji Xingxuan was angered by Yu Shu's provocation, but she was still calm. She said in a low voice, I said I picked it up. It's up to you whether you believe me or not. Of course I don't believe you. Yu Shu glanced at her and said expressionlessly, last April, when Jing Chen left Yang, he was ambushed on the way. His sword and this yellow frost stone were taken away. When he returned to the capital to report, your Ji family was related to that group of people, so this treasure ended up in Lord Ji's hands. Then it was transferred to you, Miss Ji. You didn't know its origin, so you boldly wore it. You didn't expect me to see it, recognize it, and then find a way to get it back with Jing Chen. Her tone changed as she moved forward, and she broke free from Shuirui's support before slowly walking towards the Ji clan's grandfather and grandson. With her back facing everyone, her eyes narrowed into red slits as she grinned to reveal a mouthful of ghastly white teeth, and she didn't conceal the ridicule on her face in the slightest. What? Do you want me to tell everyone how we got this yellow frost rock back? If she told them, it would inevitably bring up the matter of the Ji family stealing the exam. If she didn't tell them, it would be impossible to explain. She wanted them to have a taste of this dilemma. Ji Huaishan's face turned slightly pale, but he forced himself to calm down. Ji Xingxuan looked at Yu Shu. She almost bit her lips under the veil. It turned out that she was the one who got the easy exam paper first. It turned out that she was the one who wrote the letter, threatened them, and schemed to steal the calamity shielding stone in Changchun Square. Thinking back, Ji Xingxuan seemed to have thought of something. She slowly turned her head to look at the young man in white who was not far away. Her clear eyes slowly widened, and her heart seemed to be filled with mixed feelings. So, the person who held the umbrella for her in the rain that day was him? Rin Qiming's face had already turned cold. He was already very suspicious. Seeing Ji Huaishan and Ji Xingxuan's strange expressions, he simply couldn't answer under Yu Shu's interrogation. He became suspicious. Moreover, this matter was of great importance. Even if he had a good relationship with the Ji family, he couldn't be biased. He snorted coldly and said sternly, Right, Judge Ji, what explanation do you want? It's this woman who is slandering me. Ji Huaishan was trembling with anger. He was afraid that others would believe Yu Shu's nonsense. He raised his face and said with grief and indignation, This old man has been an official for 20 years. I've always done my duty. I've never heard of this Daozi before. How could he be involved with the person who murdered Daozi? Imperial Secretary, Junior Supervisor, please understand, this old man is innocent. Shuirui stretched out his hand and lightly touched Lu Tan, who was standing beside him without anyone noticing. His finger moved as he swiftly wrote the number 7 on Lu Tan's arm. Lu Tan, who had been silent for a long time, suddenly opened his mouth coldly. The witness and the material evidence are all here. You've obviously colluded with the person who murdered my Shu. How dare you assassinate a member of the imperial family? Do you know that this is a capital crime? Yu Shu looked at Lu Tan in surprise. She then looked at Shuirui and understood. Lu Tan's angry rebuke completely shocked Ji Huaishan. He had been an official for many years. How could he not know that there were some crimes that he couldn't even touch? This old man, who was over 50 years old, felt his legs go soft. He actually knelt on the spot. 2 streams of tears flowed down at the same time. He cried, Your Highness, please investigate clearly. This lowly official is innocent. Grandfather. Ji Xingxuan hurriedly squatted down in shock. She wanted to help Ji Huaishan up, but he pulled her with one hand and she knelt down with him. Ji Xingxuan was at a loss for a moment. She had never seen Ji Huaishan lose his composure like this. She looked around and saw pairs of cold and suspicious eyes. She finally realized the seriousness of the situation. The hair on her body stood on end. Her face gradually turned pale. She also knelt down with Ji Huaishan and said in a trembling voice, "Imperial Secretary, please investigate clearly. Grandfather and I have been wronged." Yu Shu admired the panicked look of the grandfather and granddaughter from a close distance. She unceremoniously moved to the center and accepted the two people's kowtow. The pain in her left little finger pierced her brain. It was not as good as the feeling in her heart. Ren Qiming looked at the chaotic scene. He frowned and turned to look at the person who had been quietly watching. "Imperial Secretary, what do you think?" Yu Shu's ears were sharp and she heard it. She turned to look at the immortal and met his gaze. His eyes were as light as the moon. Her heart skipped a beat. She pretended to be calm and lowered her head. She heard a light sigh. "Guards, send them to the Supreme Court and wait for their decision. Mr. Shui, thank you for making this trip. I will go to the palace to see the Emperor and ask the Emperor to make a decision." Don't. Ji Huaishan's blood rushed to his head and he fainted. Ji Xingxuan was stunned for a moment. Then she rushed forward and helped the old man up with red eyes. She cried, "Grandfather, grandfather." Seeing this scene, Lu Tan and Shui Rui looked at each other. Ren Qiming shook his head. Jing Chen turned his head away. Yu Shu, from the beginning to the end, had a pair of cold eyes. Chapter 286. Ji Huaishan fainted and was carried out by the guards. Ji Xingxuan did not resist and staggered out of the room. Before leaving the room, she looked back at Yu Shu. It was a quick glance that was neither angry nor angry, but there was a hint of coldness in it. Yu Shu could tell that it was not over yet. Yu Shu secretly sneered. If it was not over yet, then so be it. She was not afraid of her. She did not expect to make the Ji family extinct this time. However, with another trump card in her hand, it was inevitable that she would be skinned. Moreover, Yu Shu turned to look at the ninth prince, Lu Tan, who was standing next to Shui Rui. She always felt that they would add fuel to the fire. Even if she did not pursue this matter, the two of them seemed to have other plans. Since Ji Huaishan was an official in the court, he must have enemies and friends. She did not know if there would be more people who would help in the hour of need or more people who would hit him when he was down. "Oh!" Yu Shu suddenly felt a sharp pain in her head. She gasped and felt dizzy again. Her body swayed and she fell down. At the same time, two hands reached out from behind and held her firmly. "Xiao Yu." Yu Shu shook her head. To her left, it was Shui Rui, and to her right, it was Jing Chen. Both of them were in the same place. She felt dizzy and wanted to vomit. She opened her mouth but could not say anything. She could only raise her right hand and wave it gently. She frowned and endured the churning in her stomach. The two big shots of the Celestial Commissioner were still here. If she really vomited here, it would be embarrassing. Seeing that Yu Shu's face was getting paler and paler, Shui Rui knew that she could not hold on any longer. Therefore, he asked the Grand Secretary to leave. "Grand Secretary, my sworn sister is still ill." Tonight, the junior supervisor accidentally twisted her finger. "Please allow me to send her back first. I will go to the Supreme Court after she has settled down." The Grand Tipping Master heard the harshness in his words and turned his head to look at Ren Qiming, whose face was slightly red. He said considerately, "Go quickly. This little girl has suffered tonight. I have a high-grade blood circulation powder. I'll have someone deliver it tomorrow." "Thank you, Grand Secretary." Shui Rui nodded. Just as he was about to help Yu Shu up, Jing Chen, who was on the other side, held up her elbow and pushed aside her sleeves. When he saw that her pinky finger was seeping with a small patch of dark red blood, his thin face turned pale. "Xiao Yu, your hand." Yu Shu's mind was in a daze. She could not hear what others were saying. However, when she saw Jing Chen's panicked expression, she could not help but smile at him comfortingly. Jing Chen quickly found the culprit. He turned to look at Ren Qiming and frowned. "Did you break her finger?" If it was someone else who questioned him, Ren Qiming could still put on a cold face. However, the Taoist was not an ordinary person. Ren Qiming could only say awkwardly, "It was a misunderstanding." Hearing Ren Qiming admit to it, Jing Chen's eyes flashed. Just as he gently put Yushu's hand down, his other hand had already shot out. Shrinking his feet, he appeared in front of Ren Qiming in the blink of an eye. His two fingers formed a hook and actually grabbed at Ren Qiming's left hand that was hanging by his side. This sudden change caught everyone off guard. However, just as Jing Chen grabbed Ren Qiming's hand, Qing Feng, who had been standing quietly at the side, also made his move. His palm turned into a knife and mercilessly chopped at Jing Chen's wrist. Jing Chen countered with his other palm but did not let go. After 3 moves, Jing Chen flicked his wrist and pushed Qing Feng back 3 steps. He then grabbed Ren Qiming's wrist. Only then did the onlookers come back to their senses. They were shocked and shouted, "Stop! Taoist, please stop! Jing Chen." The Taoist's voice was neither loud nor soft. However, when it fell into Jing Chen's ears, it made him pause. His 2 fingers were clamped on Ren Qiming's little finger. Junior eunuch Ren, whose wrist was caught and could not move easily, had an ugly expression on his face. Shui looked at Jing Chen in surprise. If he was not mistaken, this person was planning to break Ren Qiming's finger. Jing Chen. The Taoist walked 2 steps to Jing Chen and pressed one hand on his arm. "What are you doing?" Jing Chen looked at Yushu, who was leaning against Shui in a daze, and said, "I've said that I'll protect Xiaoyu and not let anyone hurt her. He broke Xiaoyu's finger, so I'll break his too." Hearing his matter-of-fact tone, everyone was speechless. However, the Taoist smiled. Not only did he not stop him, he even turned to Ren Qiming and asked, "You heard him. You broke his finger, and now he wants to break it back. What are you going to do?" Ren Qiming's face darkened, but he did not look for an excuse. He said, "Taoist, just do it." "Taoist." The attendant, Qing Feng, covered his injured chest and stepped forward. He reached out a hand to Jing Chen and said, "Taoist, if you want to break it, then break it. It's me who broke this young lady's finger. It has nothing to do with you, Your Excellency." Qing Feng stepped. Ren Qiming frowned and reprimanded. He had to bear the consequences of his own actions. With his current status, how could he act like a rogue? "Your Excellency." Jing Chen looked at them, and for a moment, he did not know whose finger he should break. The Taoist looked at this scene with a faint smile and did not try to dissuade them. Lu Tan wanted to say something, but he hesitated and did not say anything. At this moment, there was a light cough, and a weak voice sounded, "Jing Chen, you don't have to do this. Sir Ren was anxious for your safety, so he hurt me by mistake. I don't blame him." Actually, Yushu was not unconscious. Her mind was still clear at this moment. She had seen Jing Chen make a move just now, so she pretended to be ignorant and waited for the crucial moment to speak. It was pure nonsense to say that she did not blame Junior Supervisor Ren. The 10 fingers were connected to the heart, so how could the pain of having one's finger broken be resolved with just a few words? However, compared to venting her anger and making enemies in the future, she was more willing to let this high-ranking junior supervisor recognize her as a good son. Moreover, she could see that Ren Qiming was a person who liked to be just and could not tolerate any wrongdoings. This kind of person had always been strict with himself. Making him feel guilty was more painful than having his finger broken. Shui lowered his head to look at Yushu, who looked dispirited after seeing the doctor. He could clearly guess what was on her mind. Seeing that she was still able to play tricks in this state, he really did not know what to say. "Martial uncle," Lu Tan spoke at the right time, "I think Miss Yu's condition is not good. It's better to send her back as soon as possible. Don't delay anymore." Jing Chen looked at Yushu and saw her nod lightly. He hesitated for a moment, then let go of Ren Qiming and walked back to Yushu's side. Just as he was about to help Yushu, he heard Senior Supervisor Ren say, "Dozi, you should go to the palace with me first to report to the Emperor. Let Mr. Shui send Miss Yu back first." Yushu's eyelids twitched, and she quietly raised her hand. Using her body as cover, she grabbed Jing Chen's sleeve. What a joke! She hadn't even gotten a good explanation from Jing Chen, so how could she let him go like this? However, It was also strange. This senior supervisor Rin should know the secret of Jing Chen's Kata star. Why wasn't he afraid of the emperor being killed? Even if the power of Jing Chen's Kata star was greatly reduced after the full moon, was it appropriate to take him into the palace so rashly? Jing Chen didn't know what Yushu was planning, but he wouldn't leave her side at this time even if she didn't say anything. So he shook his head at Senior Supervisor Ren and said, "I want to send her back. I can't go with you." Senior Supervisor Ren looked at them and didn't stop them. Instead, he ordered the guards to send them away and sent Qing Feng to follow them, so as to not lose track of Jing Chen again. The young people left, and soon only Senior Supervisor Ren and Ren Qiming were left in the building. Imperial Secretary, in your opinion, is Ji Huaishan really involved with the thief who murdered Daozi? Whether he is or not, that's the matter of the Supreme Court. It's not the duty of the Celestial Commissioner to investigate the case. Don't you think it's strange that the little girl named Yushu is safe and sound after being with Daozi for so long? There are a lot of people in this world who are lucky, hee. Senior Supervisor Ren turned his head and patted Ren Qiming's shoulder. He left with an ambiguous smile and left with his hands behind his back. Daozi had returned to the capital, and he had to send the news to the palace as soon as possible. Young Lord Rui waited outside the Celestial Commissioner's door for a long time. Finally, he saw Shui Rui and Lu Tan coming out. He quickly jumped off the carriage to greet them and asked curiously, "What happened? I just saw Judge Ji and Miss Ji family being escorted away." It was late at night, and the Celestial Commissioner's door was so quiet that there wasn't even a passerby. The longevity lamp illuminated the slender shadows of people. Gusts of night wind rolled up the cold air. Yushu couldn't help coughing twice. Shui Rui frowned and said, "Let's get in the carriage first." Rui Lin was not blind. Seeing Shui Rui and a strange man supporting Yushu on one side, he quickly ran to the carriage and opened the curtain. Fortunately, the carriage was spacious and could easily accommodate the 5 of them. Yushu was the first to sit in the carriage with Shui Rui's help. As soon as she touched the cushion, she became weak. She felt so uncomfortable that she wanted someone to knock her out with a hammer. It turned out that when they came out of the carriage, Shui Rui intended to carry her, but as soon as her feet left the ground, she wanted to vomit, so she forced herself to walk out of the Celestial Commissioner's door. In the carriage, Lu Tan and Rui Lin sat on one side, Yushu sat in the corner, and Jing Chen and Shui Rui sat on each side. "Brother Rui, where are we going now?" Shui Rui poured a cup of tea to feed Yushu while telling him the address of Zhao Hui's house. Dr. He's medical skills were still trustworthy. At this time, it was better to find their own people than to find an internal physician elsewhere. Moreover, that family must be worried about Yushu. It was a good time to go back and report that she was safe. Jing Chen put his hand on Yushu's wrist and gently frowned. He put her wrist on his knee and touched the side of her waist. Just as he touched the corner of her clothes, he was stopped by Shui Rui. Looking up at Shui Rui's guarded gaze, Jing Chen did not know why he felt a little uncomfortable, but he still explained to him, "I asked Xiaoyu to prepare a pill to carry with her. You will feel better after taking one. Let go." Shui Rui didn't loosen his grip when he heard this. Even though Jing Chen's actions of attacking Ren Qiming without the slightest hesitation in the Directorate of Astronomy had caused him to view Jing Chen in a new light, it didn't mean that he could watch as Jing Chen made a move against Yushu. When Jing Chen saw that Shui Rui did not let go, he turned his palm to break free. Unexpectedly, Shui Rui also knew martial arts. With a turn of his wrist, he clamped his hand again. Jing Chen turned his finger to flick his wrist, and Shui Rui clenched his fist to meet it. The two did not give way to each other, and in this narrow space, they began to fight with small tricks. Yushu was half dead, and she did not even have the strength to open her eyes, let alone stop them. Rilin looked at this and that. Because before Jing Chen appeared, he was kicked out by Ren Qiming, so he did not recognize him. He whispered to Lu Tan, "Who is this?" Lu Tan looked at the 2 men in front of him strangely. They were usually steady, but now they were fighting like children. His lips moved, "My youngest martial uncle." Chapter 287. It was night, but no one was sleeping in the courtyard. The front hall was bright. Zhao Hui was sitting on a cushioned chair with her belly out. From time to time, she would look outside the door. Her face was full of anxiety. He Fangji was walking back and forth in front of her. Pei Jing was holding a cup of tea in his hand. He let it cool down but did not take a sip. In the afternoon, Yu Shu was taken away from Huairan Medical Center. He Fangji first went to find Pei Jing. Because he did not even know where the official came from, Pei Jing took him to several government offices in the east of the city to inquire. Finally, he described the style of the official's uniform and learned that it was the official of the Celestial Commissioner. The two returned home to discuss countermeasures. When they were at their wits' end, Shui Rui sent Lao Chui to inform them that he would go to find Yu Shu. He told them to be patient and wait for news at home. Who knew that they would wait until midnight? The more they waited, the more anxious they became. Everything was fine. How did we offend the Shangguan family? Zhao Hui was so anxious that she was crying. She was afraid that something would happen to Yu Shu. Pei Jing sighed and said, "Let's wait a little longer. That young Master Chow is not an ordinary person. There should be a way to save her." He Fangji walked to the door and looked at Yu Xiaoxiu, who had been standing outside for almost an hour. He Fangji clenched his fists and turned to Pei Jing and said, "No, I have to go to the Celestial Commissioner and take a look." Seeing this, Pei Jing turned to Zhao Hui and said, "Let's go and take a look. You wait at home." Zhao Hui nodded quickly. When the two men walked to the door, they saw a carriage coming from not far away. It stopped in front of the door. The curtain of the carriage was lifted, and a round-faced man jumped out. After lifting the curtain, a noble young master came down. He Fangji and Pei Jing were shocked when they saw Yu Shu coming down with the help of two people. They hurried to greet her. However, Yu Xiaoxiu was faster than them. He jumped up and held Yu Shu. He immediately recognized Jing Chen. Sister, what's wrong with you? Brother Jing." Not to mention how surprised Yu Xiaoxiu and others were when they saw Jing Chen, a group of people helped Yu Shu into the courtyard and into the bedroom. Jing Chen and Shui Rui followed them, leaving Lu Tan and Ruilin outside the door. They were polite and did not break into a woman's boudoir. Yu Shu finally leaned against the bed. She moaned and opened her swollen eyes. She saw Yu Xiaoxiu and Zhao Hui, one big and one small, snuggling on the edge of the bed. Their eyes were red and they were crying. She coughed and said weakly, "Stop. My body hurts more when I see you crying." However, no one was in the mood to joke with her. Shui Rui pulled the quilt over her and turned sideways to make room for He Fangji. He told him, "My left hand's finger was broken. I reattached it at the last minute. Please take a look at the injury." When Zhao Hui heard this, tears streamed down her face. Her body swayed and she almost fainted. Pei Jing hurriedly asked the maidservants to coax her outside to sit and wait. He Fangji rolled up Yu Shu's sleeve and checked her left hand. When he touched it, Yu Shu shivered. She gritted her teeth and endured the pain. The blood vessels on her neck were so tight that they turned blue. The few people present couldn't bear to see her like this. He Fangji couldn't help but say angrily, "Who is so vicious? To make people feel pain, they actually picked the tendons and bones and twisted them. They deserve to die." These words echoed the thoughts of the few people beside the bed. Yu Xiaoxiu's face was filled with hatred. He gritted his teeth and his face was filled with malice. Shui Rui asked worriedly, "Can it be reattached? Will there be any side effects?" He Fangji said, "It's good that it can be reattached, but AI, Xiaoxiu, go to the kitchen and ask them to boil some water. Then, bring the medicine box and the needles in my room over." Yu Xiaoxiu wiped his tears and ran out. Hearing the conversation between Shui Rui and He Fangji, Yu Shu's ears twitched but she didn't open her eyes. Under the bed, Kim Bao poked his head out. Seeing that there were so many people around, he shrank his head back and slipped out from the side of the bed. While no one was paying attention, he nimbly climbed up the wardrobe and squatted high. His pair of black eyes stared at the people below. Shui Rui watched as He Fangji covered Yu Shu with the quilt. Jing Chen and Yu Xiaoxiu stood motionless in front of the bed. He quietly retreated. Pei Jing, who was standing in front of the window, looked at him and pondered. Lu Tan and Rui Lin were still waiting outside. When they saw him come out, they asked about Yushu's situation. Their worried faces were not fake. Lu Tan had a good impression of Yushu because of her relationship with Jing Chen. Rui Lin knew that Shui Rui valued this girl very much. In addition, last night when they were drinking at Wang Ji Lu, her temper made him think more of her. Let's go outside and talk. Shui Rui thought that this wasn't a good place to talk, so he brought the two of them to the carriage. After whispering to each other for a while, Shui Rui got off the carriage alone and watched them leave before he turned around and entered the courtyard. He Fangji fixed the broken finger of Yushu and used acupuncture to relax the meridians. Yushu fell asleep in the middle. Okay, let her sleep. I will go and get the medicine to make soup. You guys go outside first and let the maid clean her up. He Fangji asked the people around the bed to go outside and left Yun Do to take care of Yushu. Yu Xiaoxiu stood at the door of the bedroom. Shui Rui sat down on the chair and called him over. He patted his head and comforted him. Don't worry, your sister will wake up tomorrow. Yu Xiaoxiu turned his head with red eyes and asked, Brother Shui, who took my sister? Why did they take her? Shui Rui glanced at Jing Chen who was standing outside the bedroom and whispered to Yu Xiaoxiu, they took the wrong person and wronged your sister. Everything has been cleared up, so it doesn't matter. Jing Chen's expression changed. He turned his head and wanted to say something, but he didn't know how to explain. His eyes dimmed and he turned back to look at the door in front of him. Just like that, the few of them stood guard outside for the entire night. At dawn the next day, He Fangji came and persuaded them to rest in the guest room. Only Pei Jing, who was slightly older, could not bear it and went to sleep. At dawn, Yushu slowly woke up. She moved her head and saw Yu Xiaoxiu sleeping next to her bed. Her eyes softened and she coughed twice to wake him up. Yu Xiaoxiu rubbed his eyes and sat up. Once he was awake, he asked Yushu if it hurt here and there. Yushu wouldn't tell him that it hurt like hell. She could only let him help her up and fool him to call Dr. He. As soon as Yu Xiaoxiu went out, Jing Chen and Shui Rui came in one after the other. Because Yushu slept with her clothes on last night and was among the patients, she didn't break the rules. When Yushu saw Jing Chen, she first thought of him as a fiend. Because Shui Rui was present, she didn't directly ask him if he harmed the people in her courtyard. She looked at the two of them frowning, and could not help smiling. Shui Rui said in a bad mood, You're so sick and you're still happy. Who said that I can't be happy when I'm sick? After sleeping, Yushu's spirit was much better. In addition, she had a big victory last night, so she was in the mood to argue with him. However, her broken voice was really hard to hear. Fortunately, he didn't mind her tormenting his ears. Of course, Shui Rui knew what she was happy about. Seeing that she was in better spirits, he was relieved. He asked curiously, The stone that you took last night, was it really lost when Jing Chen was killed? Shui Rui's question hit the nail on the head. Yushu didn't plan to hide it from him and said with a smile, Of course not. Actually, that yellow frost stone was given to me by Jing Chen in Yang City. At that time, I didn't know it was a treasure and accidentally lost it. Who would have thought that it fell into Ji Xingxuan's hands? Afterwards, Jing Chen and I went to the capital. Do you still remember that before the De Yen examination, you asked young Master Feng to bring me to the Imperial Historian's library? I bumped into Ji Xingxuan there and saw that she was wearing the yellow frost stone. I then used a trick to take it back. She didn't know that the stone was in my hands. Last night, I had an idea to use this to frame her. She was implicated in the crime of murdering a relative of the emperor. It wasn't something that they could explain with just a few words. Listening to her unscrupulous narration of how she framed others, Shui Rui was secretly happy that she was being honest with him. On the other hand, he had a headache because of her audacity. After Yushu finished speaking, she looked at Jing Chen's expression. Seeing that he was silent, she asked, Jing Chen, what's wrong? Jing Chen hesitated. Xiao Yu, isn't it against morality to lie and frame others? Hearing this, the smile on Yushu's face faded. She whispered, Morality? I only know that they tried to harm me first. Therefore, I have to fight evil with evil. Last night, you said that Ji Xingxuan already knew you. However, she pretended not to know you and tricked you back to her house. Then, she brought you to the Celestial Commissioner's office to claim credit. You are innocent and do not know how evil people can be. However, I know these evil people the best. Do you think that they only want credit? If that was the case, I would not have been brought to the Celestial Commissioner's office to be interrogated and tortured. I did not intend to make a fuss about this. However, they have gone too far. How can I tolerate this? If you think that I am wrong, the Supreme Court will invite you to be interrogated in the future. Tell them the truth and tell them that I lied to them. Jing Chen saw the sadness on her face and knew that he had said something wrong. He was not an inflexible person. It was just that since he was young, he had been taught the principles of Taoism. He did not like disputes. Now that he thought about it, she suffered last night. Firstly, it was because of him. Secondly, it was because she was framed. He felt that the Ji family had reaped what they sowed. Shui Rui was listening to their conversation from the side, and it was not convenient for him to interrupt them. However, when he heard Yu Shu's inner thoughts, he secretly felt a bit of pity for her. He had always disliked those delicate and weak women, and they would shed tears while admiring the flowers and the moon, which would cause them to waste a great deal of time. On the other hand, Yu Shu was trying to show off and was suffering from her own pain, and it made his heart ache. Xiao Yu, Jing Chen let out a short sigh and said, I have misunderstood you. You don't have to be angry with me. You and I are sworn brothers and I don't know them. Moreover, they bullied you. Why would I expose you? I will definitely speak up for you. Yu Shu looked at him from the corner of her eyes. She pretended to be suspicious. Really? You are willing to lie for me? Jing Chen hesitated for a moment before nodding. Yu Shu's lips curled up. In her heart, she raised 2 fingers. Done. The Ji family will not be able to escape this time. Chapter 288. Yu Shu and Shui Rui and Jing Chen were talking in the room when Fangji hurriedly walked in and said that there were a lot of carriages and horses outside the gate, as well as several officials who wanted to see some daozi. It turned out that when the emperor went to the palace last night, he already knew that Jing Chen had been found and urgently wanted to see him. As soon as the sun rose, he sent people out of the palace to receive him. Yu Shu repeatedly said, Jing Chen, go with them. Remember what I told you just now, it is inconvenient for me to get up, let Shui Dage escort you out. Jing Chen nodded and said, after I see His Majesty, I will come back to see you. Jing Chen was not only the descendant of Yunhua Ez, he was also the late Princess Chang's only son. Now that his identity was revealed, he had become His Majesty's nephew. His status was indescribably noble. Although the matter was rushed, the palace still sent a proper guard of honor to receive him. Fangji and Pei Jing watched from the door as Jing Chen was respectfully escorted to the brocade-covered carriage and escorted away by a group of imperial bodyguards. They were bewildered and hurriedly went back to their room to ask Yu Shu. Yu Shu told them Jing Chen's identity, causing the 2 of them to exclaim in surprise again and again. Shui Rui on the side said with a smile, Dr. He, you have rendered meritorious service in treating Daozi's illness, and A Shu has saved his life. When Daozi enters the palace to report to His Majesty, he will definitely reward you. I congratulate you in advance. Fangji smiled bitterly and said, treating an illness and saving a person is a doctor's duty. On the contrary, Xiao Yu has suffered so much, in the end, good will have its reward. They talked for a while more before Shui Rui excused himself and left, but in fact he was going to the Supreme Court to report. The Ji family's grandfather and grandson were escorted to the Supreme Court last night, so they did not know what happened. After Shui Rui left, Yu Shu drank the medicine and ate some breakfast before going back to sleep. She had exhausted herself yesterday, and in addition to her internal and external injuries, she had to rest well. She slept until the evening. Yu Xiaoxiu shook her awake. Yu Shu woke up in a daze and heard that Shui Rui was here again. In the bedroom, Yu Shu sat leaning against the headboard of the bed. Her body was covered with a quilt, and her upper body was draped in a cotton-padded jacket. Her hair was neatly draped behind her head as she listened to Shui Rui's account of his visit to the Supreme Court during the day. At noon, a eunuch came to the Supreme Court to announce an imperial edict, suspending Ji Huaishan's position as the right judicial judge and ordering the Supreme Court to investigate the Daozi's murder. An official was appointed to take over the case. Because I was present last night, I was also appointed to assist in the investigation. In the afternoon, a court was set up to interrogate Ji Huaishan and Ji Xingxuan. These two grandfather and grandson insisted that the blocking disaster stone was picked up in Yang. They also summoned two servants from the Ji family to interrogate them. They both said that when they were in Yang, they had seen Ji Xingxuan in possession of the stone. Because there was insufficient evidence, it was difficult to distinguish the truth from the falsehood, so they were temporarily detained in prison to await a retrial. After listening to this, Yu Shu asked with a smile, since it was an interrogation, was there any torture? Thinking back to last night, she had merely refused to confess Jing Chen's whereabouts and her fingers had been broken. Now that Ji Huaishan and Ji Xingxuan were stained with the capital crime of murdering the imperial family, they should at least suffer some physical pain first. Each of them received 15 lashes. Yu Shu curled her lips, only a few lashes. That day when she went to beat the drum and climb the court for Zhao Hui, she received more than this number of lashes. Shui Rui knew what she was dissatisfied about, so he explained, the lashes of the Supreme Court are half a foot wide. After 15 lashes, Ji Huaishan fainted again. Ji Xingxuan, on the other hand, was strong-willed and didn't make a sound. But in the end, she was also carried away. Only then did Yu Shu feel slightly better. She asked him again, how are you going to investigate next? Will you summon me for questioning? Shui Rui said, not only you, but also Jing Chen, Junior Supervisor Ren, and everyone else involved in this matter will be invited by the Supreme Court for tea. He paused, crossed his arms, and leaned against the study table. He looked at her and continued, even though the Ji family's grandfather and grandson are in prison, but with just a small stone, there is no concrete evidence. Even if I interfere, they will only suffer some more physical pain. Sooner or later, they will be released. Ji Huaishan has been an official for many years. Moreover, as the Celestial Commissioner's right magistrate, he has many connections in the court. If there is someone to protect him, after he is released, I am afraid it will not be difficult for him to be reinstated. Moreover, that Ji Xingxuan participated in this year's De Yen examination. It is very likely that she will pass. When the results are released, her reputation will spread everywhere. The Ji family will regain their fortune and will definitely not let you off easily. What Shui Rui said, Yu Shu knew in her heart. However, there was no worry on her face. She smiled and said, this crime of murdering the imperial family was originally fabricated by me. It is not surprising that they will be exonerated. However, there is another crime that they cannot escape from. Not only will Ji Huaishan lose his position, but that Ji Xingxuan's future will also be ruined. Oh! Shui Rui's eyes flashed. He straightened his body and asked doubtfully, what other crimes do you think they have committed? Yu Shu sneered. She enunciated each word clearly, the De Yen examination. Shui Rui was startled. He blurted out, really? Yu Shu gently touched her tightly wrapped little finger that was faintly aching. She said, didn't I tell you? This yellow frost stone was originally in Ji Xingxuan's hands. I accidentally discovered it and plotted to ask for it. Yu Shu told Shui Rui about her encounter with Ji Xingxuan in the Imperial Historian's library. She eavesdropped on Ji Xingxuan's conversation with another woman. She accidentally obtained Yunhua Yi's examination paper. She guessed that the Ji family had stolen the examination paper. She wrote a letter to Ji Xingxuan in secret. She proposed to use the yellow frost stone to exchange for it. Finally, at Eternal Spring Workshop, she borrowed a rainstorm to exchange for the yellow frost stone. At the end, she snorted coldly and said, the Ji family didn't know that I was anonymous. They probably thought that I would copy the examination paper and wouldn't report them. Thus, they carried on without fear. They didn't know that I directly gave up on the astrology exam. I didn't get involved in this. Shui Rui's expression changed. He really didn't expect Yu Shu to have such a trick up her sleeve. Stealing the examination paper was no small matter. Although it wasn't as serious as murdering the imperial family, if it could be carried out, not only would Ji Huaishan lose his official position, but Ji Xingxuan would also fail the Diyan examination this year. However, what shocked him even more was that Yu Shu knew the answer to the examination paper. Yet, she resolutely resisted the temptation and gave up on the examination paper. In exchange, she had the Ji family in her hands, waiting for an opportunity to make a move. Thinking about it again, last night, she used the yellow frost stone to frame the Ji family and sent them to prison. It wasn't for a moment of anger, but to use the Ji family as a cover for the Diyan examination paper. It was a series of schemes. Shuere looked at Yu Shu, who lay on the bed with a sallow and sickly expression, and he felt a wave of agitation in his heart, and he couldn't help but ask himself exactly what sort of man would be able to make a woman like this willingly submit to him. A clear figure flashed in his mind. Shuere shook his head secretly. It wasn't that he couldn't see Yu Shu's persistence towards Jing Qin. It was that persistence, when it came to love, lacked something. Coming back to his senses, Shuere said to Yu Shu, "The Supreme Court handles cases strictly. With Jing Chen and you as witnesses, we can certainly file the case of Ji Huaishan stealing the examination paper as a case. But if we want to convict them, we still lack some evidence. You just said that they took Yunhua Yizi's examination paper. They must have destroyed it a long time ago. Since we don't have any physical evidence, we can't prove that the examination paper was leaked. Ji Xingxuan wouldn't be so stupid as to copy the original question. With just a few testimonies, it won't be easy to prove that they stole the examination paper. You don't have to worry about that. Ji Xingxuan won't copy the original question, but someone else will." Yu Shu smiled evilly. Looking at Shui Rui's confusion, she explained, "After I exchanged Yunhua Yizi's examination paper for the yellow frost stone, a few days later, before the astrology examination began, I visited the human training hall with Jing Chen at night. I copied the answer paper into many copies and put them in the examinee's room, indicating that it was this year's examination paper. In this way, you can go to the Celestial Commissioner to investigate the examinee's answer paper, and you can prove that this year's astrology examination paper was leaked. With my and Jing Chen's testimonies, do you think they can run away?" The Ji family never expected that not only did she not copy the answer paper, but she also gave the answer paper to someone else, leaving behind evidence of their crime. Yu Shu originally had no intention of accusing Ji Huaishan of stealing the exam paper. At first, she only dug a trap for them. If they were lucky, they could jump over it. But now, she wanted to push them into a trap. Shui Rui's eyes brightened. He clapped his hands and said, "That's it. In the next 2 days, I'll send someone to bring you to court for interrogation. At that time, you can tell me about the Ji family stealing the exam paper. I'll push the boat with the current and hold them accountable." Yu Shu smiled and said, "Thank you, big brother." The two of them talked in the room. Because they were discussing confidential matters, there was no one else present. However, they were a man and a woman alone, and it was not good for them to stay in the same room for too long. Yu Xiaoxiu squatted at the door and waited for a long time. When he did not see Shui Rui coming out, he raised his voice and asked, "Brother Chao, are you done talking? It's time for my sister to take her medicine." Shui Rui did not have anything else to discuss with Yu Shu, so he let Yu Xiaoxiu come in. "Ah Shu, I still have something to do, so I'll leave first. Take care of the injury on your hand. Don't move it before your bones are healed." Shui Rui reminded Yu Shu. Yu Shu saw that he was about to leave and quickly called out, "Big brother, I still have something to ask you." Shui Rui turned his head and said, "What is it?" Yu Shu said, "Where is Ji Xingxuan? I want to go to the prison tomorrow to see her." Shui Rui asked, "Why do you want to see her?" Yu Shu shrugged her shoulders and said, "Nothing, I just want to see her. Why can't I visit her?" Shui Rui looked at her and knew what she was planning. He frowned and said, "You haven't recovered yet, Can't you behave yourself? Hearing his words, Yushu pursed her lips and said, There is another reason. That day in Yang City, I accidentally dropped one of her jade pendants and was locked in the ancestral hall by the old lady of the Ji family. I didn't eat or drink for a few days and almost lost my life. Now it is her turn to be locked up. Can't I go and take pleasure in her misfortune? This was the first time Shuirui had heard her talk about this matter. He couldn't help but recall the time when he and Yushu had just met. There was a time when he picked her up under the bridge in the heavy rain when she was being beaten up by the Ji family. He knew what the Ji family had done to her, so he knew why she hated him. Tomorrow, wait for me at home after you wash up. I will come to pick you up. As soon as Shuirui said this, he saw a smile on Yushu's face. She nodded and said, Okay. You're tuning in to the Passion Pages YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.